If you're thinking about jumping on a Kajabi, this is the video for you. I have put together a live video series that I did called 10 Days to 10K on Kajabi. I put all of it into one video here for you. That's why it's like 5 hours long. But it is the entire 10 days of walking you through how to get to $10,000 a month on Kajabi. Instead of having to search around for these videos, I put them all right here. So in just a minute, day one is gonna start, and then day two after that, and day three, and so on. And you can just watch the video, come back to it as much as you want. But if you stick with this video, you will get everything you need to get your business off the ground and running and going, which is gonna be awesome. I do wanna point out a couple of things. One, when I did this, I was live, which means you're gonna see some comments that people left, and I'm gonna respond to some of that. But I think it's part of the experience of this video, so we're just gonna roll with it. Also, I talk about a promotion that Kajabi was doing at the time that this was recorded. That promotion is no longer available, but I still can give you my 30-day free trial, plus my free course called the Kajabi Accelerator, plus a 45-minute one-on-one Zoom call with me, and my email template for launching. All of that is still yours for free when you use my link, which is always lanesebring.com/Kajabi. So if you're so inclined to try out Kajabi after watching through this video, use my link. It is the best link out there to use. I give you the most support. I am with you from start to finish, and we get to hang out for 45 minutes on a call together to talk about your business, talk about Kajabi, the free course, all that stuff. So lanesebring.com/Kajabi, that's where you need to go if you decide you want to jump on a Kajabi. With no further delay, let's jump into day one. Welcome to 10 Days to 10K on Kajabi. My name is Lane Sebring. I am so excited about the next 10 days. We are going to talk about how to fast track your success on Kajabi, which is the best all-in-one online business solution platform there is. So we're going to have a lot of fun these 10 days. I cannot wait to dive in. We're going to have a great time talking about exactly step-by-step what you need to do and how you need to do it in order to fast track your success on Kajabi and get to that coveted $10,000 a month level. I've been able to do this in my businesses. I now have a multiple six-figure business, two of which are on Kajabi, and I love this platform. And I think it's the absolute best for any online business entrepreneur, any content creator who wants to create courses, membership sites, coaching programs, consulting, all of that stuff. If you want to do that at a very high level online, replace your full-time income, or just make some extra money on the side, or make a lot of money, it's totally up to you how you want to do it. But Kajabi is the place to do it. Obviously, you need more than 10 days to build and grow a business. However, I am going to give you in these 10 days exactly step by step what to do: first, second, third, fourth, fifth, all that, so that at least after these 10 days, you know exactly what to do and how to do it. And I'm going to give you as many resources along the way that I have made, that I have built, that you can take advantage of, both on YouTube. And I'm going to tell you about an opportunity coming up in September to be a part of my private coaching group. There's all kinds of things that you can take advantage of. But for the next 10 days, you are going to get a plan, a step-by-step plan for exactly how to grow your business. So here's what to expect over the next 10 days. Tomorrow, day two, we're going to talk about your business idea. Let me just jump in here. I'm a teacher, 66 years old, beginner online business. I'm afraid I cannot do it. I am ready. Okay, love that. So he's talking about how he or she talking about there's a little bit of fear. What am I going to do? Can I do it? When we talk about your business idea tomorrow, it's going to help someone just like you, because what we're going to talk about is how do you come up with an idea that works for you? How do you come up with an idea that is built out of and comes from your own expertise? So one of the best ways to look at online business is to figure out, what are you already good at? What are people coming to you for advice about already? What is the thing that you could talk about for hours and people just, they flock to you, and you're the guy or you're the girl who is the person that people come to and they say, oh, we need tips and advice about this, or we need tips and advice about that. They know that you're the person. It's likely the thing that is so commonplace to you that it becomes somewhat like you devalue it, right? You know so much about it that you feel like your knowledge about it is normal. And what you don't understand, what's difficult to understand, is that your knowledge about it is actually not normal. It's unique to you. And there are people out there who would love to know even a fraction of what you know about that subject. And when you can identify what that is, you have your business idea. The key is to figure out how to take that business idea and build a business around it. So we're going to talk tomorrow about what is the idea? How do you qualify the idea, right? How do you decide if it's a profitable idea or not? How do you make sure that it's not just something that you're passionate about, but something that you can actually build a business around? When you put those two things together, something you're passionate about and something that people actually want to pay for to know about, you have the makings of an online business. So we'll talk all about that tomorrow and exactly what it looks like to identify that and to nail down what it's going to be. Let's check out some comments here. Zan the Man says, at MV, sign up to Kajabi using Lane Links. He has an encore course that will teach you everything. Yes, love that. Yeah, go to lanesebring.com/Kajabi. You can jump in there right now for the next 3 months for $99. He says, again, sign up to Kajabi. Okay, yeah, same comment. Course that will teach you everything. So I will say, if you're watching this like after the fact, after these 10 days are over, there's always the 30-day free trial that you can get using my link, lanesebring.com/Kajabi. And you can always get the same bonuses and benefits. The difference right now is a massive, massive discount for those first 3 months, $99 for 3 months. All right, so let's jump back into the content. So we're going to talk tomorrow about your business idea. Day 3, we're going to talk about your business infrastructure. So once you have an idea, you have to kind of build out some things. This is when we're going to get into Kajabi itself, and we're going to talk about how to lay the framework and set the foundation of a business on Kajabi. So we're going to talk about your website, what it should look like, how it should be structured. We're going to talk about your lead magnet. The lead magnet is the bridge between your content and your sales funnel or your email list. So how do you make a lead magnet? How do you structure that? We're going to talk about your landing pages on your website. What should they be? Like getting your lead people from your content to be interested in your lead magnet, and then on your landing page where the lead magnet's delivered, and then into your email sequence, which sells them on your courses and your membership sites, your coaching programs, things like that. That can be confusing. And if it sounds confusing, believe me, I will simplify it on day 3. I will make sense of it, and between what we talk about on these 10 days and the resources that I'm going to point you to, you'll have everything you need to make that happen. So don't be intimidated by that at all, but you have to have an infrastructure. It's not enough to have an idea. You have to figure out, okay, how am I going to structure this together? And this is where a lot of people fall apart in online business, because this is where you can just drown in tools, right? Okay, well, I need Squarespace for my website, right? Oh, I need Teachable for my courses. Oh, I got to go out and get a ClickFunnels for my, my funnel, my sales funnel process. Oh, I got to get a payment processor. Oh, I got to get a ConvertKit for my email. Before you know it, you've spent all this money and you have 1,000 different tools. And this is why I love Kajabi. And this is why we're talking about doing this on Kajabi, because Kajabi has all of those things built into one system, one piece of software, one login that ties all of that infrastructure together. So building out your infrastructure on Kajabi is actually pretty dang easy compared to everything else, and it's much, much cheaper. So we're going to talk about your infrastructure. Day 4, we're going to talk about your content plan. So content, we're going to talk about this on day 4, but content is the bread and butter of your online business. Content is the thing that keeps you top of mind with your potential customers. It's what builds your know, like, and trust factor. It's the thing that goes out for you and grabs your potential leads and pulls them into your ecosystem. Your content is going to be your most powerful tool and your best friend in business. But you got to have a good content plan. You have to know how you're going to go into this, and you have to make sure that your content is a bridge and not a dead end. What do I mean by that? When I first got into online business, my content was a dead end, right? I would finish a piece of content. I finished a video. This was over at Preaching Donkey, one of my online businesses. I'd finish a video and I would say, all right, well, there you go. There's the 4 things you need to write sermons faster. See you next time. Hope you enjoyed that. See you next time. That's a dead end. It's a dead end because I gave no call to action. I didn't give anybody anything to go deeper and further with me into the resources that I have available, some additional free resources and some paid resources, which is what makes it a business and not just a hobby, right? So it was a hobby for a long time. Just thanks for watching. See you next week. That's dead end content. Bridge content is where you provide a call to action to something that's going to invite them into your ecosystem where you can serve them more and you can eventually provide them with something to purchase that will serve them even further and also make what you're doing a viable business. That's a bridge. And we'll talk about how to make bridge content instead of dead end content on day 4. What questions do we have so far? By the way, we're going to do Q&A at the end, but if you have questions about today, what I'm talking about in this content, or anything we're going to discuss for the next 10 days, please leave a question and we'll jump into the questions in just a bit. All right. So now that you have day 4, we're going to talk about content. Then day 5, we're going to talk about building your coaching program. Now, remember, we're talking about how to fast track to 10K a month on Kajabi. One of the best, most effective ways to fast track your success is to build a coaching program right off the bat. The reason why is because you can start doing one-on-one coaching with zero preparation. If you're making content, people are liking your content, you can offer paid coaching right off the bat. And it's super easy to do on Kajabi. They have an amazing coaching program that has recently been launched within the last year. It's amazing. And it makes it so easy to start making money right away. When I started this business, the Lane Sebring brand, where I'm helping people take their passion and take their expertise and knowledge and build businesses around it. When I first started, I didn't have a product. I wasn't talking about Kajabi. I didn't have the coaching group that I have right now. It was just me and my YouTube channel. That was it. So right off the bat, I started offering one-on-one coaching, and immediately I had clients. I had clients jumping in right away because they thought my content was valuable, and the prospect of being able to work with me one-on-one was an attractive prospect to them. And so they jumped in with me, and I had coaching clients from day 1. And what was cool about that is you can charge a premium for one-on-one coaching because they're getting direct access to you right there in the moment, in real time, just you and them working on their issue. So whatever your niche is, if you're a fitness trainer and you have one-on-one coaching clients, if you're into gardening and you have one-on-one coaching clients, if you're a teacher and you're doing tutoring and you can coach people one-on-one, it's any business that works where before you build your course or while you're building a course and you're building up content, if you have any people at all that are watching you and benefiting from your content, you can begin to offer one-on-one coaching. We're going to talk all about how to do that and the best ways to get that set up. Day 6, build your mini course. This is where it gets fun because now we are going to start taking the best of what we've been teaching, what people have been responding to, and we're going to build our first mini course. And we're going to talk in day 6 about what makes it a mini course, how long should it be, what are the things that should be included in it, how much should you charge for it. And we're going to build a mini course. And the reason why we're going to build a mini course first is, again, we're trying as fast as we can to get a viable business up and running to $10,000 a month. So the very first thing we started doing was the content. We built out our infrastructure. We've got a good coaching program going. Now we're going to build a mini course because we can build it quickly and we can start serving people with a paid product right away. So we're going to talk in day 6 about how to build that mini course, and we can get it built pretty quick. Day 7, we're going to talk about launching your mini course. So what do you need to do to get your list, get your audience ready for a course? How do you present it to them? How do you say, hey, I got something to buy? Because at this point, There's a few people that have taken you up on coaching, which is awesome. And there's people that are watching your content and loving it. But this is the first time you're really going to say, hey, I've got something that you can purchase, and this is for everybody. So how do you do that? What should your expectations be? Do you launch it and then close it? Do you put it in Evergreen? We're going to talk about all that on day 7. Day 8, we're going to jump into building your flagship course. So now that we have a coaching program, we've got a mini course, and we've launched it, now it's time to start thinking about what is our flagship course. So what's the difference between a mini course and a flagship course? We're going to talk about that, but put simply, your flagship course is the whole just package of what you teach. It is the soup to nuts, top to bottom, end to end complete system of your entire thing. So whatever your niche is, if somebody just said, I want you to just teach me all of it, I want to know everything, just give it to me, give it all to me in a course, that would be a flagship course. And so we're going to nail down, what does that look like in terms of the modules, in terms of the lessons? We're going to get into all of that, the nitty gritty of what it looks like to build a flagship course on day 8. And then day 9, we're going to talk about how to launch it. And this is similar to building and launching a mini course, but there are differences. And so day 6 through day 9 are going to be building and launching a mini course, and then building and launching a flagship course, so that by the end of day 9, you're going to know, here's the plan to have a mini course built and launched, have a flagship course built and launched, so that now we've got 2 different courses, a small one and a big one, a mini one and a flagship one. And we have a coaching program, and those are out there, and we're making content, building our list. And then day 10, we're going to talk about your evergreen machine. How do you take this and make it a business that runs on autopilot? I want to tell you something kind of cool. I recently just took 6 weeks off from my business. It was originally just supposed to be July. I was going to take a month off, travel a little bit with my family, and then jump back into this on August 1st. Things changed because we came back from our vacation and decided we wanted to move to where we had just vacationed. So it's a long story. I'll make a video about it. So we decided to move. So we moved from Tennessee to Florida, and that took up another 2 weeks. So I actually didn't work for 6 weeks. Well, guess what? My business didn't skip a beat. Worked ahead on my content. Everything else runs itself. Because of the power of Kajabi, everything, the content's out there, brings people into my email list. My email list sells them on my courses, and things just keep running. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. So in day 10, I'm going to talk about how you can set up that exact thing. How do you get an evergreen machine that works for you in the background of your life, so that you're not pouring everything, all your hours and days into building a business? Let's jump into some comments here. Let's see. Hi, Lane. I know this is probably a day 9 question, but our course is launching on Sunday. Very good. Congrats on that. I love that you're already launching a course. Awesome. Question is, do you know if it is possible to charge value-added tax to certain countries and not others? That's a great question. That is a question that you should talk to a accountant about, because there's some, legal things there. And I don't give like accounting or legal advice, but I would guess that with your payment processors, there's ways to manage that. I will tell you, in online business, one of the things that has been very, very difficult for governments, localities, software, all of these kind of entities that come together, one of the things that's been hard to figure out in online business is, how do we do taxes? How do we do sales taxes? Most accountants will tell you to just do your best and hope for the best. But again, I don't give legal advice. I would say make sure you talk to an accountant or a tax attorney to figure out how to do this and stay compliant. That's how I'd answer that. Sorry that I know that's not very helpful, but congrats on your course, and I think that's awesome. Hi, Lane. This is incredible of you. Will you be doing replays for any of the next 10 days? Thank you, Gil Polk in upstate New York. Well, thank you. First of all, thanks for the kind words. And yes, these are going to be on YouTube for the rest of time, as long as there's an internet, and as long as there's YouTube, and as long as they leave my videos up there. So yeah, they'll be up there, but it's more fun live. So be here live every day. And I would love for that. Which one includes you talking about the email system? So I think we're going to talk about the email system in day day 3, which is when we're going to talk about your infrastructure. But we'll talk a lot about email throughout the course of the next 10 days. All right, so let's talk about why Kajabi. Like, why would we do why Kajabi? Why 10 days on Kajabi and not just 10 days to 10K in your online business? Well, I'm a huge proponent of getting people started on Kajabi from day one, because in your online business, there are so many things that you have to kind of figure out all at once. There's so many things that are just required of you from day one. You have to kind of know how to make content. You have to know how to structure. You have to know how to build it together. You have to learn a lot of things all at once. And I can help you through that. I can walk you through that. None of it is rocket science. I'm here to help you every step of the way. But one of the things that I don't want you to have to deal with as a barrier is software. Software should be easy, it should be integrated, it should be user-friendly, and it should be intuitive. And Kajabi is all of those things. So if you try to piece together all the different types of software, number one, you're going to spend a lot more money than you should. Number two, it's going to be way more complicated, and so many things can go wrong. If you're on Kajabi, all of those distractions are eliminated, and you can focus on what you do best, which is serving your clients with amazing content, building your audience, building that know, like, and trust factor so that people begin to know you, like you, and trust you. And then they look to you as the person who they can learn from about XYZ topic. And we can let the software figure itself out, because once we set some things into motion, it becomes this automated machine that works even when you don't. That is why Kajabi. And so we're going to jump in to Kajabi as we're going through this. I'll demonstrate some things, but what we're going to teach over the next 10 days is the main strategy overall. Let's see. Appreciate your answer. I was mainly asking in terms of the Kajabi side. When setting up your offer, can you have different offers based on the customer's location? That's a great question. I think that's possible to do. However, I have not looked into it as much as I should have probably. So you might want to contact support at Kajabi and see what options they have available. All right. So I have a playlist that I want to point you to. We're not done yet. Keep asking questions, but I want to mention this is a playlist that I want you to go through before we meet again tomorrow. And I'm going to drop it in the chat here. This is a playlist that is a complete walkthrough of Kajabi. So if you click there on the chat, you should be able to get to it. Hopefully, I don't know if hopefully that'll link to it. But that is a playlist where I walk through the dashboard of Kajabi. There's several different videos. You can pick which ones you want to watch, but it will give you an overview of what to expect on Kajabi, how it all fits together, how it works, and it will prepare you for what we're going to dive into tomorrow. So to review what to expect over the next 10 days, we're going to talk about your business idea, day 2, your business infrastructure, day 3, your content plan on day 4, building your coaching program on day 5, building your mini course on day 6, launching it day 7, building your flagship course day 8, launching it is day 9, and then number 10, day 10 is going to be your Evergreen machine, how to put it all together and make it work even when you don't. Now, I want to mention this. You can get a deep dive into all these concepts that we talked about here in my private coaching program, and I'm actually about to do another round of it. Just go to lanesebring.com/insiders. You can see it's a private coaching community. It's limited to 6 people, and it only happens twice a year, and it's coming up very soon. So if you're interested in that, there's a link to that in the chat. You can check it out there. And as I mentioned before, if you're not on Kajabi yet, be sure to jump into it. 3 months, $99 using my link, 45-minute one-on-one call with me where we'll talk about your business, your how to get started on Kajabi, what your goals are for your business. And then you go through my course, Kajabi Accelerator, which is really good. Lots of resources in there to help you get the best possible start. lanesebring.com/Kajabi. Let's see. Oh no, we clicked the link. It takes us away from you. Tell them to click after your live. Oh yeah, great. Thanks for saying that, Zan. I did not think about that, but yes, if you click the other YouTube link, it'll take you away from here. So yeah, definitely wait till that. I'll take questions now. If you have questions, let me know in the chat. Any questions that you might have about where we're gonna go with this. Mark is from San Diego. Welcome, Mark. Love that you're joining us today. And we are wrapping up for today. But again, we got just an amazing 10 days coming. We're going to talk about your business idea, your business infrastructure, content plan. It's going to be amazing. Launching your course, your Evergreen machine. Love it. Mention this. I put a playlist in the chat that you can go through and get a deep dive of everything we're doing with more personalized interactions with hot seats and in a mastermind format in my private coaching community, lanesebring.com/insiders. Much fun stuff happening. We have a comment. Let's see what this is. Let's see. Would you do a landing page audit? Yeah, if you email me your landing page, lane@lanesebring.com, I'll do my best to get to it. And we may even talk about it tomorrow if you're on here. But yeah, hit me up on email and I'll take a look at it. The other link works just fine. Everyone should sign up for Lane's Insiders. Yeah, Zan was in the first round of Insiders, and he was a star student. Everyone should apply. You can apply at lanesebring.com/insiders. And it's really great. So Mark says, thanks, Lane. Yeah, absolutely. I love San Diego, by the way. San Diego is a really beautiful place. Love going to San Diego. All right. Well, yeah, absolutely, Emil. So, all right. Here's what I would love for you to do. Go through the playlist that I left here in the chat, the walkthrough of Kajabi. It's on my email. It's on my YouTube channel. There's lots there. Sign up for Kajabi, lanesebring.com/Kajabi, and then we'll be here tomorrow, same time, 10 o'clock. By the way, the subsequent days are likely going to be longer. Today was kind of a let's hit the ground running with an introduction. Tomorrow and the subsequent days might go more like 45 minutes, but we'll try to start right at 10 o'clock and go until about 10:45 every day. Love to have everybody here every day. That would be so fun. And invite your friends. If you think this is valuable, share the link, invite people to come. The more people on here, the more questions we get, the more engaged the chat is, the more valuable it's going to be for everybody. So thank you for being here. I'm so excited. Cannot wait to help walk you through this journey and see what you do with your online business. So we'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Welcome to day 2 of Crush It on Kajabi in 10 days. 10 days to 10K on Kajabi. I am so excited to be jumping in this today with you. We are going to talk about how to determine your business idea. How are you going to structure your business? What are you going to structure it around? What are you going to talk about? What kind of products are you going to make? And what is going to be your particular unique topic or niche? We are very, very excited about this because this is one of the most important things to decide early on in your business what your business is actually going to be about. We are live, and so if you're watching this right now, be sure to leave a comment and let me know where you're watching from, and let me know what you're hoping to get out of today's content. If you're watching this later on, you might want to skip ahead about 5 minutes where we'll be getting into the content. So let's see who is here. Zan the Man says day 2, let's go. He also says, where's Hendrix? Here he is. Let's see. He's right back there. Hey, Hendrix. There he is. There's the doggy. He's like, why did you get me up? There he is. Now I'm finally out of the way. Hey, buddy. What's up? You want to say hi? Yeah, he's keeping us company. Eric Williams says hello from SoCal. Nice. I bet it's a beautiful day there in Southern California. Welcome. We're going to let some more people hop on. And if you're here but haven't jumped in the chat yet, let us know where you're watching from and what you're hoping to get out of it. I am in Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. Let's see. Nash Vegas. Woot woot. Peter H is in Nash Vegas. Very cool. Very cool. Lane, with that shirt, you must live in Florida. Yes, I am now Florida man. That's my new thing. I'm Florida man. So you'll be reading news stories about me soon, I guess. But yes, Santa Rosa Beach. That's me. Love hearing people jumping in the chat. As people are joining and jumping in the chat, let us know where you're watching from. Also want to invite you to download my free super simple guide. It's a great companion to what we're talking about on these lives. It's totally free. You can find it at lanesebring.com/super simple. And as we are talking about Kajabi, I want you to jump into Kajabi using my link. Right now, through the end of August, if you use my link, you get your first 3 months of Kajabi for $99. That is an incredible discount. And what that allows you to do is it allows you a head start, kind of a running head start to get on Kajabi and get your business up and going and get your first product or products built out before you start paying the full price of Kajabi, which is also a great deal. But 3 months for $99 with my link. You also get my 45-minute one-on-one Zoom call. You get the Kajabi Accelerator course, and you get my course email template. All that is yours as a way of saying thank you for using my link, because it is an affiliate link. So I do get a small commission when you use it. lanesebring.com/Kajabi is where to get that information. So with that said, welcome to 10 days to 10K on Kajabi. Let's look at some comments. Maria's here too. Greetings to everybody. Love it. Love it. Welcome. Let's see. How close are you to Graham? So he's in Tampa. I'm in Santa Rosa Beach. It's about 6 hours. Florida's a big state. Covers a lot of ground. Hello from Colorado. John Dillon. Love it. That's a cool profile picture. I like that. Or thumbnail, whatever it is. Playing guitar. Very cool. Does your niche have something to do with music, or is it going to have something to do with music? I'm just curious. I keep planning to pick the guitar back up at some point. I used to play, not very skilled, but used to play just a little bit, and I would love to get back into it. So yeah, again, if you have not yet, let us know where you are watching from, what you're hoping to get out of today. Again, we're going to talk about your business idea, how to determine it, how to make sense of it, how to know if it's going to be profitable, all of that. John says, maybe I have too many niches. Well, that is a great segue into what we're going to talk about today, because we're going to talk about how to narrow down your niche or niche into something that is going to be a profitable idea. One more from Zan. You and Graham should do a YouTube collab. Just saying, I would love that. If he was down for that, I'd totally do it. And I'll have to ask him. All right, so let's go here. And again, welcome to 10 days to 10K on Kajabi. Let's go ahead and jump into today's content. If you're ready, say I'm ready in the comments. Just jump down there and say I'm ready. That'll make me feel really good. So go ahead and say I'm ready if you're ready, and then we'll jump down there and do it. Today is day 2. It is your business idea. Your business idea. I want to mention, when I was first starting, as we're getting into this, when I was first starting, I had I didn't know the first time. All right, good. John says I'm ready. Eric says I'm ready. Peter H says I'm ready. Good. I love it. I love to know that we're ready to go. When I was first starting in my online business, this was 8 years ago, my first online business. First of all, I didn't know that I was starting an online business. It wasn't something that I even knew was a thing yet. At the time, I was just starting a blog, which turned into an online business, and now a very successful one that has been great for my family and I, and it serves a lot of people. But at the time, I was just starting a blog, and at that time, I knew that there was a whole lot of people who were in the space that I was in. So I was a church leader. I was a pastor. There was a lot of people blogging and writing at the time about leadership, church leadership, things like that. And so I wanted to contribute to that space, but I didn't want to just get lost in a sea of everything else. And plus, everything that had been said about leadership had been said. I didn't have anything valuable to add that I felt like I could give to that topic. So I actually just started blogging about preaching, and not only blogging about preaching in particular, but how to communicate well when you preach. So not even like the content of your sermon, but how you deliver it. And then I started realizing that the people I was going after and the people I wanted to find my content were people who were looking for more creative ways to deliver messages than what they might have just been taught in seminary, which was like a master's program for pastors that I had gotten my seminary degree and all of that kind of stuff. And I started to realize I have an opportunity here to actually narrow who I'm speaking to. And as I did that, it was kind of experimental. Now I know it to be good practice, but at the time it was just experimental. I thought, what if I narrow this down to something that is very, very particular? I wonder if that would grow it faster. And it worked, because that's how it works. If you're talking to everybody, you're really talking to nobody. One of the reasons why on this channel, on my personal brand on Lane Sebring, I focus on Kajabi in particular, is because while I welcome anybody who's trying to start an online business, I want to be the person who is the go-to resource for everything you need to know on Kajabi, getting started on Kajabi, building your business on Kajabi. And as I do that, I can provide courses along the way to help grow your business in the context of doing it this way. So those are a couple of lessons that I have learned about when you're determining an idea. It's really, really helpful to narrow down. And what I want to do is I want to walk you through a set of questions to ask. And this is just one of the things that I take anybody through that I'm coaching. As you're thinking about your business idea, there's a set of questions that you need to ask yourself. Some of this, if you might be watching this and you might already have your niche determined. Even if that's the case, it's still helpful to go through these questions, because what you might find is that either the niche that you've determined is not something that really lights your fire, right? You should pick something else. Or the niche that you're working on isn't in demand in the market, so it may not be profitable, or any number of the things above. Or maybe it just goes to confirm that the idea that you have is rock solid and it's the one that you should run with. Whatever the case, these questions will help you make that determination. So let's read through these questions and let's get going here. Number one, what hobby or interest is unique to you? What hobby or interest is unique to you? So what are the things that you are doing, like a hobby, or interested in, okay, that is something that maybe not everybody around you does or is interested in? Could be fishing, could be fitness, could be some kind of craft that you do. It could be video games. It could be gardening. It could be, coding on a computer. It could be designing websites. It could be any number of things that is just kind of your thing. It really lights your fire. It interests you and it's unique. And when I say unique, I don't mean you're the only one interested in it, because you can always find a community of people, especially online, who are interested in a similar topic. But it's unique to you, especially among the people that you live with and live around. It's not something that everybody does, but it's unique to you. All right. Here's another question to ask. What topic could you talk about for hours? This is a really, really important aspect of determining an online business topic, because you are going to talk about this thing for days and days and hours and years to come. Absolutely, there's no way I could have made Preaching Donkey what it is if I wasn't passionate about both pastors and their churches and the way they lead and the way they preach. There's just no way I could continue talking about it if I wasn't passionate about helping people start and grow successful online businesses that free them up because of the life-changing passive income they can create for themselves. There's no way that I could continue doing my Lane Sebring brand. You have to be passionate about it. And those two topics are something that I could talk about and do talk about for hours and hours and hours. Anybody who wants to talk to me about business knows I'll talk shop. I'll sit up and talk shop all night if you want, about your business idea, what you want to do, how you want to structure it. Love talking about that. So what is the thing that you could talk about and you find yourself talking about easily and for long periods of time without it being an issue for you. You don't get bored, you don't lose interest. There's always something more to think about, always something more to kind of to uncover. You just love to talk about it. Next question. What do people come to you about for advice? What do people come to you about? What do they say? Oh, you're the person, you're the guy, you're the girl that when I have a question about trying to get my kid to sleep through the night, my 2-month-old kid won't sleep, you're the person I go to. Or you're the person I go to try to figure out how to get my dog to follow simple commands. Maybe you're great at dog training. Or gosh, you're the person I go to when I can't figure out how to get the weeds out of my lawn. I've done everything I can, I just don't know what to do. Or you're the person I go to when I want to lose 10 pounds and keep it off. What do people come to you and you're the person that they say, if we have this problem, this is the person who will solve it. That is when you know that you're on to something that could be incredibly powerful for a business idea. If any of these, by the way, relate to you at all, or if they're starting to make your wheels turn a little bit, let me know in the comments what you're thinking so far. And we'll do some Q&A at the end, but I'm happy to do Q&A all throughout this live. Next, what valuable skill or information could you easily teach others about? What valuable skill or information could you easily teach others about? The reason why this is so important is because you want to take something that is a valuable skill, meaning that it's something that what makes it value is that people want to learn it. That's what makes it valuable. It's not necessarily something that a lot of times people think that you have to create online businesses around things that make other people money if you want them to be successful. That's not what valuable means in this case. Although that does work, but a valuable skill, the value of that skill is really just determined by, will people pay to learn about it? And people will pay to learn how to do their hobby or interest better, regardless of whether it ever makes them any more money. This is why non-professional, I was just having a conversation with a friend of mine. He is not a pro golfer, okay? He loves to golf, but he does not make a dime from golfing. I don't know. He's probably pretty good. I've never golfed with him because we live in different states, but he has spent a lot of money on a coach, a swing coach, to help him swing his golf club better. And he spent, I think to this point, thousands of dollars on a coach to help him swing so he can do a hobby better. A hobby that's only going to cost him money. It's never going to make him money. So that swing coach, I don't know who that swing coach is, but that's a perfect example of someone who does in-person swing coaching for thousands of dollars. He probably, if he wanted to, could do content about it online. He could sell online courses about it. He could make a ton of money by scaling that skill, which is just teaching a hobby to most people who are just hobbyists and will never, ever use that skill to make money. So valuable doesn't mean that you're teaching a monetizable skill. It just means that people want it. So do you have a valuable skill? In other words, people want to learn about it. They're interested in it enough. They're fired up about it. And when you talk about it, they want to know. They want to learn about it. So what's the valuable skill or information? So again, there's the skill, like here's how to do something. There's also information. People will pay for information. Here's what you need to know in order to achieve said goal. Information could be teaching them about a skill. It could also be teaching them mindset, could be teaching them how to think differently, how to kind of view their life or their circumstances differently. It could be kind of mental work, that kind of thing. People will pay to learn things that are valuable to them. So do you have a valuable skill or valuable information that you can easily teach others about? And here's what I mean by easily. I mean that if somebody asks you just a simple question, let's say you're that golf instructor and somebody goes to you and says, I'm having some trouble. I'm slicing my swings. I've tried everything. Well, what do you suggest? It's easy for you to go, well, let me see your swing. And they swing. And then you say, well, here's what you're doing. Here's what I would suggest. Try this, try that. Easy. For me, if somebody sends me a sermon that they've preached and they say, hey, can you take a look at this and tell me some things I could do better? Within 2 minutes of watching that video, I've already got a list of 10 things, because I'm looking at a lot of things that maybe other people don't even see: the environment, the atmosphere, the way they carry themselves, the eye contact they make, the hand gestures, the way their voice sounds, the tone, the way they present the material, the way they walk into the room, the way they handle their notes. All of that stuff just rolls off my tongue, and it's easy to teach others about that. So what is that skill that you have that you could easily teach others about? And it's valuable for them to understand and know. They want to know about it, or someone out there wants to know. And that's the beauty of online business. Not everybody has to care, right? You can narrow it down very, very narrow and still reach a lot of people. You can still reach thousands of people, even if it's a very narrow, specific niche. So what valuable skill information could you easily teach others about? We got a comment here. If there was a problem, okay. Okay, so I'll tell you a funny story, Eric. When I said that, that's exactly what I was thinking. And and I was about to quote that song. It was on the tip of my tongue. That's why I paused for a second. And then I kept going because I didn't want to lose my train of thought. And I didn't know if anybody would catch the reference. So, wow, I love that. That's awesome. If there's a problem, I'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. All right. Okay, so let's review. So far, we've talked about what hobby or interest is unique to you. What could you talk about for hours? And what do people come to you about for advice? And then what valuable skill or information could you easily teach others about? So those are some simple questions, and there might be more that would be helpful. Essentially, what we're going after is, what are you interested in, / what experiences have you had, / what knowledge do you have that's unique and particular to you that maybe not everybody shares. Now, I will say that it is very common for people to have a unique skill and not know it, or have a unique set of experiences and not know it. And the reason why is something that is called the curse of knowledge. And this is something, before we move on with kind of more things to consider with your niche, is that you have to realize that once you know something, once you know a skill, once you have an experience, once you know and understand some information or how a process works, it's almost impossible for you to remember what it's like to not know that thing. It's very difficult for you to put yourself in the shoes of someone who doesn't have the information or knowledge that you have. And the reason why is because in our minds, we have moved so far past the basics of this that it seems pedantic and pedestrian and mundane to even bring those things up. And so sometimes we can think people already know all this. Everybody in my field, everybody in my industry, they all know this. They've all experienced this. They all get it. And the truth is, they haven't. They don't. They don't know what you know. They haven't experienced what you've experienced. I have seen this in both of my businesses and in everybody that I've coached, that if you really hone in on a particular skill or topic or idea, and you begin to make content about it, you will find that not everybody knows what you know about that topic. And that's how it's supposed to be. That's normal, because you're the expert, or you're the one. If the word expert scares you, just consider it like you're the content creator. So you should have an edge on it. But where this comes against us is the curse of knowledge, where we think, oh, this is so commonplace. No one's going to care. No one's going to want to know this information. Everybody's just going to say, oh, ha, ha, ha. Like everybody, like you're just stating the obvious. And the truth is that just doesn't happen. The vast majority of people are not experts in your niche. They're common people who want to know what you know and appreciate when you simplify things so that they are easy to understand. I heard Graham Cochran say one time that where there is overwhelm, there is opportunity. So if people in the topic that you're in are overwhelmed with all the information coming at them and all the competing things, I think about fitness with this, right? Think about how many different philosophies there are to lose body fat and gain muscle and have a healthy diet, lifestyle, physique. so much information, so much contradictory information, so many things to do I believe this or do I go with that? Lots of overwhelm. People become overwhelmed because of all the information and all the complexity coming at them. Where there is overwhelm, there is opportunity, because you have a chance to now step into that complexity, step into that overwhelm, and provide solutions that simplify and provide clarity. And so don't ever lose the fact that you, even though it seems so commonplace to you, it might just be the thing that someone needs, and you might just be the person to provide that information to them in a way that is life-changing and transformative. So let's look at some comments here before we move on. Let's see. Professional actor. I teach I gotta learn how to read. I teach theatrical improv to help with creativity, spontaneity, communication, confidence, and trusting other instincts, but especially for fun and laughs. I love that. That is an awesome niche. And there's so much there. And there's so many applications for that. I would imagine you wouldn't have to be an actor to benefit from that, because I'm looking at this as a content creator and a public speaker, and I'm thinking, wow, creativity, spontaneity, communication, confidence, and trusting instincts. That sounds, I want to learn. So yeah, that's amazing. That's awesome. I love it. Let's see. We're all experts in something. Yes, John, 100%. We all are. And the thing that we are expert in is usually the thing that we don't give ourselves credit for being expert in. Absolutely. All right, so we left it here. What valuable skill information could you teach others? Now, here's what I want you to do. Make a list under each topic of potential ideas you can make content on. Pay attention to which ideas come easily, which ideas are you most excited about, and then narrow it, cut off, and I didn't catch that, but narrow it down to one or two main ideas that you love the most. So take the answer to all those questions. So what are your hobby or interest is unique to you? Make a list of those things. What topic could you talk about for hours? What do people come to you about for advice? What valuable skill information could you easily teach others about? Take all of those, make a list under each one that you could possibly make content on. This doesn't mean that you will make content on. It just means that you could if you wanted to, or it would work, or it's an idea that you're at least interested in. And pay careful attention to the ones that come easily. Which ideas are you most excited about teaching others? Circle those, narrow it down to one or two, and you're kind of getting close to where you need to be able to get to make a decision. Let's go back to the comments here. Right, I gear it toward non-actors. Yeah, that's awesome. That's great. I'm wondering, Gil, are you on Kajabi yet? Like how far along is this business? I'm just curious if you've jumped on yet, and if you've started making content, courses, things like that. I'd love to know. Okay, so here's one thing I want to make sure that you understand. We all can understand this together. People are not searching online for generalized help from generalized help from people with multiple interests, right? Nobody goes to Google and says, I would like to find some general help from people who have a multiplicity of, they're just kind of, you're every person. They just love everything. They just want to be, they're interested in so many things they can't decide. No, they are looking for specific help for a specific problem. If your content is for everyone, it is for no one. If you're writing to everybody, you're writing to nobody. You have to determine what is the specific problem that your content is going to solve. So we started out looking at hobbies and interests, right? What are you interested in? What's unique to you? What do people come to you for advice about? What's the valuable skill or information you could easily teach? So we went from the level of kind of hobby and talking and interest to what do people actually come to you for advice about, to what is valuable. So if you see, there's a little bit of a narrowing that's already happening. And now we're looking at this question of what is the specific problem that your content is going to solve. When it comes to Preaching Donkey, my problem that I'm solving is a lack of confidence. When preachers have a lack of confidence in their ability to connect and communicate with an audience, to capture them, to kind of bring them in and hold their attention and call them to some kind of next step or life change. When they lack the confidence and ability to do that, it's a major problem for them. So that's what my content is helping to solve. That's the problem I solve. I solve it in a lot of ways, but that is the main thing I'm going for, is helping them to be confident when preaching and everything that goes into it. When it comes to this brand, Lane Sebring, I am solving the problem of people who want to take their knowledge and expertise and skill, and they want to create some kind of online business around it. But there are so many tools, so many pieces of software, so many ways to go about it. And there's so many time wasters. There's so many things that you can do that don't actually grow an audience, don't put money in your pocket, don't grow your business. And so there's a tendency for people to kind of go, oh, I don't know what to do. I don't have all kinds of time. I don't want to waste all kinds of time and all kinds of money. My problem that I'm solving is helping those people find a clear, simple path. It's one of the reasons why I like to use the idea of simplicity. That's one of the reasons why I talk about my super simple guide at lanesebring.com/super simple, because it is a simple path to get from your idea to a profitable online business that eventually replaces your full-time income and provides you and your family with a great life. So you got to remember and you got to determine what is the specific help that your content is going to provide. Let's check out a comment here. I'm a Christian and want to save my marriage. Great. Yeah, it looks like your content is about marriage and family. So that's awesome. And MFT, that's marriage and family therapy, if I'm right. So that's awesome. Yeah. I think there's a whole lot of help that you can provide in the marriage and family space. Let me give you an idea formula. Your knowledge plus your passion plus demand equals a profitable idea. Let's break this down. Your knowledge. I'm going to lump knowledge in with experience and expertise. I mean, basically, your knowledge comes from the set of experiences that make up your life. So as you expand your knowledge in a given area, your ability to teach and to communicate that knowledge becomes greater and greater. But you have to have some kind of knowledge from your expertise, from your experience, from your study. That's your knowledge. Plus your passion, right? So knowledge without passion, like you're knowledgeable about it, but you don't care about it. That doesn't work. You actually have to care about it. You have to have some kind of passion for it. You can't be bored with it, because you're going to talk about this for the next, like every week for the next several years, if you want this kind of business to grow into something that's life-changing in terms of the people you help and the money you make. It has to be something you're passionate about, and it can't be something that you just kind of are doing just because you can make some money. You got to be passionate. So your knowledge plus passion plus demand. In other words, there has to be a demand for this kind of information. You can have a lot of knowledge of it and a lot of passion for it, and there's no demand for it. One of my business mentors jokes around about how much he loves pizza and donuts, and he knows a lot about pizza and donuts, but if people paid him, there's no one, he can be as knowledgeable as he wants about pizza and donuts and as passionate as he wants about eating pizza and donuts, but there is no demand for watching him eat pizza and donuts. There's just not. So it does not equal a profitable idea. You need all three: your knowledge plus your passion plus a demand. So again, going back to my example of preaching donkey, my knowledge about preaching and communication is very vast, given my background, my experience as a preacher, my training in communication. So I've got that down. My passion, I love pastors. I love church leadership. I want to see churches grow and do well. I want to see them thrive. So there's lots of passion there. And there's a demand for it, because there's a whole lot of pastors that are very frustrated and don't feel the confidence they need to communicate well. So knowledge, passion, demand equal a profitable idea. In this business, my knowledge in online business goes back years and years with a ton of experimentation. I tried everything over these last 8 years and finally found a clear, simple path that has grown my business to multiple six figures and hopefully soon beyond. So there is the knowledge. There's a ton of passion, because it's been life-changing for me to have this kind of business. It has set me completely free financially. It's set me free time-wise. I am truly, like, it sounds cliche, but I am truly living the dream, and I'm nothing special. Anybody can do this. your knowledge, okay, my knowledge of business plus my passion for it, plus demand. There's lots of people who are overwhelmed. They want to take their knowledge and skill and make something out of it online. It's confusing. There's a lot of moving parts, and I want to provide clarity and simplicity to them and give them a clear path. Knowledge plus passion plus demand equal a profitable idea. So as you are testing your idea, you have to think about, okay, what am I knowledgeable about? What am I passionate about? And is there a demand for it? If all three of those things line up, then it's a profitable idea. So take your list that you did where you narrowed down to the things that you're really interested in and put them under this test. Am I knowledgeable about it? Am I passionate about it? Is there a demand for it? Those three things are the most important stuff. Let's see. Mark says, yes. Eric, I've been a youth pastor for 30 years. I want to help youth pastors have a greater impact on the students they serve by giving them practical youth ministry tools. I love that. That's awesome, Eric. I just wonder if churches will spend money on courses. Yes, I can tell you they will. They'll spend a lot of money. In fact, one of the ways that I like to think about it is think about how many churches will send their entire student ministry team to a student ministry conference and spend thousands of dollars on the tickets and on travel and meals for a 3-day conference when you could provide them a course for $300 that they could take together as a team. So there's ways to look at it like that. But yes, there's even just in the United States, there's 350,000 churches and almost all of them want to do what they do better. Let's see, went through a divorce and developed a program to save marriages. Love that. I love that because, that so many online businesses come out of your own pain and your own experience. And that's some of the ones that work the best when you're able to say, hey, I went through this and now I want to help others to either avoid this pain or achieve this success or both. So that's awesome. This has been a lot of fun today. So just to recap, your idea has to be your knowledge plus your passion plus demand. So the kind of homework for today is to take that list that you've narrowed down, put it under this test, and by tomorrow, you should have something decided. One of the things that I love that Alex Hormozy says is that sometimes people will have multiple ideas, multiple niches, too many things. And he says, pick one. And the reason, actually, he uses a expletive to make his point, which I won't do, but he just says, pick one, because the thing is, any niche will work. If it meets this criteria, you know enough about it, you're passionate enough about it, and it's in demand, it will work. So many people get paralyzed by the deciding, I don't know, should I do this or should I do that? So then sometimes they'll try to do both, and then both are not really as good as they could be. Pick something, go with it long enough to grow it, and then if you want to add something later, you can. But that's your homework. Your knowledge plus your passion plus demand equals a profitable idea. So what is that for you? Can I ask a logistical question? Yeah, maybe later after I'm done. You can ask any logistical questions you want, my man. Want to mention a couple things as we're looking into where we're going to go for the next few days. So you're going to do that. So we're going to talk about what's coming up. So tomorrow we're going to get into your business infrastructure. This is we're going to get into your website, lead magnet, landing page, email, those kind of things. Also, I want to mention this. If you have not looked into lanesebring.com/insiders, I'm about to do another round of insiders, which is my private coaching community. It lasts for 8 weeks. It's limited to 7 people. It's apply only. You can apply at lanesebring.com/insiders. It starts in September. It starts in about a month and it goes for 8 weeks. We meet live on Zoom. We have it's a mastermind, but it also has hot seats. It's amazing. Here's what one of my former students said. After the Insiders program and working with Lane, my channel is quickly growing. I'm about to launch my paid content, and I'm in negotiations for a 5-figure brand deal with a company in my vertical. This was easily one of the best decisions I've made in the last 10 years. That's Alex Witherow, the founder of Car Rental University, and he started that in the same group that Zan the man was in with Insiders, which is pretty cool. Zan is on here as well. So look into that if you haven't yet, lanesebring.com/insiders. If you're not currently on Kajabi, this is the time to get on there. Go to lanesebring.com/Kajabi, join using my link. You get the 3 months of Kajabi for $99. And by the way, if you're watching this after the fact, like if you're watching this after August of 2022, the 30-day trial is always available. So you can go on there and get the 30-day trial, and everything else I'm mentioning you'll still get. The 45-minute call with me, Kajabi Accelerator course, and the $25,000 course launch email template. That's all there. But if you're watching live and you're not on Kajabi yet, it is the time to do it, because you're going to get 3 months for $99 if you join right now using my link. Let's see. Okay, let's see. All right. I don't see any other legit comments except Zan the Man. Love Alex. Such a great person. It's awesome. Yeah. Well, okay. So if there are no other comments, thank you all for being here today. I am so pumped about tomorrow. We're going to get into the infrastructure building. It's going to be awesome. Until then, be sure to check out lanesebring.com/insiders and lanesebring.com/Kajabi. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock Central. See you then. All right, we are live for day 3 of 10 days to 10K on Kajabi. We got the first comment already in from Zan the Man. He says, day 3, woohoo, let's go. So excited to be joining you today. We are going to be talking today in this video and in this live about your business infrastructure. We're going to talk about your website, what it needs to have on it, what it doesn't need to have on it. We're going to talk about your lead magnet, which is the bridge between your content and your email list. We're going to talk about some simple landing pages you need to build, and we're going to talk about a simple email sequence that you need to build. All of that is coming up in this live. If you're watching after the fact, go and skip ahead about 5 minutes and we'll dive into the content right now live. We're going to wait till a few more people jump on and join us. At the end of our time together today, we'll do a Q&A, which will be really fun. We'll answer your questions, and we'll answer questions along the way as well. So if you are watching live, be sure to let us know where you're watching from and what you want to get out of today's live. Also, I want to mention, I've been mentioning this every day so far on these 10 days, that is, get 3 months of Kajabi with my link for $99. The first 3 months of Kajabi for $99. You get a free 45-minute one-on-one Zoom call with me. You get my Kajabi Accelerator course, which is thebomb.org. Actually, just got a really cool comment on that from someone who just signed up for Kajabi yesterday and is using my link and going through that course, and they had some really good things to say about it there. So you get the 45-minute one-on-one Zoom call with me. We could talk about Kajabi, talk about your business, talk about how to get the best possible start on this platform. You get the Kajabi Accelerator course, and you get my $25,000 course launch email template. You can get all that over at lanesebring.com/Kajabi. And by the way, if you're watching this after the fact, you can always get the 30-day free trial and all the other amazing benefits that come with my link. So go there to check that out. We got day 3 from Zan the Man. Woohoo, let's go. Welcome everybody who's jumping on. Let us know where you're watching from and what you want to get out of today's live. We have some really fun stuff. I'm pumped about this whole thing, this whole 10 days in a row of going live. It's really fun for me. I've got my Dr. Pepper Zero to fuel today's, not the healthiest, but it is the tastiest. If you haven't had it yet, it's delish. But the reason why I'm so excited about today is because today is where we really start to get into the nitty gritty of if you're going to have an accelerated course or accelerated path from getting started to being successful and making that coveted $10,000 a month situation on Kajabi. This today is where you're going to build out the infrastructure to get going. It's where you're going to know that you've got a good foundation laid for your business. And I want to mention that the concepts that I'm covering in this, I go into more detail in my playlist, youtube.com/LaneSebringLive/playlist. I've got playlists for everything we're going to talk about today. So today's live will lay a great foundation for what you want to do with your website, your email sequencing, all of those things. And then when we're done today, go to my playlist on my channel and you'll actually find detailed instructions, video after video after video, walking through exactly how to do all of this on Kajabi. And those are there on YouTube. And also, if you want to just take a deep dive and have a very accelerated process to grow your business quickly, definitely check out Insiders. It's my private community. It's going to open up in September. I take 7 people at a time through it for 8 weeks. You have to apply for it, lanesebring.com/insiders. Let me know if that's something you're interested in by going there. If you just jumped on, welcome. Let's hear where you're watching from and what you want to get out of today's live. And we're going to go ahead and get started because it is 10:01 on my time. But if you're here and you're watching, let me know you're ready. Just say I'm ready in the chat. I would love to know that and be able to see who all is with us today. All right, let's jump in. Welcome to 10 days to 10K on Kajabi. Yesterday, we talked about your business idea, and we kind of looked at a few questions to ask to try to figure out what kind of business you want to make, what type of niche and topic you want to talk about, create content about. We asked questions like, what valuable skill or information could you teach others about? What do people come to you about for advice? And we ended yesterday by asking you to make a list and narrow down to the thing that really sticks out to you. And the big idea for yesterday was your knowledge plus your passion plus demand equals a profitable idea. So if you have knowledge, and we'll lump in experience with that, expertise about a topic, you've got knowledge, and you're passionate about it, means you actually care. You want people to know what you know. You're passionate about it enough where you can spend the next several years every week talking about that thing and finding yourself just loving it more and more and more as you go along. So knowledge plus passion plus demand. In other words, people have to actually want to know what you know for it to be a profitable idea. That's where we ended yesterday. So once you have that profitable idea, where you want to go from there is to go ahead and set up your business infrastructure. And that's where we're going to be today. What is the foundational elements for your online business? We got Peter H. Welcome back. Been here every day. Love it. Ready, interested in how to drive initial traffic to website on shoestring budget. Love that. We're going to talk about that today and especially tomorrow as we're talking about the content plan. But I will tell you, my method for driving traffic is 100% organic. I don't run any ads. I'm not against ads. I'm just saying you don't have to run ads. You can do it all for free. And I've managed to build 2 very successful businesses completely for free in terms of I don't pay for any traffic. I drive it all organically through my content. I'll talk about how that works and why it works best later today and especially tomorrow. So be sure to be here for that. Awesome. Let's dive in then to the business infrastructure plan. And here is, let's go ahead and get started. So first of all, your infrastructure, what does it include? When I talk about infrastructure, if you think about a city, a community, infrastructure, we think about roads and bridges, right? We think about the things that enable us to move freely about the city on these dedicated paths that the city designers and managers and contractors kind of paved out to say, this is how we navigate through the city. Well, your business needs the same thing. Your business needs an infrastructure so that people know how to get from your content, where they likely find out about you, to the things that you're selling and the services and products that you're providing. So we need to put that infrastructure in place before we just go out there and start making content. One of the things we're going to talk about tomorrow is we never want to have dead-end content. Dead-end content is content that doesn't take people anywhere. This is something that I did for a long time where my content, I would finish a video on preaching donkey. This was, as I was learning how to do online business. I've been doing this for 8 years, haven't always done it perfectly, still don't do it perfectly, but I do it a whole lot better than I used to because I actually have a plan now. And these last 3 years, it's just skyrocketed in terms of the growth because of the infrastructure that I've built. And I've taken people down a predictable path that makes sense. But in the old days, my content was a dead end. I would finish a video and say, all right, that's it. See you next time. And it was a dead end. And I would just hope they would come back for more, hope they would find my YouTube channel, hope they would find my podcast or my blog and come back. The problem is that is a dead end. It's bad infrastructure. We need bridges. We need to take people from the content to our email list, because in our email list is where we are going to be able to have a relationship with them, offer them more value, serve them better, learn what they need, and offer them products and continue that relationship until forever, until they unsubscribe, which I'll give you a little clue, a little hint. Most people don't. Most people just stay on. It's a pretty amazing thing. And most people check email more than you might think. So what are the elements of infrastructure? They are your website, your email list, and I'm getting out of order, your website, your lead magnet, your landing page, and a basic email sequence. Those are the basic building blocks, the basic infrastructure of the fast track. Now we're talking in these 10 days about getting to 10K on Kajabi as fast as we can. So we can come back later and build out more complicated systems. But for right now, we are going for what works and what works the fastest. And by the way, even down the road, you don't need much more than this to run a multiple 6 or 7 figure online business. This really isn't, it doesn't get much more complicated. That's why once you set up the infrastructure, you're good to go for a long, long time. So we're going to talk about your website, your lead magnet, landing page, and basic email sequence. So let's dive into the website. Your website is designed for one purpose, and that is to get people onto your email list. Your website does not need to be a glorified business card of everything you've ever done in your business, right? Leave that to LinkedIn, right? Your website does not need to be 15 pages of options for people to look at this thing that I did, and here's more about me, and here's a contact page, and here's my life story. You don't need that. Here's why you don't need that. You don't need that because none of that stuff is going to take people from your website and turn them into potential customers. All that stuff is going to do is distract them from what you really want, which is to get them from your website to your email list so that you can start doing you can have the relationship with them, you can get to know them, you can have them get to know you, can do all that, do all that, but do it inside your email marketing system. Don't try to do that on your website, because all it does is create noise and takes away from the primary purpose of the website, which is to get them from the website to your email list. So we'll talk about what your website needs to look like. And here is a very simple way to approach it. You're going to see a pattern here, okay? Let me know if you start to see a pattern. Build a basic website with a home page that points to your lead magnet, an about page, which points to your lead magnet, a start here page, which points to your lead magnet, and a blog that points to your lead magnet. I ran out of space, so I just had to shorten it to LM, okay? So let's go back. A home page. Your home page should be all about your lead magnet, which, by the way, we're going to get into what a lead magnet is here in just a second. But your home page needs to be all centered and geared towards one purpose, which is to get people to download the free lead magnet, which, by the way, I just want to go ahead and define this. Your lead magnet is a free, valuable resource in exchange for the person's email address. So a lead magnet can be, and we'll get into more detail in just a second, but a lead magnet could be a PDF, guide. It could be a checklist. It could be a video that is exclusive where it's not on YouTube, it's behind a paywall, and you could easily set this up, or not a paywall, but you have to subscribe to get to see it. And you can set that up easily within Kajabi. It could be a quiz. It could be any number of things. It just can't be available publicly. It has to be something that in order to access it, they have to give you their email address. So it's valuable. It's something that people want. It's something that people are interested in. So your homepage should be all about your primary lead magnet. So for example, my website, preachingdonkey.com, if you go to that website and you go to the homepage, the page that you land on, it is all going to be centered around one primary lead magnet, which is my 21-day guide to creating killer sermons. So I'm going to promote the guide at the top of the page. As you scroll down the page, I'm going to give you more reasons why you should get the guide. And then at the bottom of the page, I'm going to tell you to download the guide. It's like, get the guide. Here's why you should get the guide. Oh, hey, get the guide. Okay. The whole thing is about that guide. And in that, I'm also talking about it's implied what I do at Preaching Donkey. I'm helping you preach life-changing messages, but I want to do it best by putting this 21-day guide in your hands for free in exchange for you just putting in your email address. When you put in your email address, the welcome sequence kicks in, which we'll get to a little bit later today, and you become connected to me in a way that you wouldn't have been if you'd just been on my website perusing. So that's the home page. Make it about your lead magnet. Now, your about page needs to point to your lead magnet too. And the way I would suggest structuring this is take your about page and have a couple of sentences about yourself and what you do, but focus it around the customer, focus around the end user. Nobody cares about you. They care what they can get from you. At least that's true until they get to know you, like you, and trust you. Then they become much more interested in you. But when they first land on your site and they're trying to figure out, is this worth it? Is this person worth it? Is this content worth it? Do I really want to kind of go down this path? What they're looking for is, what's in it for me? So on your about page, make it about you to the extent that it might matter to that person, but then very quickly make it about them. And the way that you make it about them is offering them your lead magnet, your resource, your guide, your checklist, your quiz that is going to ultimately help them. So that's the way that you want to do your about page, which, by the way, these are simple pages. They don't have to be complex. You just want something that when people land on it, that's why they're called landing pages. When people land on it, it's easy for them to know exactly what to do. Now, you can do a start here page, which I like to combine my start here page on my website with my main landing page for my lead magnet. If any of this is confusing, I want to mention something that I mentioned before. You can go to, when we're done here, you can go to youtube.com/Lane Sebring live/playlist. And if that's kind of too long, just go to my YouTube channel, click on playlist. You will find a playlist for everything I'm talking about. You'll find a playlist for building out your website. You'll find a playlist for building out lead magnets. You'll find playlists for building out your email sequences. It's all on there. What I'm trying to do here is to give you the kind of order of how to do it from A to Z all along the way. And by the way I'm teaching you how to do that on those playlists is in the context of doing it on Kajabi, which is the best all-in-one business platform there is. So if you're not on Kajabi yet, definitely jump on there. You can use my link, lanesebring.com/Kajabi. You get 3 months of Kajabi. Right now, if you sign up before the end of August, you get 3 months of Kajabi for $99, and then all the other perks that are listed there. 45-minute one-on-one call with me, Kajabi Accelerator course, $25,000 course launch email template. It's all there. So definitely sign up for Kajabi. Look at the playlist, and you'll know exactly how to put all these pieces together that I'm talking about. So we're going to build a basic website. We got the home page. We got the about page. What I'm saying about the start here page is that my start here page serves also as the main landing page for my main lead magnet. So for example, my Preaching Donkey lead magnet, the primary lead magnet Preaching Donkey, is that 21-day guide. And the start here button on Preaching Donkey takes you to that lead magnets page. At least that's how I've had it set up, unless I changed it recently. I didn't check it this morning. But if you go to preachingdonkey.com/21days, it's just that lead magnet. That's all it's there. So in my content, I'm always promoting going to preachingdonkey.com/21 days. So set up your main website, about page, a home page, a start here page, which by the way, if you don't want to do an about page, that's fine. If you don't want to do a start here page, that's fine too. You pretty much have to have a home page. That's where people land. That's why I say make it all about the lead magnet. And if you want a blog option, which I don't really do many written blogs anymore, but what I use the blog for is when I post a video to YouTube, I take that video and the description from the video, and I just make that a post on my site so that my site is always up to date with all my content. But the blog itself, in the sidebar, it points to the lead magnet. At the end of every post, it points to the lead magnet. So you can kind of see that the theme, the overarching theme here is that your website should be a function that, and a piece of infrastructure that bridges people to your lead magnet. That is its purpose. Now, let's talk about what a lead magnet is. I talked about this just a second ago, but a lead magnet is a free, valuable resource in exchange for the person's email address. All right. So a lead magnet needs to do two things and two things only. Number one, a lead magnet must have a compelling promise, and it must deliver a quick win. So a compelling promise. It needs to be something that when you mention it, when the people in your niche who are interested in your content, when they hear you talking about your lead magnet, they say, oh my gosh, I want that. That sounds amazing to me. I would love to have that lead magnet. And that's a compelling promise. In other words, it's going to do something for them that they find valuable and attractive. And at the same time, it needs to deliver a quick win. In other words, it doesn't need to be a novel, doesn't even need to be an ebook. Short, simple guides, short, simple checklist, free video workshops. Those are the things that really work for this type of lead magnet. Something that is compelling in its promise and delivers a quick win. That way, they get it, and it's easy enough and short enough for them to implement right away and feel like they got something good out of it. They benefited from it. So the 21-day guide does that for the preachers. It helps them to create and deliver a message in 21 days. It delivers a quick win. And on this site, I have the super simple guide to your first $500. The win I'm trying to get is for people to earn their first $500 online and realize and kind of catch the buzz of online business. So you decide what it is for you, and you can experiment with lots of different kinds of lead magnets. You don't have to just have one. You can have one primary one. You can have a bunch of smaller ones. Totally fine. PDF guides, checklists, quizzes, video trainings, those all work as great options for lead magnets. So far we have a website and we have a lead magnet built. Now what we need to do is figure out a mechanism to deliver that lead magnet. And that's going to be where the basic email sequence comes in. So build a basic email sequence. This will deliver your lead magnet. You can do this on Kajabi. So the cool thing about Kajabi is it connects all of these dots together. Kajabi is where your website is. It's also where you host your email marketing services and your courses and everything. So it's all connected in Kajabi. And I explain how to do all this in my playlist, which I mentioned just a second ago. But build a basic email sequence, and this will deliver your lead magnet. Set your email sequence up to send a few emails over the first 4 to 5 days, delivering value and offering your courses and coaching. Now, we'll get into courses and coaching in subsequent days, in the days that are coming up. But even if you don't have a product yet, what you want to do in your email sequence is the first email is going to deliver your lead magnet, right? So they go to mygreatwebsite.com/free guide. Okay. And they say, wow, I like this person so much, I'm going to get their free guide. So they put it in there, put their email. The next page that comes up is the thank you page. We'll get into what you can do with the thank you page later on this week. But first page that comes up is the thank you page, and it says, thank you so much for downloading your awesome guide. It is on its way to your email inbox right now. You can go find it right there. So they go to their email and they have an email from you. All of this is automatically done through Kajabi by setting up a sequence. And then when somebody opts into that that lead magnet, it automatically subscribes them to that particular email sequence. So the first email is going to give them the opt-in that they chose. It's going to give them the lead magnet, and you're going to say, hey, here's the lead. You don't say lead magnet because that's insider baseball, but you would say, here's your free guide, here's your helpful resource, here's your free checklist. Whatever the thing is that you promised, give them that in that first email. Now they feel great. They say, great, this is awesome. This is an awesome guide. If you want to over deliver and give them something they didn't even ask for in addition to the thing they asked for, that's even better. So give them, here's the thing you signed up for, and here's another free awesome thing that I just want to give you as my gift. That's great too. Over deliver. Then the next 4 or 5 days, you can add more value. Maybe you give them some more content related to your niche, some more helpful free resources. And then it's really, really helpful if you ask them a couple of questions early on in your email sequence. What are your challenges related to this niche? And what are your goals? So for example, let's say that you're a fitness coach, right? And you deliver the 10-step checklist to your best nutrition plan ever, right? That's your lead magnet. Well, then maybe a couple days later, they get an email and you say, hey, I love helping people with their fitness. I just have 2 questions for you. Where are you stuck right now? What is the thing that's holding you back in your fitness or your nutrition? What's your biggest challenge? And then what are your goals? What are you going after? What can I help you do? You trying to lose weight? Are you trying to gain muscle? Are you trying to lose fat? Are you trying to eat better, eat cleaner? What is it? And let them tell you in their words where they're stuck and where they want to go. Where they're stuck and where they want to go are 2 incredibly valuable pieces of information, because if you know how to help people who are stuck get where they want to go, guess what? You've got a business. You've got that kind of your knowledge plus your passion plus the market demand equals a profitable idea. And they're telling you where they're stuck and where they want to go. Now you can build courses around that. You can build products around that. You can build content around that. Isn't that exciting? That's so fun. If somebody's listening, say amen. Okay. Just let me know in the comments. Say I'm listening and amen. All right. So at this point, what we have is we have a website and we have a lead magnet that's going to bring people back to, it's going to take people from our website to the email sequence. The email sequence is going to deliver more value. And when it comes time to sell our coaching, which we'll talk about in a couple of weeks, and it comes time to sell our courses, the email sequence is going to happen. So eventually what happens is you have your content, which is out there taking people from the content to your landing page, which has your opt-in for the lead magnet. They're going to give you their email address. Your email marketing system, which is also inside Kajabi, is going to send them not only what they asked for, but also more value, more content, more exclusive goodies from you. And it's going to get information from them, and you're going to build that relationship. It's going to warm them up. And then when it comes time for you, where you have a product, it will point them to the sales page of your courses, your membership sites. It's gonna do the work for you, which is why it's one of the main reasons why I just took 6 weeks off my business. I didn't work all of July and half of August, and this thing just kept running and kept serving people and kept making me dollars because of this exact system that I'm describing to you. Content, which points to a lead magnet, which points to a welcome sequence, which keeps people engaged and sells them on my products, which really is another way to offer them value, which is paid value. That is the system. We have a couple of comments. Peter H says, amen. Love it. Mark, amen. I'm listening. Yay. Good. Love it. Love it that you guys chimed in to let me know. So again, and pro tip, ask those 2 questions. What are your challenges and what are your goals? So here is your homework for today. What you're going to do when you kind of walk away from this live, go to Lane Sebring Live/playlist, find the playlists that are going to answer the questions that you have. I've got playlists on lead magnets. I got a playlist on website building. I got a playlist on your, the email sequence stuff have, I think the email one is called Email Marketing Magic. That's one of my playlists. Go and watch whatever your next step is. If your next step is to go ahead and build out your website, watch those, build out your website. If your next step is to build out a lead magnet, watch those, build out a lead magnet. The key is don't take too long to do any one step. Get something built. You can always make it better later. Don't get bogged down in perfectionism. I want to know what your questions are. And so if you're in the comments, go ahead and leave a question for me. And as you're doing that, I also want to mention one more time that if you have not joined Kajabi yet, you can do that at my link, lanesebring.com/Kajabi, 3 months for $99. If you're watching this after August, you can get the 30-day free trial. So that's still there. But you get a 45-minute one-on-one call with me. It's a strategy session, highly valuable. And I will help you get started in your business, answer whatever questions you have about Kajabi, and also just talk strategy about how to set things up for the most success. And you'll get my Kajabi Accelerator course, which goes in depth on a lot of the things that we're talking about here. So let me know what your questions are. If there's not any questions, we will wrap up. You've got plenty to do on this day 3 of 10 days to 10K on Kajabi. I'm super, super pumped that everyone is here. This has been fun. This is one of my favorite things to talk about because I feel like these are the ideas, and these are the types of things that sometimes people can get bogged down in, these kind of nitty gritty aspects, and it will hold them back from really excelling and really making a business work here on YouTube or any other content platform and making it work with Kajabi. So if I can simplify that and give you simple steps along the way, the website, the lead magnet, the landing pages that it goes on, the email template, the email marketing sequence, if you could do those 4 things, then once we start talking about more fun stuff like your content plan and your courses and your coaching programs that you're going to build, all of that stuff is coming, but the infrastructure has to be there. And that's why we're doing this here on day 3. So if there's no comments, it doesn't look like there are any major questions today, but let me go back to this first question that we got from Peter H. Interested in how to drive initial traffic to website on shoestring budget. So one of the things that we're going to talk about tomorrow in our content plan is how important your content is to driving traffic to your website. So if the infrastructure is in place, like we talked about, where you have your landing pages in place on your website to capture leads, so you're not losing people, nobody's falling through the cracks because your website is designed to get people from the website to the email list so that you have a list of leads that you can sell to. When people pay for traffic, that's really all they're paying for. They're paying for leads. I'm trying to show you how to do that for free, just with your time and effort, so you make really valuable, consistent content that is targeted directly at your target audience and is serving the heck out of them, providing so much value that it's undeniable to them how important your content is to what they're trying to do, what their goals are, what they're avoiding, and what they're going after. Your content matters to them. And then in every piece of content, you want to give a call to action to your lead magnet. So on this channel, I'm always talking about my super simple guide. That's what takes people from my content to my email list. You decide what that is for you, what your lead magnet is, and then mention it in every single piece of content. Eventually what happens is if you're on YouTube, you begin to have 100 videos, 200 videos. I think I was looking the other day on this channel and I didn't even realize it, but I have 308 videos on this channel. That's 308 opportunities for people to find me anytime they're on YouTube searching for anything related to my niche and hear my content, see my face, be able to interact with my ideas, and then follow me over to my lead magnet and get on my email list. That's an amazing thing. That's a huge opportunity that we have. And you can do that for free with your content. So we'll talk more about how that works tomorrow, but I'm very excited to do it. Mark says, thank you for the opportunity and time, Lane. You bet. Thanks for being here. Love seeing everybody on. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll talk about your content plan. I'll see you then. Love you guys. Peace. Hey, everybody. Welcome to day 4 of 10 days to 10K on Kajabi. I'm so excited about today's live because we're going to talk about your content plan. Content is really the bread and butter of any online business. It is the thing that builds that know, like, and trust factor with your potential audience and gets them to become actual leads and actual customers of your brand and of your products and of you, because you really are a big part of what is the product in an online business. So I am so excited to be sharing these concepts with you today. This is a monumental, a fantastic lesson, if I do say so myself. Hey, Hendrix, stop it, buddy. I've got my golden retriever's chewing up a Barbie over there from one of my kids. That's the benefit of doing lives. You can't control some of these things. But today we are going to be diving into content. I'm so excited. We've got some people already in the chat. We had Eric ready for today, caught the replay yesterday. Good stuff, Lane. Thank you, Eric. John Dillon watching from Colorado, missed yesterday, but caught the replay today. Awesome to have all you. Zan the man is jumping on. Day 4, woohoo. Let's go, Lane. Love it. If you are watching this after the fact, skip ahead a couple minutes. We're going to get started here in a couple minutes, but I'm going to let a couple more people jump on and we're going to get going. So as we are waiting for more people to jump on, I want to mention, if you have not yet jumped onto Kajabi, now is the time. There's only a few days left, 6 days left in their big, huge promotion that they're doing right now. 3 months of Kajabi for $99 when you use my link. You can get that at lanesebring.com/Kajabi. Get a free 45-minute one-on-one Zoom call with me. You get my Kajabi Accelerator course and the $25,000 course launch email template. All that is yours when you use my link, because it is an affiliate link and it's the best link to use because you get direct support from me. I'm going to help you get the best possible start. I'm going to train you how to, everything you need to know about how to be successful on Kajabi, which is the best all-in-one business solution there is. Can I get an amen to that? All right. Also, if you are enjoying these lives, if you've been tracking with me, if you've been enjoying it and you want to go deeper, I want to invite you to apply for my private coaching community, which is about to start up in September 22nd. I'm going to do another round of it. And it's called Insiders, Lane's Online Business Insiders. You can apply at lanesebring.com/insiders. I only accept 7 applicants. So apply soon, because I'm about to do kind of a big marketing push with this to my entire email list. Once I do that, I'll get a lot of applicants. So if you're watching these lives, you're really the first to know that this is coming. And if you're enjoying these, we talk about these concepts, but we go way deeper, and you actually get we're all on video together, and there's an opportunity every week for you to do a hot seat and to get feedback from me, from the rest of the group. It's really, really great. You get to workshop your own business and learn from me in these concepts, and it's an 8-week process. And those who go through it really, really love it. So lanesebring.com/insiders. All right, so we've got more people jumping on. Let me know where you're watching from, what you're hoping to get out of today's live, and we will get started right now. All right, so far what we've talked about was, we talked about your business idea. That was a couple of days ago. And we asked these kind of questions like, what do people come to you about for advice? What valuable skill or information could you teach? And where we landed was this idea that your knowledge plus your passion plus demand equals a profitable idea. So you got to be knowledgeable about something. You got to be passionate about it, because you're going to talk about it a lot. And there has to be a demand for it. If all 3 of those things lined up, you have a profitable idea. Then yesterday we talked about your business infrastructure. This was a really, really fun lesson. We talked about the basic infrastructure of your website, how it's designed for one purpose, which is to get people on your email list. It is not a business card of everything you've ever done or every cool thing you've ever done in your life. It is specifically and fully designed to be the thing that gets people from your content to your email list through your lead magnet, which needs to do two things. Have a compelling promise, deliver a quick win. We talked all about lead magnets, what they can be. We talked about the usage of email sequences. And then I want to mention this because I mentioned this yesterday. Everything we talk about on these lives, because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to take 10 days and condense and distill the best and most effective actions that you can take over these 10 days to get from no idea or maybe the spark of an idea to a full-blown functioning business within 10 days. Now, you may not be able to implement every single bit of these in 10 days, but what I'm trying to do is give all of it to you in 10 days so that you can walk away and put each one of these steps into practice. And by the way, these videos will be alive on YouTube. You can watch the replays and refresh. But if you ever need more, like if you need screen shares of Kajabi where you can jump on there and see how something is put together, you can go to youtube.com/Lane Sebring Live/playlist. That's too much to remember. Just go to this YouTube channel, click on playlist. You'll see a plethora of playlists about Kajabi. A little shortcut for you. Any videos that I do about Kajabi always have some kind of orange in the thumbnail. So if you just look for orange thumbnails, you're going to find my Kajabi videos. I've made about 145 Kajabi videos. Almost all of them have some kind of orange in the thumbnail. So if you find that, you know that you're in the right place. Look for the playlist that corresponds with what you want to learn. So like, for example, yesterday we talked about email, how to set it up. I've got a playlist called Email Marketing Magic. It's great. It's a great playlist. There's tons of stuff on there that you can learn. All right. So that's enough for review. And let's jump in. If you're ready, say I'm ready in the comments and we will get to going here. Your content plan must meet 4 criteria. Your content must be consistent, helpful, relevant, and bridge. Okay, consistent, helpful, relevant, and bridge content. So we're going to dive into all 4 of these ideas and get kind of get a grasp of what our content, the criteria it needs to meet, and then we'll start figuring out how to make a plan to make this kind of content. So first of all, it's consistent. At least one major piece of content each week, either written, that's like a blog, audio, think of like a podcast episode, or a video. So think like YouTube. Now, I'm going to get to social media later on. So what I'm not talking about is a Instagram post. I'm not talking about merely a short form video like a reel or a story or a TikTok. Those have their place and you can build massive platforms on those. However, what I'm talking about for the type of business that we're building is the type of content platforms where you can really map out and really help people with something consistently every week that is consistent, relevant, helpful, and bridge content. You can do that in short form, but it's different. I like to think of the longer form content first, and then we share using those social media strategies and the shorter form content. So right now, don't think about TikTok when you're thinking video, think YouTube and longer form, and we'll get to that later. So at least one major piece of content each week. And I say either written, audio, or video. It could be all 3. If you're just getting started and you need to land somewhere, my recommendation would be to start with video on YouTube. The reason why is the search capability on YouTube. In other words, the capability that people have on YouTube to find your content easily, if you just do a few things right, is so attractive. YouTube is the 2nd largest search engine in the world next to Google, which it's also owned by Google. It's the same company, Alphabet. And when you're on YouTube and you have niched content, in other words, we talked about your niche a couple of days ago, what your business is going to be about, what your content's going to be about. If you get a really specific niche and then you begin to make content about it on YouTube that's relevant and helpful, we'll get to helpful in a second, but relevant, helpful, and consistent content, people will find it. I'll give you an example. So right now, on Preaching Donkey, my other online business, I'm on YouTube. I haven't been on YouTube from the very start. One of the mistakes I made is I avoided YouTube. I was insecure about it. I didn't know if people would want to watch videos. I did a lot of written content, blogs. I wrote a couple books. That all did really well, and a podcast. But when I brought that content over to YouTube and I started making videos, the brand blew up. And the reason why is because now people that are going to YouTube, frustrated pastors going to YouTube going, gosh, how do I, sermon help, sermon writing tips, sermon prep tips, and they find me and I answer their question. I give them some kind of relevant, helpful content, and I'm consistently showing up every week. They start to know me, like me, trust me. So then because my content is a bridge, like we talked about yesterday, and we'll talk about that again today, they go from YouTube to my email list. That connection is incredibly strong. You can do the same with written and you can do the same with a podcast. But the reason why I suggest YouTube, especially early on, is you can accelerate that process because when people go in there and search, especially if you have a unique niche, they're going to find you. Look at this brand, Lane Sebring. There's a few videos that I've done about Kajabi, about 145 at this point. And so not every one of those videos does well, but a few do really well. And a few do well when people search for Kajabi reviews or tutorials. So if they come to YouTube and they're looking to see if Kajabi is right for them, they're most likely going to find me or probably Graham and then me, or maybe sometimes me and then Graham. And there's a lot of other fish in the sea now, which is great. It's fine. But the point is, I am making specific content. And if I wasn't on YouTube, I don't think it would have been as successful as it's been. So I wave the banner for YouTube in almost every case, especially if you're just trying to get something going and simple, start on YouTube. And then if you want to make a written form of that and transcribe it or make a summary, you can make a blog post out of it. And if you want to take that audio from YouTube and bring it over to your podcast, that's what I do for Preaching Donkey. It's one and done. I sit in front of my camera and I do the podcast episode that ends up being a YouTube video, and the audio is taken and it's distributed to all the podcast platforms. And my podcast is hosted on Kajabi. Kajabi hosts it now and then distributes it to Apple Podcast, Google, Spotify, all the different places. So written, audio, and/or video at least once a week. This is so important that it's consistent. The reason why it needs to be consistent is because people will forget about you. I mean, if you go hard at it and you post 3 times a week for 2 weeks and then nobody sees you for 6 months and then you come back, you're going to come back to an empty room. Nobody's going to be there. You got to be consistent. The best way to do this is to batch your content. In other words, record 2 or 3 or 4 videos ahead of time and then schedule them to be posted, and then have batching days where you record 2 or 3 or 4 videos at a time, edit them all, upload and schedule them all, and then you're always ahead. But don't try to do more than once a week if you can't be consistent with it. It's way better to have one video, one major piece of content a week for the long haul than have 3 videos in a week and then nothing for a month. And then you come back for, you're consistent for once a week for 2 weeks, then nothing. Then you come back and you post every day for a month. And then people it doesn't seem professional. It doesn't seem like you take it seriously. It doesn't seem like you're going to be a trustworthy source that's always going to show up. So be consistent, even if it means less frequent. I would not do less than once a week though. At least once a week. You can do it up to every day if you want, but that's not needed. I would say 1 to 2 times a week when you're getting started is plenty. You got to give the algorithm a little bit of time to figure out who you are, what you offer, who benefits from it, who are the people that they need to show your videos to. That takes time. Some people estimate that it takes about 35 videos for that to happen. So if you want to speed that process up, you go 2 videos a week, that's 18 weeks, and they're kind of figuring out who you are. But again, you're not in a rush. You just want to be consistent. All right. So if you have questions about anything I've said as we're going through this, please leave them in the comments. That's one of the great things about doing lives, is that we have the opportunity to go back and forth. So when I see comments pop up, I'll go over and read them, and we can talk through them. So the first thing is consistent. The second thing is helpful. You want to do content that's not teaser content. You want to do something that actually teaches something useful. The reason why I say this is because there's been all different kinds of ways that people approach this type of business, content marketing, online business. Sometimes what people will do is what's called teaser content, where their free content is really unusable. It's unusable because it teases at concepts, but there's nothing that you can actually use and put to use. It's just, if here's an idea, here's what's possible. And if you want the whole story, then you got to come and you got to pay for my course. And listen, I have paid courses. There's nothing wrong with paid content. I have a paid coaching group, but my free content is not teaser content. You can look through my YouTube channel on both of my channels, and you can find everything you need to know to build a business, and you can find everything you need to know over there to preach well. What I do is not teaser. It's actually helpful and useful. And that's a big part of my business model, because I want my free content. This is something I get from Graham Cochran, something that he got from someone else. It's a really good, useful thing to live by. I want my free content to be better than most people's paid content, so that when they come for free on these lives and they benefit from this, or they go through my playlist and they learn how to use Kajabi and do it well and grow a business. I want it to be so good that they're going, I cannot believe this is free, because I know that when I offer a paid product like my Insiders product, or like when I release a course later this year or early next year on this brand, that there are going to be a percentage of people that have been so benefited from my free content that they're going to say, wow, if his free content is this good, then his paid content's got to be amazing. And it is. So make your content helpful. Don't make it teaser, because your content is sometimes the first and only interaction that people have with you before they get onto your email list. And if you want them to actually come to your email list and become leads and eventually customers and lifelong customers, repeat customers, super fans is what they call them, then it's got to start with your content. You've got to prove your worth to people by your content being amazing from day one. Now, don't let this intimidate you. Don't take this to mean that you've got to be great before you can start. I like what Sean Cannell says. You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. If you go back to if you want to feel better about yourself, go to Preaching Donkey, the YouTube channel, sort the videos by oldest, and look at my oldest few videos. They are terrible. Bad lighting, bad audio. I wasn't good on camera. It just looked like I didn't quite know what I was doing, but I was going for it. And that was several years ago, and it landed to now where I've got a full-time, multiple six-figure online business, and I'm helping others do the same. So it is possible to have humble beginnings, and especially online where there are no gatekeepers, you can do this. Just make sure that your content is helpful. Make sure it's helpful. Now, the other side of helpfulness is relevance, right? You want your content to be consistent, so at least once a week, helpful, you're actually teaching something, relevant. People in your target audience are eager to consume your content. It matters to them. You can be consistent and helpful, but if it's not relevant, then no one's going to care about it, right? You can show up every week and tell people something really helpful, but if they don't want to learn that helpful thing, then it's not going to matter. So it has to be consistent. and it has to be helpful, and it has to be something that they actually care about, which this goes back to yesterday when we were talking about your email sequence. One of the best things you can do in your email sequences, your welcome sequence, is when someone comes into your ecosystem, they download your lead magnet, and they get that first email from you where you deliver the lead magnet and you over deliver. The next day, it's really great to come back and say, hey, what are your challenges and what are your goals? You are asking them basically to tell you what would be relevant to you. What kind of content could I make that would be relevant to you? What would you enjoy learning? What do you want? What are you trying to avoid or get away from or get unstuck from? And what are you aiming for? What are your goals? If people can tell you that, they are telling you what's relevant. All you have to do is take that and turn those questions into content. Turn those answers into content. So it's consistent, it's helpful, it's relevant, and then bridge. I've talked about, this is the drum that I beat. And I beat this drum because I made this mistake for a long time. My content for a long time was dead end content. It was just, hey, that's the end of the video. See you next time. And I missed out on a lot. My email list would probably be much larger. And as a result, my business would have been profitable way faster had I learned this from the very start. Bridge content always calls people to take some kind of action that deepens your relationship with them. Most of the time, this is where your lead magnet comes in. For me, on this brand, Lane Sebring, I have two major calls to action that I typically use in my content. The first call to action is to my super simple guide. That's my lead magnet, one of my main ones. And that's lanesebring.com/super simple. I'm trying to get people to that. The other piece of content that I do, the other call to action that I do to bridge my content is Kajabi, because I know that if I can get someone from my content to sign up to Kajabi, lanesebring.com/Kajabi, if I can get someone to sign up on Kajabi, not only do I get them as a referral customer, which is good for me and good for them, but I also am going to make contact with them because part of the benefits and bonuses include a free course. It includes an email template for me and a 45-minute one-on-one call with me. So I'm going to provide them immense value. I'm going to have FaceTime one-on-one contact with them to help them get started with their business and get started on Kajabi. Well, those people tend to turn into super fans. They turn into lifelong customers. They turn into people who come back and want more advice. And I love to work with those people. So a bridge doesn't always have to mean just a lead magnet. It could be an affiliate product where you have a bonus structure that incentivizes people to use your link and keeps that connection open. But the point is, you just want to make sure that you are always making your content bridge to more interaction with you and your brand. So we have consistent, we have helpful, we have relevant, and we have bridge. If your content meets all four of those pieces of criteria, you are well on your way to a business that is doing what it's supposed to be doing, which is that your content is reaching out and pulling people in. This type of content is why I don't have to run ads. My content is doing the advertising for me. It's content marketing. How do I market my business? My content markets my business. I make videos, people see those videos, and then that invites them into my ecosystem, which then sells them on my products, all done through and by Kajabi. So that is why this is so powerful. And it's why if you get content right, you don't have to do so many things that so many businesses have to do. You don't have to advertise. You know how many people look at me like I have three eyes when I tell them I have a six-figure business that I don't do advertising and never have? Look at you. They look at me like, what? And they don't understand that all advertising is getting people's attention. And if your content can get people's attention, and at the same time, you're not only getting people's attention, but you're helping them and serving them, solving their problem, it's so much more powerful than interruption marketing. If somebody's scrolling Facebook and they see a sponsored post, they know it's an ad. It might be helpful, but they know that you're trying to sell them something. And sometimes that can be a turnoff. But if they go searching for your content because they need specific advice or specific help or specific answers to a specific problem or question. And they find you, and all of a sudden they discover that you've got tens or hundreds of videos about that specific topic. Now all of a sudden you're not interrupting anything. They've invited you to step into their life and serve them with your content, which the beauty of this is you don't even have to be there. I mean, think about it. You don't have to be, you can be laying on the beach while your content is doing the work for you. It's amazing. So if it meets those 4 criteria, you're good to go for something great. Now let's talk about making a content plan. Determine 3 to 5 content buckets. I got this idea of content buckets from Graham Cochran. I want to give him credit for that. I love the idea. You take 3 to 5 content buckets or major categories within your niche. So for me, with Preaching Donkey, the kind of big content idea is preaching, but within that, I've got 4 buckets. Sermon prep is a bucket. Sermon delivery is a bucket. Church leadership is a bucket. And then lessons for pastors is a bucket. Those are the 4 categories that I do. So for this brand, Lane Sebring, I've got passive income is a bucket, online business, and that includes like starting and growing your online business. Kajabi is a bucket, and then product reviews that relate to things to run your business. Those are my 4 buckets. So when I go to make content, what I do is I make a list, and this is what I suggest to do with you. Once you have your content buckets, so let's say, let me go back to the buckets for a second. Let's say that you're a fitness trainer and you're helping people with their overall wellness and well-being. You might have fitness as your overall wellness as your overall kind of niche, but you've got a bucket for nutrition. Then you might have a bucket for training, physical training. Then maybe you have a bucket for mindset, and then maybe another bucket for habits, right? So you want to help people create lifestyle change and habits. You want to help them change their mindset so they can think differently about their wellness. You want to help them with fitness and help them with nutrition. Those are the 4 buckets. And you could do this with any category. If you are a gardener, if you're teaching people how to do, if you're a tutor, if you're teaching people how to do anything, you want to break it down into, okay, generally speaking, I'm talking about this category, and this category. 3 to 5 makes it pretty easy, and it keeps your content balanced between all the different buckets. So what you want to do is once you have your buckets, make a list of 10 to 12 video ideas to put in each bucket. I do this once a year and it plans out my entire year, but you can sit down at any point and do this where you just write out, here are the 10 to 12 things that I'm putting in the sermon prep bucket. Here are the 10 to 12 ideas that I'm putting in the sermon delivery bucket, so on and so forth. What I like to do is I make a little spreadsheet and I actually put a tentative title of what I think I'm going to call the video. And then I do bullet points of what I'm going to say, what are the main ideas, and then links to anything that I think might be relevant when I make the video. What this does is now I can go back to that spreadsheet, pull any one of those ideas, and I've got a fresh set of ideas. I'm never sitting at my computer and staring at a camera wondering what I'm going to say. It just doesn't happen because I've planned it out ahead of time when I was fresh and I was in the right mindset to be able to do this. It makes it very powerful. So make that list of 10 to 12 video ideas. Now, check this out. You have 30 to 50 content ideas ready to go. You got the better part of an entire year if you're doing once a week content. You got all that planned out from your buckets. Now, what you want to do is use social media to share links and bite-sized versions of your main content. We talk more in detail about how to do that and what are some good strategies in my Insiders program. If you haven't heard about Insiders, I'm actually taking applications right now for the next one that's going to start later in September. September 22nd, we start the next round of Insiders. But we talk more about all this, but we go into detail about how to take your main content and distribute it well there at lanesebring.com/insiders. You can apply for that. So those are the ways that you make a content plan. You get those 3 to 5 content buckets, 10 to 12 ideas you put in each bucket. That gives you 30 to 50, which you now have a plan. And each week you can pull from one bucket. The next week you pull from the next bucket. The next week you pull from the next bucket. What I suggest doing as well is take 4 or 5 ideas and record 4 or 5 in a row. That way you have a batched set of videos that you can upload and schedule so that they come out once a week and you're always staying ahead. That is how you make a content plan. So far, we've talked about your business idea, how to nail it down, your business infrastructure yesterday, and now your content plan. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about your first paid product, which is actually going to be to set up a coaching program, which is exciting because you can set up a coaching program quicker and easier than you think and start making money fast. Like you can have a coaching program up before these 10 days is over, and probably your first client before these 10 days are over. So I'm excited about that. Want to mention, I know what it takes to grow an online business. Go to lanesebring.com/super simple to get the guide for how to do it. That's my free guide. And if you're watching this before the end of the month, before the end of August, definitely take advantage of 3 months for $99 on Kajabi. You get 45-minute one-on-one Zoom call with me. You get my accelerator course and the course launch email template. If it's after the month of August, you still get all those bonuses. And instead of 3 months for $99, you get the 30-day free trial. That's always available when you use my link. But with this, you get a 45-minute one-on-one call with me. With this, you get all that plus the 3 months for $99. All right, let me know in the comments what questions you have. I want to know what are the questions you have about this. And while people are mentioning questions, I want to say one more time, you can go and watch playlists about anything we talked about. So I actually have a whole playlist about content in my YouTube channel. So if you go to youtube.com/LaneSebringLive/playlist, you can find it's a playlist that's all about your content plan. So go find it and you will be glad you did. So let's see what the comments are. We already read Zan the Man, day 4, woohoo, let's go. Very, very cool. If there are no questions or comments, we will wrap it up and be done. But let me know what you're thinking, what questions you have. I'll hang on for just a second. If you're watching this after the fact, be sure to check out the rest of this playlist. If you are just starting, what is the minimum equipment to make decent content? Great question. So all you need when you're starting out is your phone and a window, okay, and a quiet room. That is the absolute bare minimum. You need a decent smartphone, which I'm assuming you probably have an iPhone or an Android that probably has a camera on it. That's probably pretty amazing. If it's any kind of recent iPhone, it's going to have an incredible camera that will do just fine for a long time. And then the biggest thing is going to be audio. In other words, how you sound and lighting. You can solve the how you sound problem by throwing some blankets in the room that you're in to kind of kill a little bit of the echo, because the problem with an iPhone is there's going to be a little bit of echo. It's an omnidirectional mic. It's picking up kind of everything. And so you want to get as close to it as you can, and you want to make sure that you've got out of frame some towels or some blankets or some pillows in the room so that it absorbs some of the sound. And then if you have a window, like this window's behind me, but that's because I have this light right here in front of me. So that's what's lighting my face. If I didn't have this light, I would actually just stand in front of this window so that I would have some daylight, some sunlight on my face. So as long as your face is lit up and people can hear you and understand what you're saying, the audio is not distracting, that is the minimum that you need to get started. From there, you can always build up. I mean, I've got a ton of really nice equipment now, but it's taken a while to get to the point where I felt like I needed it. Like I've got a Shure SM7B microphone. I've got a nice arm that it goes on. I've got some soft boxes. I've got a Canon T7i. I've got the Logitech Brio. But this has taken years for this to even be worthwhile. Like my business was making money before I started buying all this stuff. And I typically, when I buy something, I do a review about it and make all that money back from affiliate marketing on YouTube. So, on Amazon. So yeah, great question. Love it. Any other questions related to content, making your content plan? I'd love to answer them. And if you're watching this after the fact, and you have a question, leave it in the comments below, and I'll love to answer it via the comments and maybe make more videos about it later on. John says, great, thanks. Great. You know what? My brain just read great. I didn't even see that it was Gret. Gret, thanks. Yeah, great. Cool. I'm glad that was helpful. Awesome. Well, I am so excited for you. I'm so excited for the businesses that you're building. Cannot wait for tomorrow. Again, go check out lanesebring.com/Kajabi to check out how to get an amazing deal on Kajabi right now. And we will see you tomorrow to start talking about building a coaching program. We'll see you then. Thanks so much. All right, welcome to day 5 of 10 days to 10K on Kajabi. We are so excited to be at it again for the 5th day in a row. If you are live right now, be sure to let me know in the comments what you had for breakfast today. I'd love to know. And if you're watching this after the fact, we are going to get started with how to build out a coaching program on Kajabi. We're going to get into that in just a few minutes. I'm going to let a few more people jump onto the live call. Coaching is one of those things that helps to accelerate the process of making your business profitable, because you do not have to build anything. You don't have to prepare a big suite of products. You just need one client to get started. And I'm going to show you in today's video exactly how to attain your first client, how to serve them well, and how to make a lot of money doing it so that you can get your business off the ground and running quickly. Again, in these 10 days, we are trying to figure out and explore what it takes to get an online business up and running to $10,000 a month within the first 10 days. Now, you're not going to get to $10,000 a month in 10 days unless you're just, like a rock star. But what I'm trying to do is show you in 10 days the exact steps that you need to take one at a time, and you can go as fast as you want to make this happen. It's really up to you and how you want to do it. I want to mention that if you have not signed up yet for Kajabi, you need to make sure to do it right now. You can get 3 months of Kajabi for $99 with my link. You also get a 45-minute one-on-one Zoom call with me. You get my Kajabi Accelerator course and my $25,000 course launch email template, all as a way to say thank you for using my link. That is an affiliate link, so it does help to support my work, but you get some amazing bonuses with it as well. So if you're watching this after the fact, you can get a 30-day trial, free trial, using my link, lanesebring.com/Kajabi. But if you're watching this right now, before the end of August, this is the biggest deal they've ever done. 3 months for $99. That's a pretty great deal. Plus all my bonuses make it thebomb.org. If you're just jumping on, let me know what you had for breakfast today. My back itches. Does that ever happen to you while you're doing a live video? You have a little scratch on your back. That was what happened to me. We're going to get into it. It's going to be great. We are excited to get going, and I want to mention, I know what it takes to go full-time with your online business. I have a free guide for you, lanesebring.com/super simple. Be sure to grab that. It's a great companion to the things that we're talking about on these 10 days. All right, so just to kind of recap where we've been, we talked about, gosh, I am so sorry. This is not profesh to be scratching my back, but I cannot handle having, I'm going to take one of my kids' Barbies. Sorry about the naked Barbie, but the dog chews the kids' Barbies, then they end up on my desk, and that's the way it works, working from home. But anyway, where were we? Let's recap. So we talked about your business idea. We looked at questions like, what are the valuable skills or information that you could easily teach to others? And then we kind of summed up this idea. And this is a huge, huge thing that I keep revisiting this idea because it's such a big part of success in online business. And that is this: your knowledge plus your passion plus demand equals a profitable idea. You have to know something, you got to be passionate about it, and there needs to be a demand for it. And then you know that you have a profitable idea. If any one of those components are missing, right? You know a lot about it and it's in high demand, but you're not passionate about it. It's probably not a profitable idea for you because you're probably going to burn out, right? Or maybe you have knowledge about it and you're passionate about it, but there's no demand for it. People don't care to pay for it. It's probably not a profitable idea. But if you have all of those parts in place, where you have knowledge and passion and demand, that idea can be profitable. And by the way, sometimes those things, in fact, often those things grow over time. So you may get into something that you have just a little bit of knowledge about, just enough to start teaching about. And once you get into making content about it, you discover and learn more about how to communicate about that thing, what people are wanting, what they want to know, what they need to know. And as you experience more of it and live through it, your knowledge actually grows, which means sometimes your passion for it grows and the demand to learn from you about it grows as well. And it becomes a more and more profitable idea. That's really how it's supposed to work. So that was kind of nailing down the business idea. I encouraged you to make a list of every one of the different things that you could do and then begin to narrow that list down. John says, how do you determine demand? How do I know others will feel similar to me about a topic? Great question. The best way to do this is to go to if you have an email list, start there. If you don't have an email list, just go to your normal social media platform. And don't tell people, hey, I'm thinking about starting an online business and selling courses. Don't start with that question. Instead, go to, I saw Zan's comment. He said, scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. Couldn't resist. That's funny. Yep. Okay. So go to your social media platform and get on there, and whatever your topic is. So I'll make something up. Let's just say that you are curious to know if other people are interested in eating right, eating well. So maybe you go to your Facebook page and you say, hey, I am just curious, what are your challenges with eating well? And what are your goals with eating well or your nutrition? And then let people tell you. And typically what you'll find is not only what they're struggling with and where they're stuck and where they're trying to go, but you'll also discover what they want, what is the demand. And fitness is kind of a bad example because it's so broad and so many people are into that. But if you have a niche topic, try to find people that you can ask directly, hey, are you stuck somewhere in this? And do you want to get somewhere with this? And that will go a long way. The other thing I would say is sometimes you have to start making content, maybe not fully knowing that your idea is going to work, not fully knowing that there's demand. The great thing about online business is it's very low risk. You can get started with YouTube channel for free. You can record on your iPhone for free. You can do all these things for free. It only costs your time. And so if you're willing to experiment, put some videos out there, put some content out there and see how people respond to it, you might find that there is demand, or you might find that you need to shift a little bit of the way that you position it and target it. We talk a lot more about this in my exclusive coaching group called Insiders. You can apply right now, actually, for lanesebring.com. It's lanesebring.com/insiders. If you go there, I have an 8-week coaching program where we go through this. We have hot seats. It's limited to 7 people. And we do some deep dives on these kind of things to determine demand, target audience, your ideal customer avatar, those kind of things. But I would say at a basic level, make sure that you at least ask and make content before you create a product. That's really, really the key essential thing. You make content to test it before you have something to sell. The content's going to tell you everything and how people give you feedback from it. Great question. Love that. So then we talked about your business infrastructure. When we talked about that, we talked about things like your website, how it is so important to have a website that points to your lead magnet, that eventually that takes people to your email sequence, which then gives them an opportunity to purchase your course. Cool. Thanks. John says, awesome. You're welcome. And then yesterday we talked about your content plan. This was the idea of taking that major category that you have, whatever your main niche is, and dividing it into content buckets, 3 to 5 major categories of ideas that you're going to cover. And then in each one of those buckets, put 10 to 12 ideas so that you have 30 to 50 ideas right away that you can make content about, so that you're never stuck trying to figure out what you're going to talk about. So that's where we've been so far. And today we're going to dive into day 5, which is building your coaching program. Now, I want to mention, make sure along the way that you're asking questions, because anytime I see a comment pop up, I will go over there and answer the question right in the middle of this. That's one of the benefits of doing this live, is I can interact with you in the moment. And then at the end, we'll also do Q&A. But please, please don't hold your questions. Ask along the way, because it helps me to give clarity to what I'm doing. I'm using my wife's pink tumbler. So there you go. All right, so let's dive into this. Oh, by the way, I mentioned this yesterday. I want to mention it again. If you at any point have questions where you're like, oh, I want to go further, I have playlists on everything we're going to talk about today. So I actually have playlists, and I have, videos within those playlists about coaching. So everything we're talking about, I'm going to give you the kind of A to Z way to let people know that you're starting a coaching program, interview people, get clients, how to charge for it, all that kind of stuff. We're going to get into all that today. But if you want to know the nitty gritty of like Kajabi's coaching solution that they have built in, which is awesome. Ali Fernando, who is the director of brand experience at Kajabi, she's been on my channel a few times doing tutorials and walkthroughs. The last time I had her on, we walked through the live coaching program. So you can do one-on-one coaching fully built into Kajabi, and it's a pretty powerful tool. And so on those playlists, I show you how to do it. And if you're not on Kajabi, you might as well join using my link, lanesebring.com/Kajabi. You get all the cool bonuses right now. And not to mention the bonuses that you get. You also get 3 months for $99. So that's over at lanesebring.com/Kajabi. Let's dive in to coaching. So let me find where I am going here. Coaching, here we go. Coaching is the quickest way to start making money with your online business. This is one of the ways that you can fast track and get to that $10,000 a month the quickest. And the reason why that's the case is because we're going to see as we go through this is that your coaching is going to be the most valuable thing you offer. One-on-one direct access to you is the most valuable thing you have to offer. Your content is free, right? You make a video, whoever wants to watch it can watch it. You make a podcast episode, whoever wants to listen to it can listen to it. That's free for the taking. And the vast majority of people are going to stop there, and that's great. You've served them, you've benefited them, and you haven't asked for anything in return. You've only offered your lead magnet, right? So you've offered more value. That's also free. People come into your email list, and now they're offered, maybe we'll get into this tomorrow, but they're offered your courses, right? Maybe your mini course and then your flagship course. And those have a price tag. And the cool thing about courses is your direct input of time is not required. In other words, you make that course one time. It might take you 3 months to make a course, but once it's built and it's done, it is done. And you can sell that thing over and over and over and over and continue to make money for something that you're no longer having to do work to sell. That's a beautiful thing. But because coaching is different, coaching requires your direct input of time, direct access to you at a place and time. I mean, virtually, you're likely going to do this on video using Kajabi, but it's still your in real time direct attention on someone else. So that is the most valuable thing you have to offer. So coaching, even if you're just getting started, all you need is one person who's watched your content, one person who's seen enough of you to say, I want to learn from this person. I don't want to wait for a course. I want direct access to them, and they're willing to pay you pretty good money to get your one-on-one undivided attention. So it's a quick way to do it because you do not have to build a course yet. It costs you nothing to get started. You don't have to build anything, and all you need is one client, okay? I'm kind of repeating myself, but I just want to stress this. When I first got into this business, I didn't have a course. I wasn't actively promoting Kajabi yet. I didn't have a group coaching program. I was just making content. And the process that I'm going to walk you through is exactly what I did, and it worked. It worked for me very well. I got 2 clients right away, then a third one. And those first 3 clients were my kind of bread and butter for the first several months of my business while I was building out my content, making a product plan, all the things that I'm teaching to do. The very first step in this business was coaching, and it served me very well for a long time, especially in those early days when I was able to very quickly make money that otherwise I would have had to delay and wait for preparing a course. So you can get started right away. So my suggestion is start with one-on-one coaching. You can build a group coaching program later on. So my suggestion is do not try to, complicate this process right away with group coaching. Focus on one person at a time. It's a lot easier to have one client at first. You can work directly with them. You can get to know them. By the way, the other thing about coaching that's just a little hidden secret that just makes it such a gem is that when you're doing coaching, they're paying you to coach them, but you are getting amazing market research. So going back to John's question about how do you determine demand, I'll tell you one of the best ways to determine demand is to coach people. Because when you have a coaching client and they're giving you feedback and they're asking about specific problems they have and specific questions, and you're helping them walk through and giving them, helping them find solutions, that is incredible market demand research. Number one, if somebody pays for the information for the coaching, it's good. But two, as you're working with them, you get to understand exactly what they're going through, where their struggles are, where they're stuck, what they're aiming for, all of that. It's incredibly valuable information. So start with one-on-one coaching. You can build group coaching later on. I have gone entirely to group coaching. The reason why I've done this is because I can coach more people at one time. So I limit it to 7 people. So I started out in this one-on-one model and I moved over to a group coaching model that I do in spurts of 8 weeks at a time. So I do 2 sessions of this a year, both 8 weeks at a time. It's expensive, but not as expensive as the individual coaching was. An individual coaching package with me, by the time I kind of walked away from one-on-one coaching, was about $5,000. Insiders is $1,597. It's $1,600. So it's substantially cheaper, although it's still a high ticket item. But the person, I think, gets a better value because they get the group dynamic, not just me, but the whole group. But the point is, start with one-on-one coaching. Later, you can build out a group coaching program. Add that to it if that's something that you want to do. Let's look at what we have over here. We know Kajabi doesn't have a group coaching option yet. You're so smart. So I was wondering if you had a ninja way to create group coaching in Kajabi. So Kajabi's working on a solution for group coaching. They just rolled out the live coaching feature, or the coaching feature, then the live coaching feature, and that's designed for one-on-one coaching. So what I do, really quick to answer this question, what I do for group coaching is I set up a course within Kajabi, a mini course, and the 7 people who join Lane's Insiders community get access to that course. And in that, hey, Eric says, can't stay, just popping in to say hi. We'll catch the replay. Awesome. We'll see you on the replay. But yeah, Kajabi, what I do is I set up that mini course. I give people access to it. And then we just do our group coaching sessions on Zoom, and I upload those Zoom videos inside of that Kajabi course. So it's a little bit of a hybridized situation. But the second that Kajabi unveils their group coaching program, I'll switch over entirely to that, get rid of Zoom completely, and be all in with Kajabi. That's like the one piece that I still have to use Zoom for is my group coaching, but it's not a big deal. Great question. All right, so let's go back here. So start with one-on-one coaching, and you can build a group coaching program later on. So here's what you're going to do. Let's say that you're bought in. You want to know what the process is. Here's the process. Email your list, okay? And if you don't have an email list, just post on social, anywhere people are paying attention to you and the content that you're making. And by the way, this is concurrent with content. I would not try to have a paid coaching program if you've never put out a piece of free content, because your content, remember going back to yesterday, your content proves your value. Your content proves your worth. So I would do at least a few weeks of content before you come out with, hey, I want to coach people. You got to get some content out there. Make sure people know that you've got some work done in this field. It's not a must. If you have a client, if you have somebody asking you to coach them, go ahead and coach them. But I'm saying before you go out and fish for it, you want to make sure that you've proven, hey, like I've done some stuff. Doesn't take long though. Don't delay the process because it is quick to do this. Email your list. and post on social media that you have a few spots open for personalized one-on-one coaching. That's the first step you're going to do. So just email your list, say, hey, as you know, I've been making content about how to start and grow your online business. Want to let you know I've got a few spots available where I'm taking one-on-one coaching clients for personalized coaching. Then give them a simple form to fill out and set up a discovery call. You can make this form using Kajabi assessments. You can also make this form using Google Forms. Doesn't really matter how you do it. You just need to have a link that takes in their name, their email, and what their goals are, right? So you're going to ask them in relation to your niche, you're going to say, maybe ask them where they're stuck, what they're trying to accomplish, what they would like to achieve in a coaching session. A simple form doesn't have to be long, but it just gives you an idea before the discovery call what they're going through. Also, when people are applying for something, it helps to kind of shift the conversation from you trying to beg them to be your customer to them applying to get your services. It's a little bit different dynamic, and I think it's better, especially in a coaching relationship where you need that authority to be able to say, I'm accepting this application. Here's the fee. Let's work together. So you want to do it that way. Fill out a simple form. By the way, this process of coaching, I learned from one of my business mentors, Graham Cochran. So I want to make sure to give him credit. This has been extremely helpful. I put it into practice, tweaked it a little bit from what he does, and it's worked out perfectly for me. So give them a simple form to fill out, set up a discovery call. The discovery call is simply just a 15 to 20 minute Zoom call, one-on-one, and it's free. You're not charging for this. Get on the Zoom call and you just say, hey, I read through your application. I'd love to talk through, what you're going through more, how I might be able to help, and get them to kind of explain more. Here's where I'm stuck. Here's where I'm struggling. These are the things that I'd love to get from my coaching. Is this something that you could help me with? And while they're talking, just jot down a few ideas. I could help you with X. I could help you with Y. I could help you with Z. And then at the end of the conversation, you just say something like, hey, I want you to know, I think if we were to work together, I could help you with this. I could help you achieve this goal, and here's how. Just briefly, let them know, and maybe I could help you with this other thing, and here's how I think we could work together, and I could help you with this third thing, and I think I could help you meet this goal or do that. And give a little bit of your expertise in that discovery call. In a way, you're trying to, in a sense, make it feel not like they just got to know you, but they got a little coaching session. So even if they never hire you as a coach, they got something from that discovery call, but whet their appetite for what you could do if you were to coach them in an ongoing way. But don't sell on the discovery call. A lot of people on the discovery call, when I do this, they'll get to the end of it and they'll say, awesome. How much, what's your rate? How much do you charge? I don't like to just say it's going to be X amount, because I want to spell out in writing what they're going to get. And it's not just a meeting with me once a week. It's actually much more than that. And so we kind of walk through that in the email. So in the discovery call, tell them about your situation and what they're going to accomplish. Write down the top 3 or 4 things you can help them with. And then a couple days later, email them with a proposal for a coaching package. So I like to do a 3, 6, or 12-month package. And I give all 3 options. So I'll say, look, if you want just kind of a quick and dirty, like let's just get together and really work and solve one problem together, learn how to do one thing, help you work through one solution, that's going to be a 3-month package. If you want a more extended time with me, that's a 6 or 12-month package. Sell by the package, not the hour. What you don't want people thinking about is you don't want people thinking, okay, we're going to meet for 90 minutes and it's $500. So that's whatever per hour, $300 an hour or whatever it comes out to. You don't want them thinking in terms of hourly rate. It's much more than that. You're selling a holistic set of benefits. For 3 months, you're going to be walking with this person. For 6 months, for 12 months, you're going to be walking alongside this person, giving them guidance for what they're trying to accomplish. And yes, that's going to include, in my case, it's going to include a 90-minute call once a month for 3 months or 6 months or 12 months. But in between calls, it's also going to mean that they have unlimited access to me via email. They can email me any question and I will respond timely, usually with a video response where I'll say, hey, thanks for asking. Let me show you. Let me do a screen share. Here's how I would solve that problem. Here's how I'd work through this. Have you thought about that? So they got that access to me. And then they have access to anything that I've built related to the niche. So if I've built out a landing page on a website, if I have built out a template or some kind of process and they want access to it, they can have access to any of that. So it's really kind of a tiered structure. It's the call. It's also the access to me. It's also the assets that I've built. And you put all that together and it turns into, okay, if we work together for 3 months, it's going to be X amount of dollars. If we work together for 6 months, it's going to be this amount. And what I do in terms of pricing is I suggest price high and raise it with each new client. Remember, one-on-one coaching with you is the most valuable product you offer. Set the price high and deliver on it. Typically, coaching, one-on-one coaching is going to be about 10 times the amount that you would charge for your flagship course. So in my case, my flagship course for this brand, which I'm currently in the process of building and going to release soon, is going to be around that $500 to $600 range, which means that my coaching, now I don't do one-on-one coaching anymore, but when I finished up my kind of one-on-one coaching, at least for the time being, I was charging about $5,000. So it's right at about 10 times my flagship course. So again, what that does is it sets the tone for this. This is the anchor of what I'm going to charge. So for example, let's say that you're in a different type of niche and your course is going to be about $200 for your flagship course. It makes sense to charge about $2,000 for a standard coaching package. And in terms of which package, I would say that middle package is the one where that's the base of what I would take the 10 times. If you're going to go 12, if somebody wants to work with you 12 months, discount it a little bit on the other end. So in my case, if I was going to charge somebody $5,000 to work with me for 6 months and they went ahead and bought a 12-month package where they pay all of it up front, it's not going to be 10,000. It's not going to be double. It's going to be more like 8,000. So I'm going to give a little bit of a discount, shave off a little bit to honor their commitment for working with me for 12 months. And if somebody only wants to do 3 months, it's not going to be half of this. It's going to be more like 2/3 of that, right? Because it's a lesser commitment. So you can price how you want, but the point is, I would not just put your prices out there and say, this is what I charge forever and always for my coaching clients. With each new client that you take in, you're worth a little bit more. You've got experience. Hopefully you get some testimonials and you can command a little bit higher. And the market will tell you if you're priced way out of left field, way too high, and you don't get any clients, lower your prices a little bit and try again. But with each person, you want to make sure that you're valuing the time with you. Here's the cool thing. If you start with coaching, whatever you charge for coaching, and then as you build out your mini course, which we're going to talk about tomorrow, then you build out a flagship course, which we'll talk about on day 8. Those are things that you get in your ecosystem. You start selling those. Then you come back and later start doing coaching again. Well, guess what? Now your coaching is actually more valuable because not only are you making content, but you're also selling these courses and you have more testimonials and more experience and more people that you've helped. So now when you offer one-on-one coaching, you can charge even more for it. And that's when I would say shift to, unless you just want to keep charging exorbitant rates. I never really wanted to do that. I never felt great about it. After it got to a certain point, it just seemed like to make it worth my time, I had to charge so much that just seemed like too much. So that's why I switched to the group coaching program. Everybody gets a much better deal. It's worth my time for sure, but it's a lot more accessible and attainable to the average client of mine. So, but again, you can do this however you want. There are always people who are going to want to work directly with you, and it is going to be so worth it to them that they will pay just about whatever it takes. And so you just have to balance those competing tensions. You know, do you have time to do the one-on-one coaching? If you do, what is your time worth? What do you need to charge to make it worth it? It is a lot of work. So you do have to be committed to that client and really, really help them be successful. And it does take a lot from you. So charge accordingly. Do not undercharge just to get a client because you're not going to do as well. They're not going to get as much out of it. And you're going to undervalue your own worth and your own services. Let's see. Lane is dropping all the insider secrets. Y'all better hurry up and register for his upcoming insiders. Let's go, man. Zan, I love that. Yeah, Zan was a student the very first time I did insiders, and he is just crushing it. He's doing such an awesome job. If you don't know Zan and haven't interacted with his stuff, you got to check him out. Zan the Man, really, really inspirational guy. Very, very just getting after it, just crushing it. So yeah, let's go, man. That's awesome. And I might as well mention it. If you haven't applied, lanesebring.com/insiders is the best place to get going for all that you need. So that is it. Do you get many objections? Do you get many objections on price, and how do you handle? Yeah. So when I've only had 2 instances where someone came back and said, would love to do coaching, I just can't pay this much. And that's fine. The way I handle it is I just point them to my other content. I say, hey, you know what? Maybe one-on-one coaching is just not what you need right now, but I've got tons of content. And then I always just try to be helpful. I always say, listen, if you need something, I can answer a quick question, just shoot me an email. I try to be as accessible as I can be. I don't just say, well, I don't lower my prices though. That's one thing that you have to kind of make that decision. You have to choose how you're going to handle this. If somebody comes back from me giving them a coaching proposal and they say it's just too steep, I can't do it, I never come back and say, well, let me discount it. The reason why is because, number one, I just don't want to do one-on-one coaching. And that's why I don't do it anymore. I just really didn't want it badly enough to even discount it. So if somebody couldn't handle $4,500 or $5,000, I never said, well, how about $3,000? Because I wasn't trying to get their business. What I was trying to do was meet a demand with enough compensation that made it worth it to me. But again, if I had done this starting out, fortunately, my prices back then were more like $2,500 for a coaching package. Had 2 people take me up on that right away, then a third one. So had no problem. And I would just increase it with each new client that would come on. And only a couple of times someone said, can't do it because of the money. So the way I handled it was basically just, I would say, well, man, I've got lots of content that I think is going to help you. And now that I have the group coaching program, it's a little bit different because those prices are public. So when you apply for insiders, you see right there that for the 8 weeks, it's $1,597. So basically people know right away they can't apply without agreeing to, they don't pay anything to apply, but they at least have it written down there where they say, yes, I understand what this costs, and I'm willing to make this kind of investment in myself. But that's a great question. What other questions come to mind? Because that is the way to do it. So what I would do is, if you want to take action on this right away, then I would do this step right here. Email your list and post on social that you have a few spots for personalized one-on-one coaching. If you don't want to mess with a form, you don't have to. You can literally just put that out there and say, reply to this email and we'll set up a discovery call. And you can have this thing, you could have a client, you could have an interview with a client by the end of the day, and you could email them on Monday with a proposal. If you start with this right here, personalized one-on-one coaching, I'm rolling that out. Let people know that, and it's amazing what will happen. I'll let some questions come in, and in the meantime, while questions are coming in, make sure, if you aren't on Kajabi, Kajabi is an all-in-one online business solution. It's amazing. It hosts your website, your landing pages, your email marketing solution, your payment processor, podcast, coaching programs, membership site, all of it. All of that, it hosts it completely, runs it on Kajabi with one software, integrates everything together perfectly. It's amazing. And right now you can get it for 3 months for $99. Plus, you get all of my awesome bonuses, which include a 45-minute one-on-one call with me, which, by the way, is expensive. That's a valuable thing that normally people have to pay hundreds of dollars to have that. But I give it to my Kajabi affiliates for free when you use my link. 45, we can talk about anything, strategy, how to set up your business, how to get started on Kajabi. We can talk about whatever you want in that call. You get my Kajabi Accelerator course, which is awesome. It's a course that will walk you through exactly what it takes to get started on Kajabi and get going well and quickly. And then my $25,000 course launch email template. Those are the exact emails that I use to launch my first course, which made over $25,000. So all that is free for the taking when you use my link, lanesebring.com/Kajabi. I just want everybody here to succeed, to be able to take what you're good at, what your experiences are, what your expertise is, and put it out in the world and do something really cool with it. Love to help people do that. So thank you for being on. It doesn't look like any more questions are coming through. If you're watching this after the fact, after August is over, you can still get all these cool bonuses, and you can still get a 30-day free trial after August. But if you're watching before August 31st, jump on, get the 3 months for $99. Cannot wait to see you tomorrow. We're going to talk in tomorrow's live about building your mini course. So we're going to jump right into digital products tomorrow. I love talking about courses. It's one of the fastest and easiest ways to make an income right away. Next to coaching, making a mini course is a great way to accelerate the process. Let's see. Zan the Man says, Lane, your $5,000 coaching package, that's for 12 months, correct? And is that weekly, hourly sessions, or monthly sessions? So the $5,000 was for a 6-month package. The 12 months was about $8,000, and it included monthly 90-minute sessions, but then unlimited email coaching in between, which usually was video responses, answering questions, and then access to any of my templates that I had. Thanks, Lane. Good info. Thanks, John. MV. Thank you, Lane. Very much appreciate all of you on today. And until next time, keep working, keep going at it, keep grinding. I guess I don't really even like that. Well, you don't have to grind. You can just work. you can just put some effort in and put some really purposeful effort in, and you can grow your business quickly. And see a lot of success and help a lot of people. Go to my YouTube channel, look at the playlists that relate to coaching. You'll get some more information. See you tomorrow. Welcome to day 6 of 10 days to 10K on Kajabi. Today, we're going to dive into how to build your first mini course. And this is going to be an excellent transition from building the infrastructure of the business, setting up the content plan, maybe getting a coaching client or two. And now we're moving to actually creating our first digital product. It's going to be an amazing time together. I do want to mention every single day for 10 days, we have been live. I want to be honest, this is actually pre-recorded. So I'm not live, but I will be responding to the comments. And so if you leave a comment, I will be coming in either while we're doing this or later to respond to the comments. I want to just be honest with you and not just act like this is live when it's not. We had a scheduling conflict, so it'll be pre-recorded today and tomorrow, but it'll still play just like today at 10 o'clock, and it will play tomorrow at 10 o'clock, tomorrow's video, and then we'll be back live on Monday, and we'll finish out the 10 days. But this is going to be incredibly valuable. I will interact in the comments, and if you're watching this after the fact, then it doesn't matter to you anyway. So glad that you're watching through these 10 days. This has been really, really exciting and a lot of fun. I want to mention before we get started a couple of things. One, you can go to lanesebring.com/super simple. You can get a free guide that will walk you through kind of this whole process that I've been doing in these 10 days. So if you want something kind of on paper that you can look at, maybe take notes with, the super simple guide is going to be your best friend. The next thing I want to mention is that if you are watching this before the end of August 2022, the best deal that Kajabi has ever done is currently happening. So we're talking about how to get to 10K a month on Kajabi as fast and as quickly and as well as you can. And this is the time to get on Kajabi. You can get 3 months of Kajabi for $99 using my link. That's lanesebring.com/Kajabi. You're going to get a 45-minute Zoom call with me to talk about your business, talk about Kajabi, talk about how to get the best possible start on the platform. You're also going to get my Kajabi Accelerator course, which is awesome. It will walk you through step by step how to structure your business on Kajabi for the best results. And then you're also going to get my $25,000 course launch email template. All of that is yours as a way to say thank you for using my link, because it is a referral link. I do get a small commission when you use it. So if you're benefiting from these 10 days and all of the content that I've made on Kajabi to help you out and help ensure your success, and you appreciate it, and you're going to jump on Kajabi to try it out, you might as well use my link. Which, by the way, if you're not into the 3 months for $99, or if you're just watching this after August and the deal's gone, you can always check out the 30-day free trial. You still get all the cool bonuses. You still get the time with me, the Kajabi Accelerator course, all that. That's also at lanesebring.com/Kajabi. Just scroll down the page a little bit and you'll see the 30-day trial there for you. All right, so we started out with your business idea. We looked at this big idea on day 2, that your knowledge plus your passion plus demand equals a profitable idea. And we have revisited this concept every day since. It's been a huge, huge part of what we're doing. Your business infrastructure was what we looked at the next day. This is the idea that you want to have a website that's purposeful. It points to your lead magnet. You want to have a lead magnet that's really attractive. It's compelling and delivers a quick win. People want it. And that lead magnet puts people on your email sequence, which then provides them an opportunity to purchase one of your products. Now, to get those people onto that system and into your funnel, your sales funnel, you need a content plan. Content is your bread and butter. So we talked about how to set up and structure your content within your niche, what people are asking for, what they want, and that is a huge, huge part of it. Day 5, we talked about this yesterday, building your coaching program. This is the fastest and easiest way to get started making money. There's a lot that you have to do in online business before you even have a product to sell. So if you can get in there and give have a way where people can learn from you and pay for it, you're well ahead of the curve. So that's what we've walked through the last 5 days. Now, day 6 is today, build your mini course. And the thing that I love about starting with the mini course, once we've got a couple of coaching clients, we're building our mini course. It is not as daunting of a task as building a flagship course. We'll talk about what a flagship course is on day 8, but it's doable. It's a mini course. You can wrap your hands around it, and it's a good test for your content to see if people will pay you for your content. A mini course is a great test to see if that can happen. And so I want to mention, before we dive into building your mini course, if you want to get a deep dive into everything we're talking about here and go really, really in-depth into all this, not to mention on camera live with me in a small group setting, you can do that by going to lanesebring.com/insiders. It's Lane's Online Business Insiders. We're doing another round starting in September 22nd. So if you want to be a part of that, you can apply at lanesebring.com/insiders. All right. So let's jump in to what we're going to be looking at today, which is building the mini course. So let's start by answering the question, what is a mini course? A mini course does a few things. Number one, it solves one problem. Okay, so if your flagship course is the kind of core of all you teach, it's the complete system of everything you teach, a mini course is just one sliver of what you teach. And it goes deep, but it goes deep on one problem or one question or teaching people one skill. So it solves one problem. It's part of what you teach, but it's not the whole part of what you teach. It's usually 3 to 7 lessons. Now, this could vary. You could have 20 lessons that are all very short and still a mini course. Or you could have 2 lessons that are pretty long and it's still a mini course. So I just say 3 to 7 is about common, because you're going to take people on one journey, solving one problem, learning one skill. So whatever that takes, 3 lessons, 5 lessons, 7 lessons, that's kind of the general range that you would find in most mini courses. It's going to be low ticket. And when I say low ticket, for most niches, it's going to be between about $50 and $150, or $50 and $200. So anything under $200 and anything above $50 is about in that kind of sweet spot for mini course. And they are simple to build and sell. You're not building a complex system that's going to take months. It is a very simple, straightforward set of lessons that help people in a really, really kind of tight you pack a punch with this, and it's awesome. That's what you're doing with a mini course. Now, the question that I want to answer as we get started here is, why start with a mini course? Like, why would we begin with a mini course? Well, building and selling a mini course first allows you to get your offer built and selling sooner so you can generate revenue while building your flagship course. This is a really, really helpful part of this process. So if you think about it, we started by getting our coaching clients up and running. So we got a couple of coaching clients, maybe 2 or 3 coaching clients, and we're earning money doing that. And that's awesome. And at the same time, now we're building a mini course that we can get built pretty quickly. So the coaching clients and the mini course will be working together and selling and making us money while we're now building our flagship course. So we're kind of building and then launching and then continuing to build. And so that's where that $10,000 a month number comes from. Because if we get enough coaching clients, sell enough mini courses and flagship courses, we start to see that monthly revenue rise. So I want to walk you through a very simple way that I approach building my mini courses. And we'll talk about how the same thing applies to flagship courses in a couple of days. But today I want to focus on mini courses and just how simple they can be. What I like to use is the escape arrival paradigm. I learned this from Miles Beckler. I think it's just an amazing way to look at this concept. So if you think about a course, I want you to think in terms of escape and arrival. Okay. So what are people escaping from and what are you helping them arrive to? So if you think about it, when you ask the question of your people on your list, when you say something like, what are your challenges? Where are you stuck? What you're asking is what can I help you escape from? Right? Or like, where do you feel like you are that you don't want to be? Kind of stuck and you need to escape. And when you ask questions like, what are your goals? What are your desires related to this niche? You are asking the question, where do you want to be? How can I help you arrive? So if you can think of it in terms of escape and arrival, what am I helping people escape from? And what am I helping them arrive to? What is my content? What is this course? What journey is it going to take them on that is going to help them arrive at somewhere better? So using myself as an example, I have a mini course on my Preaching Donkey brand called Preaching Jumpstart. And it's a very simple course. It's 7 lessons and it walks people through just the bare basics of how to write and deliver a message. That's all it does. So it's very simple. And where I'm helping people escape from is this feeling of I'm sitting down to write a message. Maybe I've done it before. It's not completely unfamiliar to me, but it's a daunting task because I don't have a clear system. I don't have a first do this, then try that. I don't have that kind of system. And so I want to help that person who feels stuck there escape that feeling of like, oh, I got another sermon to write, lots of pressure. I don't know what I'm doing exactly, but I really want to make this good. And I want to help them arrive at this feeling of confidence, right? Where when they sit down to write a message, they know exactly what they're going to do first, second, third, fourth, fifth. They have a process, they have a system. So all they have to do to write any given sermon is plug in their content to this system of study, of preparation, of prayer, of writing and rehearsal, so that when they're done with this process, they have a sermon ready to go. I'm helping them escape that feeling of timidity and helping them arrive at a feeling of confidence. And that course, Preaching Jumpstart, does that very, very well for those people who take it. So you want to think about, with your mini course, where are people stuck and where do you want to help them get? What do you want to help them escape from? Where do you want to help them arrive to? Now, along the way, you're going to have milestones, okay? So if you help someone escape over here and arrive over here, it's not a straight path. There are milestones that they have to hit, right? So in my case, they're going to have to learn how to study for a sermon, the right books to buy, how to read the Bible, how to study for a sermon. They're going to have to learn how to outline a message properly. They're going to have to learn how to use things like illustrations and application to make sure it hits home with people and captures their attention. They're going to have to learn how to handle themselves on a platform, how to make eye contact, hand gestures, stage movements, all the kind of thing. So those are all going to be milestones from being stuck to arriving somewhere great. Well, those milestones turn into the lessons for the mini course. So for your mini course, help people escape one place they're stuck. Consider each milestone they will have to learn or develop or acquire. Those are the milestones along the way. So what knowledge do they have to learn? What skill do they have to develop or acquire in order to achieve transformation? And all you have to do for a mini course is make each one of those milestones a lesson. So going back to the escape arrival, they're over here, you're helping them escape. So let's say, this is an easy example, I always use it, but let's say you're a fitness trainer and you're doing a simple, straightforward wellness jumpstart, right? So you're going to hit a little bit of nutrition, a little bit of fitness. You're not like getting into elite training. You're just trying to help people reset. So maybe people feel stuck. They don't know what to eat. They don't know how to get their body moving. That's where they're stuck. Where they want to, or where you want to help them arrive, is just, hey, a little bit of confidence around what they're eating and a training program. That's it. So along the way, you're gonna help them with maybe one milestone is mindset, because maybe you want to tackle the fact that they've tried things in the past and have failed, and maybe diets haven't worked or whatever. So let's start with mindset. Then we're going to go to nutrition. We're going to get a meal plan. Then we're going to go to fitness. We're going to get a training plan. Then we're going to have a lesson on putting it all together. So there's really just 4 lessons: mindset, fitness, diet, putting it all together. Those are the milestones. Escape, arrival, you've got a mini course. Now, if I were actually a fitness trainer, it would probably be a lot more nuanced than that, but you get the idea. You can take this and apply it to any niche that you're in, and you can just say, I'm going to get people from here to here, and it's going to take these steps. And you decide what those steps are and make a lesson on each one. Making your course valuable. So when you go to make a course, right, you're going to be on video. A lot of times you might be showing slides along with it. You might have downloadables. Here's what I suggest to make it valuable. The first thing is include visuals or slides with your video lessons. So give people the visual cues. Give people an opportunity to not just hear you talking about it, but see what it looks like. Provide downloadables and worksheets, okay? So downloadables, worksheets, things that they can take, and this is easy to do on Kajabi. You just make it available in PDF form. They can download it and they can work through it themselves with each thing, and then include bonuses. So like a bonus might be, you might have those 5 lessons in your course, but then you have another bonus lesson that just makes the course that much more valuable. Maybe the bonus lesson is like how to make a meal out of anything in your kitchen, how to make a healthy meal out of anything you have. Or in my case, I might have a sermon evaluation of one of my sermons within the Preaching Jumpstart course. So people go through all the material, and then I critique one of my own sermons and walk them through how to critique their own sermon, right? And then offer a premium tier with access to you. This is one of the things that helps so much when you're making any kind of course, to have more than one option. So you might have your mini course, which is, let's say, $97 is what your mini course is. Well, you can have an option where they get a call with you for $197. So they have 2 choices. They have a $97 option and they have a $197 option, and they can pick which one they want. And that upper tier, a lot of people are going to pick that because it's valuable and it has access to you. And for just $100 bump, you get that, but it's double the price. So, and also when they get down to the bottom of the sales page and they're looking at one option, $97, it's a question of, should I buy or should I not? It's a yes, no proposition. As soon as there are 2 choices, a $97 option and a $197 option, for example, now that proposition is an either or. It's which one should I buy? And that is a powerful psychological switch. So that's why it's really helpful to have at least 2 tiers when you are presenting your course. And so when you're making it, it's helpful to add the bonuses, and then you can split out those bonuses and include some of them with the basic and some of them with the premium tier. And it's easy always just to add a option for direct access to you in some way, even if it's limited 1 session, and you can do it that way. But where you want to start is go and look at the escape arrival. Write this down on a piece of paper, sketch it out, and put over here, where are my people stuck? And what is one way that they are stuck? What is one place that I can get them to that will solve that problem? What are the things they need to know or do, or skills they need to acquire to get from escape to arrival, and begin mapping out and outlining those lessons. Now, you might have more questions about the kind of nitty gritty of, okay, great, I want to do it, but how do I do this? I have a playlist on this YouTube channel all about making your mini course. And so if you go to Lane Sebring, if you go to youtube.com/Lane Sebring Live, that's my YouTube channel, you will find playlist. Click on that. There's a whole bunch of playlists about Kajabi. One of them is called Building Your Mini Course. Click on that. You'll find all kinds of things about what it looks like inside Kajabi, how to set it up, tips on how to record. It's all there. So check it out there. Be sure to let me know in the comments what you think. I'll be interacting with the comments after this goes live on Saturday morning. So if you're watching live right now and you're still with me, thank you so much. Leave a comment. I'll respond. If you're watching this after the fact, same thing. Leave a comment. I'd love to interact with you. Yeah, this is the link, youtube.com/Lane Sebring Live/playlist. That's where you can get that. Be sure to jump on to Kajabi. This is the time to do it. I cannot stress enough how great this deal is. Kajabi's always a good deal. It really is. Like, for what you get, it is incredibly inexpensive because they include so many pieces of software that you would have had to get. You'd have had to pay so much more. I know because that's what I did. So it's an amazing deal, but they discount it like this, and it's like, wow, that is a really good deal. 3 months for $99. You can hit the ground running and do some amazing stuff on Kajabi before you have to pay the full price, which is, again, still a really good deal. So be sure to tap into that. And if you missed any of these videos, check out this playlist, 10 days to 10K on Kajabi. Watch them all, and I'll see you here, same time, same place tomorrow for day 7, launching your mini course. Thanks for being here. Welcome to day 7 of 10 days to 10K on Kajabi. We are going to dive into launching your mini course. Yesterday, we talked about building a mini course, and we looked at that escape arrival paradigm. And today we're going to look at what it takes to launch your mini course. And the launching of a course is actually split into 2 different lessons. We're going to talk about it today. And tomorrow we'll talk about building a flagship course. And then the next day we'll talk about launching the flagship course. Launching strategy between the mini course and the flagship course are similar, but there are some differences. So we'll start the conversation today, and then we'll finish it 2 days from now. And by the end of that, you'll know exactly what to do to launch a mini course or a flagship course as effectively and efficiently as possible. Now, I do want to point out that even though it looks like I'm live right now, I actually am not. Tomorrow, we'll be back with live videos all the way through Wednesday, every day at 10 o'clock. But when you're seeing this, Sunday at 10, if you're watching this live, where I'm at church. So I just had to do that today and yesterday to get all 10 days in a row. We just had to pre-record the Saturday and Sunday. So I hope you understand. You can still interact in the comments. I'm still going to reply and respond. Love seeing those. And we'll be back genuinely live tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, 24 hours from right now, if you're watching this live. If you're watching this after the fact, none of this matters to you because it doesn't matter if I'm live or not, because you're watching this after the fact. So I'm happy that everybody is watching, whether live or not. As we are going to get started, I want to point out, I would love for you to go to lanesebring.com/super simple. You can pick up my super simple guide to your first $500 online. It's a great companion to these 10 days. If you've been tracking with us through this set of live videos, this guide will be a really, really good companion. It kind of puts on paper what we've been discussing in these things together. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Kajabi is doing the biggest promotion that they've ever done, which is 3 months of Kajabi for $99 when you use my link. If you go to lanesebring.com/Kajabi, you can go and sign up for Kajabi. First 3 months are $99 total for 3 months. And you, with my link, you get a 45-minute one-on-one Zoom call with me where we can talk about your business, talk about Kajabi, talk about what you're trying to do in your business, and I can help you strategize and think through a plan to accelerate your success, get you up and running as quickly as possible. You'll also get my free course that's exclusive to people who use my link, and it's called Kajabi Accelerator. It's a really great course that will help you get started on that platform and get successful right away. And then you'll also get my $25,000 course launch email template. All of that is yours as a way to say thank you for using my link, because it is a referral link. So I do get a small commission if you use my link, but you get so much more. You get all of those things plus my support and help along the way. So go to lanesebring.com/super simple and you can pick that up there. Or sorry, lanesebring.com/Kajabi, and you can grab it there. All right, so just to review, we started out talking about your business idea, and where we landed was this kind of equation: your knowledge plus your passion plus demand equals a profitable idea. If you're knowledgeable about something and passionate about it, and there's a demand for it, you've got the makings of a profitable idea. We looked at business infrastructure, things like your website, your lead magnet, your email sequences. All of those things have to be built. Remember, we're trying to go for setting things up to get your business up and running into $10,000 a month as fast as we can. So getting these things done and settled early on and quickly with just the basics of what you need. It does not have to be complicated for you to have a profitable business. So get these things up and running so that you have the infrastructure that you need. We talked about your content plan on day 4. This was really fun. I love talking about content because content is the bread and butter of your online business. It is the thing that reaches out and grabs new leads and proves your worth to them. It proves to them that you have something that they need. If they are your target, if they are looking for and searching for content that's in your niche, and you're delivering that high value content that's helping them, truly helping them solve the problems that they have, answer the questions that they have, get them unstuck and help them reach their goals within your niche and topic, then you are going to have winning content. The key though, and we talked about this day 4, is the content has to be bridge content, not dead end. In other words, you've got to mention that lead magnet so that people know where to go from your content. So you can get them from the content to the email list and take it from there. Day 5, we talked about building your coaching program. This is huge. It's an easy way to start making money very quickly. And it's like market research. You're meeting one-on-one with a client and you can get all the information you need about what people in your niche are actually wanting from you, what they want to learn from you. And you're helping someone one-on-one while you are building your mini course, which was day 6. That's what we talked about yesterday, how to build your mini course. You've been making content for a while. You got the infrastructure built. Maybe you have a coaching client or two. Now it's time to sit down and make that mini course. How do we do it? We talked about that yesterday. We really want to focus on solving one problem, solving it really well, and helping people get from where they're stuck to where they want to go, and then help them with every milestone along the way. We talked about that yesterday. Hugely valuable paradigm. And we talked about how you want to write that down. Where are people stuck? How are you going to get them unstuck? And what does it take to get there? And then those milestones become the lessons in your course. Now today we get to this really fun part, which is launching your mini course. And really launching the course is going to be split into 2 parts because there's a lot to launching. There's pre-launch and then there's launch. So today we're going to talk mostly about the pre-launch stuff. And tomorrow we'll talk about building out the flagship course. And then on day 9, we'll talk about launching the flagship course. And we'll talk about kind of the post pre-launch, which is just the launch. But don't be confused with all that. I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. Today, all you have to think about is the fact that today we're going to talk about what it takes to get your audience, to get your customers, to get the people who watch your content, to get them ready for your course. To do that, you have to really make sure that you are setting the tone and getting them excited about the fact that something's coming that they are going to want. Something's coming that they are going to find valuable. You don't want to just spring a course on your audience out of nowhere. They need to be warmed up and primed to purchase from you. You need a pre-launch strategy. So think about this. If you consider the fact that there is never a movie that just pops onto the screen at a movie theater, right? You're there and they say, hey, here's a new movie. You've probably seen no marketing about it. You've probably seen no trailers, but they spent $100 million making it. I'm sure you'll like it. That's very, very, very rare, if ever, that happens. Typically, these studios will make a movie, and then for months leading up to the release of that movie, they're doing press releases about it. They're spreading the trailer. They're running ads. The actors in the movie are doing interviews with late night talk shows. They're doing all of this stuff to try to build up the anticipation that, hey, this thing is coming, so that by the time that movie releases, they've got people actually in line waiting to see it. That's the way that works. And the same is true just about with any kind of media. If you're going to release a book, if you're going to release a song, you have some build up to it so that people are ready. The same is true, and even more so in your online business. You want to make sure that if you don't want to just go kind of hide in a room for 3 months and build a course and just hope that you can come out and say, hey, I built something for you and it's $197, so buy it, right? Typically doesn't work. You're going to release it to crickets, right? It's just going to be like, I don't know if that's for me. I don't know if I'm ready for it. I don't know if it's something that, matters to me. So you really need to prime the pump and avoid springing a course on people out of nowhere, but prime the pump and get them ready and eager to purchase from you. And to do that, you need a pre-launch strategy. So what is a pre-launch strategy? A pre-launch strategy is essentially a series of content you'll release ahead of launch week. So we'll talk about launch week 2 days from now. But right now we're looking at the week ahead of launch week, or the weeks leading up to launch week. You're going to release a series of content. The content will relate specifically to your course material and lead your audience directly to it. So what you want to do is think about, if you have a course coming out, a mini course, and it's a very focused course, you're helping people get from here to there, you thought it through, it's amazing. You want to back up a step and you want to think about what content would complement that course and lead people up to the course being the next step, right? So if we backed up and we said, okay, if my course is helping people solve this problem, then what could I do that would kind of build up the anticipation and excitement to get them ready to solve that problem by taking the course? And sometimes this can be just as simple as walking through some of the ideas that are actually in the course, but the course is going to go way more in depth and way more, it's going to deliver so much more value. But leading up to the course, you can kind of show them, hey, here's the strategy. If you're teaching in the course like how to do something, hey, here's how to do it. The course is going to go more in depth. The course is going to help you do it not just alone, but you're going to have my support. You're going to have the community of people that are in the course. Those are the kind of things that you're going to say when you are selling the course, but you've got to get people interested in the way you do that. This is a type of lead magnet. Remember, when we talked about content is going to push out a lead magnet to get people to come into our ecosystem. Well, in the same way, this is a type of lead generation because we're taking this pool of people that have already subscribed to us. So they're already leads, but this is warming up those leads to get them ready to purchase the course that we've built. Now, if this is at all confusing, I want to help clear it up. There are 3 great options for a pre-launch strategy, for that series of content or that piece of content that you'll release ahead of launch week. So the first option is a live webinar. Now, I will say a live webinar is probably more of something that you would want to do for a flagship course. A live webinar is a big commitment, and for a live webinar, you would get people to attend, you would do a registration. It's easy to do, nothing to be intimidated by. You can do that easily on Kajabi. But if you're going to go to all that effort of doing a live event, live webinar, then it makes more sense to go ahead and release a higher end, higher ticket product. Not saying you can't do a live webinar for a mini course, but that's one thing that you might save for the flagship. What I would suggest doing for a mini course would be the next thing, which is a 3-part pre-recorded workshop. This works out really well. So think about the content that you would say or do on a live webinar, but you do it in 3 parts, and it's pre-recorded, but it's still something that they have to register to go to. So you make a video, maybe a 10-minute video teaching a piece of content, and then maybe another 10-minute video for the next day, like day 2 of the workshop, teaching a piece of content. And then the third day is another piece of content, teaching a piece of the workshop. And each day you reveal just a little more about what's coming. So maybe day 1, you deliver the content and you say, hey, cannot wait for day 2. We're going to dive more into this. And I'm so excited because I am going to be sharing with you something that I have built just for you that will help you to take this content even further and learn in a way that is going to be amazing. So you kind of tease it on day 1. Day 2, you teach through the content and you go ahead and make the announcement. Day 2, you say, hey, this has been amazing. I hope you've enjoyed these couple of days. We have 1 day left tomorrow. We're going to dive into XYZ, but I want to tell you about, and then you reveal what's coming. And you don't give too many details, but you might say, I've got this course. It's going to be amazing. It's called, in my case, it's called Preaching Jumpstart. It's going to help you write and deliver a compelling message. I cannot wait to tell you more about it tomorrow. So be here for day 3. We're going to dive into all the awesome content, and I'm going to tell you all the details about Preaching Jumpstart, which is only going to be available for a limited time. So can't wait to see you tomorrow. So you just kind of tease it. And then day 3, the last day of the workshop, you've got your content and it's valuable and it's good. And all of that leads up to the release of that course. So you might say something like, so here we are, we finished the workshop. You've got your downloadables, your worksheets. Make sure to make great use of those. I'm so excited to, let you know again that the course, whatever it is, Preaching Jumpstart, Wellness Jumpstart, whatever course, whatever mini course you've done, it goes live tomorrow. So starting tomorrow, it is available, and just give them a little bit of a reason why they would want to buy it. Here's why this is so powerful. In this example, for 3 days, these people have shown up online to watch these workshop videos that you've done. Maybe you've put little worksheets with each one that they can go through. Maybe there's a little bit of interaction there, and it's over and above your normal content, right? So normally they would just see a YouTube video from you, but now they've actually registered for a workshop. They've attended it every day. They're downloading the worksheets. It's really good. It's valuable. It's great content. And now you've told them, hey, something's coming. Something's coming that is something that is going to be really valuable to you. It's going to help you take this content even deeper, even further. It's only available for a limited time, and tomorrow is the day that it opens. That gets them excited. So now when tomorrow comes and they get an email from you that says, my course is open for enrollment, guess what? You have all those people that are now aware that something's coming. And not only are they aware that something's coming, they're actually excited about it. They were brought into it. They had a little bit of a taste of it, and they want more now. That doesn't mean every one of them is going to buy. That's not how it works. But all of them are going to be anticipating something. They're going to be excited. And then a percentage of those people are going to buy, and they're going to be really glad they bought, and they're going to have a sense of excitement. And your launch week is going to go so much better because you put in a little bit of this work to do a pre-launch strategy to make sure that these people are ready to receive the course that you've built. That's why I love a 3-part challenge. It's easy to do. You pre-record everything, and then Kajabi has a one of their funnels lays this out perfectly, and it's super easy to do. And again, I have playlists which map out how to do all of this. So if you go to my YouTube channel, which you're on right now, just go to playlist and look for launching your course, and you'll see a ton of videos that I've done on this and how to do it on Kajabi. Now, the next thing you can do is a 5-day challenge. This is where they register for the 5-day challenge, and it's a mix of content and their participation. It can be very powerful to do this, where they are working with you and you're doing content every day. Maybe you're showing up live is usually how this does. You're live every day for 5 days. And at the end of it, it's the same kind of thing. You tease it throughout the week. And at the end of it, you make it available and you say, now you can jump into my course and it's going to be amazing. So those are the things that I love to do for my pre-launch strategy. Now, again, in 2 days, we're going to talk about what launch week looks like, both for the mini course and the flagship course. What does launch week look like? How do you, once you've got everybody primed and ready, how do you actually sell the course? We're going to talk about that in 2 days. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about building out the flagship course. This is exciting. We're coming up on the end of this. Tomorrow on Monday, we're going to do day 8, Tuesday's day 9, and Wednesday is day 10. And you will have literally everything you need to get going with your business and make it to 10,000 a month as fast as you can. Now, I want to mention, if you want to go deeper on these topics, if you want to dive into it with me, my exclusive coaching community is opening up for another round. I have a program called Lane's Online Business Insiders. It's exclusive. I only take 7 people each time, and you have to apply. So if you go to lanesebring.com/insiders, you can be a part of it. It's content that walks you through how to start and grow your business, but it's also in a group setting where we do hot seats every week. So in that 8 weeks, you'll actually have an opportunity to do 2 different hot seats to work out what you're trying to do, the challenges that you're facing, the things that you're trying to accomplish in your business. And then myself, along with the other participants in the group, we help to make sure that we're giving you advice and helping ask questions and walking you through it. It's highly valuable. The people who have gone through it before have a lot of great things to say about it. You're going to love it, and it's going to help you do what I'm talking about here, but with a group of people and with my coaching directly. So lanesebring.com/insiders. And again, one more time, if you are not on Kajabi, this is the time to do it, especially if you're watching this before the end of August, because this deal goes away at the end of August. And, if you're watching this after August, you can still get my 30-day free trial. Go to lanesebring.com/Kajabi, and you still get all the bonuses that I offer. So lanesebring.com/Kajabi. But if you're watching this before the end of the month and you're thinking about doing Kajabi, now is the time, because you get 3 months for $99, which is a great deal. So jump onto Kajabi, and I will see you right here live tomorrow, Monday morning at 10 o'clock, to talk about building your flagship course. Thank you so much for being here. I'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to day 8 of 10 days to 10K on Kajabi. We are live in the moment right now. Here I am. It's been a fun 8 days. We had a first day and a second day and a third day and all those, and now we're on day 8 of 10. Today we are going to talk about building out your flagship course. So far, we've talked about your coaching program. We've talked about the mini course, building it and launching it. Today, we're going to talk about the third type of product you want to have, which is the flagship course. We're going to get into more of that as we go. If you are watching live, be sure to let me know in the comments what you're hoping to get out of today's live and where you're watching from. That would be awesome to know. Also, if you are watching the replay, you can skip ahead a couple of minutes and we will be starting very soon, not too long from now. I want to mention, if you're not on Kajabi yet, what are you doing? Get on Kajabi. You've got 3 days left. Today, the 29th, tomorrow, the 30th, or the day after that, the 31st, to take advantage of their amazing deal right now, which is 3 months of Kajabi for $99 with my link. You can go to lanesebring.com/Kajabi. You get a 45-minute one-on-one call with me to help you get started on Kajabi. We can talk about your business strategy, anything you want to talk about, one-on-one for 45 minutes. Kajabi Accelerator course, that is my stellar, if I do say so myself, course on how to get successful on Kajabi, showing you around the platform, everything you need to know to get your business going. And then my $25,000 course launch email template. These are the exact emails and email strategy that I used to take my first course and launch it to make ultimately $25,000 in the first 3 launches. So those are all yours as a way to say thank you for using my link. It is an affiliate link, which means I do get a small commission when you use it. So I appreciate it very much when you use my link. That's lanesebring.com/Kajabi. We got Zan the Man on our live today. He says, let's go. Hope you had a great weekend. I did. I absolutely had a great weekend. I hope you did as well. Just checked my kid into preschool, which was fun. Let's see. Yes, Zan, happy birthday. Belated. I think Zan's birthday was yesterday. So happy birthday to you, good sir. John Dillon says, happy B-Day, Zan. Just a good community here in the chat. Love it. Welcome, John. Great to have you on today. We're going to get started in just a minute. We'll let a couple more people jump on. It's going to be awesome. So as more people jump on, we'll go ahead and get going. All right. Welcome to 10 days to 10K on Kajabi. And we're going to kind of recap a little bit of where we've been. So we talked about your business idea. That was where we kind of began this whole thing, where you want to kind of land on an idea that's going to be profitable for you. And the way that you know this is the formula: your knowledge plus your passion plus demand equals a profitable idea. One of the questions we had a couple days ago was, how do you know if there is demand for your idea? And the way you know there's demand is by starting to make content, and as people respond to that content, you'll know what they're wanting more of, what they're responding to, and you begin to kind of formulate, okay, here's how my knowledge and my passion intersect with the demand that is out there. And that has turned into my profitable idea. And that's very, very crucial to this process. You can also do research and ask people what they're struggling with, where their challenges are, where they're stuck, that kind of negative end of the question. Then the positive end of the question, what are your goals and desires? Those 2 questions tell you a lot about what is in demand. But the best way to find out is to begin making your content. Zan says, yes, this is an amazing community. Thank you. I'm so glad. You're a huge part of what makes it an amazing community. So thank you for being a part of it today, Zan and John and whoever else is out there jumping on. So that is where you want to start with your idea formula. We looked at your business infrastructure. So if you're going to start with your idea, you need to lay some foundational tools out. That's where Kajabi comes in. Set up your website, set up your email marketing on Kajabi, set up all of the different parts of making sure that you have a good system to get people from your content to your lead magnet to your email sequence. That's all part of day 3. Day 4, we looked at your content plan. We talked about how in your content plan, there needs to be consistent, helpful, relevant content every single week so that people have an opportunity to get to know you, to get to like you, and to get to trust you because your content is serving them. You are showing up week after week after week with helpful content, meaning it's what they need, relevant, it's what they want, and consistent. It's right on time every time. And the 4th part that we looked at was bridge, never dead end content. Right? You never get to the end of your content and go, all right, well, see you later. Next time, big gulps. If you're a Dumb and Dumber fan, big gulps, huh? All right, see you later. right? You don't want that. You want bridge content. So the content is always leading to a next step or to a call to action. Number 5, day 5, we looked at building a coaching program. The exciting part about this is it is the way to start making money the fastest. You can start day 1 with content and reach out to people about coaching. We talked all about that in day 5. You can check out exactly how to set up a coaching program. And the cool thing is you only need 1 client to get started. Day 6, we talked about building your mini course. This was on Saturday, and lots of fun talking about building the mini course. We're going to get back into some of those same principles today, looking at building your flagship course. Day 7, we talked about launching your mini course. So what does it look like once you've built that mini course? How do you launch it? We talked a lot in day 7. This was yesterday, about all of the work that goes into just priming the pump, making sure that your audience is actually ready to begin using your product. I mean, you have to let them know that something really cool is coming. And typically the way you do that is through a really intentional series of content or live workshop that leads up to your launch. And we'll talk more about launching tomorrow in day 9 when we talk about launching your flagship course. Now, that brings us to today, which is building your flagship course. If you are ready for that, say I'm ready in the comments, because we're going to dive into what makes a flagship course, what that even means, how to build one, and then we'll talk about launching it tomorrow. So while everybody's letting me know they're ready, I want to mention one more time, you can go to lanesebring.com/Kajabi, jump on Kajabi. You got 3 days left to get this deal, 3 months of Kajabi for $99 with my link, lanesebring.com/Kajabi. 45-minute one-on-one call with me, my free course, Kajabi Accelerator, and the $25,000 course launch email template. All of that is yours when you use my link, lanesebring.com/Kajabi. Now, if you're watching this after the fact, you can still get a 30-day free trial using my link and all of those other goodies and bonuses. Those are all still there. But if you're watching this today, like the 29th of August, you might as well take advantage of this deal because it is a massive, massive discount. So lanesebring.com/Kajabi, or as I like to say, Kajabi, soft J. All right. Okay. So let's see the comments here. We've got John Dillon. I'm ready. We've got Jasmine Johnson. I'm ready with 2 exclamation marks. I love it. We've got MV. I am here and ready. Awesome. So glad everybody is jumped on and ready. Let's see. Xanderman, we ready. Music, we ready. Music, we ready. I don't read music, but I know those are notes. So that's awesome. 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 So let's go ahead and dive into building your flagship course. And if you hear somebody chewing, that's just my golden retriever, Hendrix. He's chewing on a bone down there. So hopefully that won't be too loud and too much of a distraction. All right, let's dive into it. What is a flagship course? Let's see. Lisa signed up today. Looking forward to the accelerator course and my call with you. Thanks for all these bonuses. That's awesome, Lisa. So excited. I actually saw that come through earlier today. Very excited to see that. Thank you so much for doing that. Yeah, can't wait to get on our call. And so when you sign up, you get an email right away from me that has a link to join the course. And in the course, you have a link to schedule the call. So very, very cool. And yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for mentioning that. It's so cool. I'm so happy for you. If you don't mind mentioning, Lisa, what's your niche? Like, what's your business about? I would love to know. And if you're comfortable mentioning that, that'd be cool for everybody to know. What is a flagship course? Okay, a flagship course is going to teach an end-to-end complete system. That's the first thing. So if a mini course is helping people solve one problem and it's a very focused solution, a flagship course is a complete solution. It's an end-to-end system. It also represents your complete core teaching. So in other words, everything that, if you took the totality of what you teach, your flagship course is going to include the vast majority of all your basic principles. Now, that doesn't mean that it's everything you're ever going to say, and it doesn't mean that it's the last product you're ever going to make. It's just that if somebody were to kind of take in your content for, a couple of weeks. They really like what you have to say. And they say, I want you to teach me the thing. Like, what is the thing that you teach that is like the core of your teaching? I want that. This is what that course is going to be. It's your complete core teaching. This is different than a mini course because a mini course is a part of your core teaching. So it might be like this. Like, let's say that you have a complete course that is everything you teach, but then there's one aspect of it that you drill down on a little bit more deeper, and that becomes a mini course. That's kind of the differentiation. So I'll give you an example. So in my Preaching Donkey business, my flagship course is called, hey, Hendrix, chill. My flagship, he's chasing his tail. My flagship course at Preaching Donkey is called Killer Sermons Academy. And it's the complete end-to-end system of everything I teach at Preaching Donkey. It's kind of my Preaching Donkey. It's like my whole system of being a preacher and a pastor in a church setting and writing and delivering consistently captivating, compelling messages. It's the whole thing. So if somebody were to jump on and they were to say, I want just kind of all of it, that's the course they get. But then I have a mini course, which is called Preaching Jumpstart, which is really designed for people who are just starting out. And it focuses on one aspect, and that is writing and delivering a sermon. So it's not the complete system of, being a pastor in a local church setting. Here's everything you need in terms of your communication. It's just one sliver of it. And both of those courses complement each other. Both of those courses are great for the same person. Like the same person could buy Killer Sermons Academy, get a lot out of it, and then go buy Preaching Jumpstart and get a lot out of it, and the other way around. Buy Preaching Jumpstart first, then buy Killer Sermons Academy, and both be served very well. They also meet different people in different places. So there might be someone, it's like somebody emailed me just the other day and they said, hey, I'm trying to decide between Killer Sermons Academy and Preaching Jumpstart. What are the main differences? And so I just started asking them, well, what are your goals? What are you wanting to accomplish? Where are you at in your career? And where I ended up pushing them was towards the mini course because they're kind of just starting out. And I said, this is probably going to have everything you need. And if you like it, you can always buy the academy later on. And so he ended up buying the mini course. So that is the difference. A flagship course is your complete end-to-end system. And it's the core, it's the complete core of what you teach. Let's check out some comments. Let's see here. Zan the Man, We Ready is a huge sports anthem song. Oh, yes. I should probably know more about sports than I do. But yeah, you're right. That's awesome. Okay. So flagship course, the end-to-end system, your complete core teaching. It's going to use multiple modules. So where we talked 3 days ago, when we looked at building your mini course, a mini course really just has one module, that escape, arrival, and then there's lessons in between. We're going to talk about this in a second, but the flagship course is really going to be made up of multiple modules because to get people from here all the way over to where you want them to go is going to require just kind of a more holistic course that's broken down into more categories that still take people on a path, on a journey. So it's going to use multiple modules. It's going to be higher ticket. So typically between $200 on the low end and $2,000 plus on the high end. So the reason why I give that range is because I think, and I mentioned this during our mini course day 6, I think a really good range for a mini course is anywhere between $50 to $200. So that $47, $50 range for kind of the lower end mini courses, all the way up to $197 or $200 for the kind of higher end or more beefy mini course. Okay, somewhere in there. I like that $99 range. I think that's a great price for a mini course, right at $100. You can add another bonus to get it up to $200. So you have 2 tiers in your structure. You have a kind of the basic mini course and then maybe a platinum version of the mini course. That's a really great way of doing it. And what that does is it's a quick decision. It's if it's the right product, the right fit, you do some of the sales things well, which we talk a lot about in my insiders program, lanesebring.com/insiders. You can check that out. We start another round of it in September. But we talk in there about how to write the sales copy for your course, how to make the sales pages, how to make them really, really stand out. And It's easier with a mini course because it's just a lower amount. People can go, oh yeah, $200, I'll do that. Or $100. Again, if it's the right product and they need it and want it, $100, they don't have to think about that very much. Most people, if they're in the market for your course. Now, a flagship course is going to be that $200+ range in most niches. Now, some are going to be way more expensive, but I think for people that are starting out building a mini course, in that $297, $397, that's a really good sweet spot. Which, by the way, if you're ever wonder why so many digital products end in a 7, like 47, 97, 197, here's why. First of all, there's no rule. You can make them anything you want. You can do $299, you can do $300, doesn't matter. The reason why is because you know how everything is priced like $99, $199. You go to the store, everything's $99. And that's just because $199 looks better to the eye than $200, right? That's the idea, that it in your mind, there's something that goes, oh, it's in the 100s, even though it's $199. And we've got used to that. Well, there was some research about how the ending prices in a 9 is a little bit worn out, right? Ending prices in an 8 doesn't really do much different, but for whatever reason, at least when this research was done, ending prices in a 7 seemed like the best deal to people. And again, this is just where the research was when this was done, and I don't even remember where this research was. So I just want to emphasize, price however you want. I just go with this because there was enough of it that convinced me to say, okay, that sounds pretty good. I'll price everything with a 7. And so that's the way I do it. Actually, the way I do it, my kind of pricing function is if it is a flagship course, digital product, I'm sorry, not a flag, but if it's any kind of digital course, that kind of thing, it ends in a 7. If it's working directly with me one-on-one, it ends in a 5. I don't know why I did that, but like for my sermon evals, which are one-on-one, they end in a 5, like $295, $395, things like that. So again, you can price however you want. What I would look at is what are some of the competitors in your industry pricing? So let's say that you're a fitness coach and you're going to build a flagship course that's like a total health reset, right? You're helping people through their fitness, their eating, the whole thing. And you want to kind of coach them through that. You want to look at a few different people that are doing the same kind of courses. What do they cost? Are they $497? Are they $597? Are they $797? Are they $297 down on the lower end? And you want to kind of be somewhere in there. You don't have to be, but to be competitive, you want to make sure that you're not way overpriced, and you definitely don't want to be underpriced. Because if you're underpriced, people are going to say, oh, it must not be that good. So there's some perceived value that works in the pricing. So there's multiple modules, they cost more, and they're more work to build and sell. So whereas a mini course, you might be able to get it up and going in a month, a flagship course is going to take more like 3 to 5 months to build out. And again, it depends on the pace that you work at. If you have full-time focus, you can do this quicker. But if you're doing this, like my first flagship course I built while I still had a full-time job. I built it in the morning before I went to work. And so it just took it took several months because I was working on it in my spare time. But again, that's why I encourage you to start a coaching program. We talked about that a couple of days ago, and go ahead and get your mini course launched as quick as possible, so that while you're building your flagship course, you have 2 other products in your product suite that are already making you money, which is really, really helpful. All right, so let's check out a comment here. Psychology of pricing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the pricing, there's so many nuances in how things are priced, how we perceive the price. And the more you can look into it, the better, in terms of but what you don't want to do is get distracted with trying to figure out, what do I price it? If it's going to hold you up, just pick something. The market will tell you. I was selling a house. We sold our house in Tennessee. We closed this Friday. But one of the things our real estate agent told us when we were pricing, we priced it, what we thought was good based on the comps and his recommendation. And he said, here's the thing, the market will tell us. If we're overpriced, the market will tell us, and we'll have to adjust. But let's just try. And I feel like with online courses, it's much the same. You price. I would price a little higher than you even think you should. And if people buy and they're served well and it's a good deal, the market will tell you. They'll come back for more. they'll purchase, they'll be happy with it. If they purchase and you're getting a lot of refund requests or you're not selling anything, it's probably an indication that you need to make the course better or lower the price. Online marketers came up with ending in 7. They found the data more favorable over a 90 days sales test of the end of 9 versus 5 versus 7. 7 charted better. Well, there you go. Thanks, Dan. Yeah, I knew there was some research behind it. I had not looked into it in a while, like what the research was, what it said. But yeah, that's where the pricing function of ending in a 7 came from. Very cool. All right, so let's dive back into this. So we talked about what it is here. Now let's look at this. The goal of a flagship course is transformation. Now, the goal of a mini course is also transformation, but even more so, if you are going to take people through a flagship course, it cannot merely be just a whole bunch of information that you're throwing to people. That's not compelling enough. It's not going to achieve what you want, which is raving reviews because of student success. The way you get raving reviews and student success is when your course is transformative. And this occurs when the information takes the student on a journey where they are equipped to solve the problem, acquire the skill, or develop the mindset. So you are helping them be equipped. It's not just them listening to you give them information, but they are being equipped to do something with it. That's what causes a flagship course or any course to be transformative. So this is where that escape arrival paradigm comes in. We talked about this a few days ago. What are you helping people escape from? And then what are you helping people arrive to? What is the thing that you're helping people get out of and get to? So what are the challenges? Where are they stuck? Where do they not want to be? And then how does your course going to take them out of that place of stuckness and bring them over here where they feel empowered, equipped, energized, and ready to take action on what they've learned? Okay, that's the escape arrival. Now, along the way, between escape and arrival, there are milestones, right? So there are things that they need to know. So if you think about even this set of live videos, these 10 videos, I did this same thing. I thought, okay, I want to help people build a business in 10 days that can be a $10,000 a month business very quickly, right? So if I had 10 days, 10 sessions with you, what would I do to help you escape, right, and arrive? So what are we escaping? Well, we're escaping maybe the overwhelm that comes with an online business and trying to make money online. We're escaping that feeling of like, oh, do I have time for this? Can I do it? Is it complicated? Is it simple? Is this something that do I have an idea? We're escaping all those feelings of like, I don't know what to do, but I want something. I just don't know where to go with it. And we're arriving, right, in 10 days with, I've got a 10-step plan to get this thing to $10,000 a month. I want you to feel empowered. I want you to feel confident. I want you to feel like you've got a plan. All you got to do is go back through and work through the plan day by day. It's going to take longer than 10 days to do all this, but in 10 days' time, we've got this transformative journey, and the milestones along the way were everything we talked about. Day one, we had to figure out, like, what is Kajabi and why are we going to be on that platform? And what is your business idea and is it profitable? And what does your infrastructure look like? And then what is your content plan? Those are all modules. So those are all milestones along the way, things that you need to know, skills that you need to develop in order to acquire this arrival that you want, which is to be a confident online business owner on your way to a $10,000 a month business. So that's where it comes in. So here's where that all comes to a head for your course. For your flagship course, help people escape the main place they're stuck, then consider each milestone they will have to learn or develop or acquire in order to achieve transformation. And what you're going to do is make each milestone a module. So each milestone along the way becomes a module. Remember, in a mini course, each milestone was a lesson, okay? Because we're taking people on one path there, one quick shot from here to there. You're going to learn this one thing. You're going to acquire this one skill, okay? Escape, arrival. That was a mini course. Well, in a flagship course, we're actually helping people with the complete system that we teach. And along the way, there's actually going to be many milestones. And I got this from Miles Beckler. He's a phenomenal online marketer, but the escape arrival paradigm with the milestones, I wish I could take credit for it. I can't. It was Miles Beckler who I first heard it from. But each milestone becomes a module. Under those modules, you have your lessons, and that's where the course gets longer. A lot of people will ask, well, is a flagship course just because it's longer? Or they might ask something like, how long should a flagship course be? Or how short should a mini course be? Really, the length of the course is not the primary question. The primary question is the flagship course taking them on a holistic, complete end-to-end journey and is showing them everything and giving them the tools of everything they need to get from here to here. And that's typically with a flagship course going to take multiple modules with multiple lessons in each module. That's a really helpful thing to understand. All right. So planning your course. Start by asking your subscribers 2 questions. I'm going to get to this in a second. Let's read a couple of the comments here. So true. If you have a VIP name in any space, the perceived value is higher. People are willing to pay more for Brand Number Charge product versus Joe Schmo, that's me, product, even if it's the same content. Name brand versus generic perception is reality. Okay, I'm chatting too much. I'm going to chill. Love these 10 days. Man, I don't mind the chat at all. I'm glad you're active in there. I welcome all the comments that can come through. Love that. I am going to, I'm going to let my dog out the door. I'll be right back. Here, buddy, go. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to let my dog out because he was panicking. Okay, I think he has to use the bathroom. So start by asking your subscribers 2 questions. What are your challenges or frustrations? And then what are your goals? So in other words, you're going to go to the people who have been watching your content, the people who are subscribed to your email list, and you are going to say, what do you want to, like, where are you stuck? What are your challenges? Again, I talked about this in our welcome sequence email on day 3 when we were talking about your business infrastructure, that in your welcome sequence emails, it's really helpful to ask these questions in your funnel to say, hey, how can I help you? Like, what is the place that you're stuck? Where are you challenged? And then what's your goal or desire that I can help you get to, or I can help you achieve? So begin by doing that research. And as you're doing the content, look at what people are responding to. Take the answers to those questions and look for patterns. And this is why, especially with a flagship course, it's okay to take the time, get a good amount of content under your belt, get a good amount of people on your email list who have given you this kind of feedback. Find those recurring themes and make a course helping people overcome a frustration or reach a goal, or both, right? A flagship course is going to be pretty holistic, and it's going to do a lot of both of those. So making your course valuable, we talked about this when we talked about our mini course. Include visuals and slides with your video lessons, provide downloadables and worksheets, include bonuses. Those actually really, really help with selling. Offer a premium tier with access to you. We talked about a lot of that. We're going to talk about more of that when we talk about launching your flagship course tomorrow, because those are the things that help with selling. But that's where you want to begin with your flagship course. Determine the escape and arrival. Where are you helping people escape, and what are you helping them get to? What are the milestones along the way? And then give them the tools they need to get there. Now, if you have more questions, which I'm sure you probably do, like, well, what does this look like? What are the technical things? How do I put it together? I want to point you to my playlist on my YouTube channel. If you go to my YouTube channel, which you're on right now, you can go to playlist, and I've got all kinds of things there about building courses, mini courses, flagship courses that will walk you through how to do this on Kajabi, how to think about building out your lessons, even how to edit your lessons. I've got those playlists all there for the taking there on Kajabi. Let's see, how do you do the colorful lower thirds? I'm using StreamYard to do my live broadcast here, and you can put in your branding. So my branding colors are like orange. It's the main color of my brand, and this color blue right here. And so I put in that and kind of pick the skin, and it does it for me, which is kind of cool. So tomorrow we're going to be back with putting with launching your flagship course. We'll talk about that. And then day 10, which is Wednesday, that's the last day of these 10 days, we're going to talk about building your evergreen machine, what it looks like ongoing to have an online business that's making you money passively. And that is where the real magic comes from. In fact, just before I did these 10 days, I took 6 weeks off, 6 weeks off my business. Do you know how many business owners cannot even take a week off? I took 6. That doesn't mean I'm a rock star. It just means that this type of business, if you set it up right, it's going to continue to make money for you as your content is out there capturing leads, putting them on your email list, and your email is selling them on your products. That can happen with or without you. And it's an amazing, amazing thing. And I can't wait to tell you about that on day 10. But for now, start thinking about what is your flagship course going to be? What is the complete system that you teach? How are you going to take people on that journey? I can help you with a guide, a written guide, lanesebring.com/super simple. If you're kind of hearing me say all this, but you want it a little bit more in writing so that you can have something to take notes with, that's a free guide that I offer. It's my super simple guide to your first $500 online. You can find that at lanesebring.com/super simple. Let me know in the comments what questions you have. And if we have questions, I'll stay on for as long as there are questions. While the questions are coming in, get 3 months of Kajabi for $99 with my link, lanesebring.com/Kajabi. You can get the 45-minute one-on-one call with me, the Kajabi Accelerator course, and the $25,000 course launch email template. All of that yours for free for using my link. Right now is a pretty good deal. It's like the best deal that Kajabi has ever done. 3 months, $99. So take advantage of that. If you're watching this after August and you're like, oh, bummer, I missed out, you can still get a 30-day free trial and all those bonuses on Kajabi. Again, it's all at lanesebring.com/Kajabi. All right, let's check out here is Maria. I made notes and have to listen again. Yeah, cool. Yeah, these videos will be up and live. I mean, not live. They're live right now because here I am. I'm live. But they'll be on the interwebs for as long as there's a YouTube and as long as YouTube keeps my videos on them. So there you go. Very, very excited for you. Cannot wait for tomorrow when we're talking about launching a flagship course. So grateful for you. Thank you for being here. Go take action. That is where the difference is made. Action. And yeah, join Kajabi and Insiders. Let's go. Yeah, we'll end with that. Awesome. See you tomorrow. Thanks for being here. Welcome to the 10 days to 10K on Kajabi. This is day 9. We are going to talk about launching your flagship course today. So at this point, we have built a flagship course, or at least planned on the building of the flagship course. Today, we're going to walk through the process of launching that for the most success possible. And then tomorrow for day 10, we're going to talk about how to put all of what we've talked about into an evergreen machine that is just going to run for you, create revenue, print money. There's no better way to say it. It's just kind of what it does. All of this is so exciting to me because what it's done for me, what I believe it's going to do for you is it just sets you free. It separates your time from your money. In other words, your direct input of time is separate from having to do that to create the money that you have. That becomes a disproportionate proposal. We put in the work up front. It's a fixed amount of work to set up the infrastructure of our business, get a good content plan together, build our products, and then the scale of how much money is able to be made when all these things are put into an evergreen system, that is amazing. And the good news is we've been building that evergreen system this whole time. We just haven't looked at it that way. We've been building one piece at a time. All these pieces fit together, and they fit together amazingly on Kajabi. So as we get started today, I want to mention, if you are not on Kajabi yet, be sure to jump onto Kajabi right now. Today and tomorrow are the last 2 days that you're able to get 3 months of Kajabi for $99. This is a massive discount up front. The reason why this is so cool is you can take those first 3 months, jump on Kajabi, and get a head start with everything we've talked about. Just go through each one of these days and do the actions we've talked about. And you've got 3 months to put it all together before you're paying the normal rate at Kajabi, which is still a great deal. But to get for 99 bucks to get the whole 3 months is just awesome. You're also going to get a 45-minute call with me one-on-one to talk about your business, talk about Kajabi, how to get the best possible start on the platform. You're going to get the Kajabi Accelerator course, which is awesome. I set that up to be specific for people jumping onto Kajabi and wanting to get everything in order and ready to start running their business on Kajabi. And then you're going to get my $25,000 course launch email template. All of that is available at lanesebring.com/Kajabi. If you are watching after the fact, if you're watching after August, you can still go to lanesebring.com/Kajabi, and you can still get all of those bonuses, the 45-minute call with me, the Kajabi Accelerator course, the course template, all of that. You can still get it all. And you can get a 30-day free trial. So that's the difference. Right now, you get the $99 for 3 months. That goes away after August 31st. And what takes its place is the 30-day free trial. So if you're watching this right now, before August is over, this is the time to go jump onto Kajabi. If it's after the fact, you can still go to 30-day free trial. Let's check out some comments. We've got John Dillon watching from Colorado, way up in the mountains. I love the Rockies. I think they're awesome. I grew up in Oklahoma. That's where I'm from originally. Lived there until I was 22, then moved to Washington, D.C., lived there for 10 years, then Tennessee for 5 years, and now I'm in Florida. But when I lived in Oklahoma, where we went to go skiing was the Rockies. We went to Breckenridge a lot. Sometimes there was a few others. Monarch Mountain, I think I went to. Loved being there in the winter. That's awesome. Dan the man, he says, let's go. Let's launch this baby. That's awesome. Yes. Zan has been here every day. It's been amazing. Loved seeing Dan on there, or Zan on there every day. We're going to go ahead and jump in and get started. So welcome, everybody. Want to just remind everybody where we've been. So we talked, the day one actually was about why should we jump on Kajabi? Why Kajabi over a different platform? Day two, we looked at your business idea. And really, this has been kind of the overarching, I'm never sure. But whatever it is, this has been the formula that we have looked at every day. Your knowledge plus your passion plus demand equals a profitable idea. So we've kind of looked at how do we take, if all these things are put together, how do we take them and create something amazing out of it? Well, we have to set up an infrastructure. That's why that was day three, a website that points people to our lead magnet, which then puts them on our email list that sells them our products. We have a content plan. This is crucial. Content is the bread and butter of your online business. And we need to make sure that we're posting helpful, relevant, consistent content that is a bridge and not a dead end. If you want more information about that, go watch day 4. It's awesome. Day 5 is building your coaching program. We talked about how this is the amazing part. You can start making money very quickly on Kajabi. It's set up for a coaching program, super easy to do. By the way, I mention this every day, but if any of this, if you want more hands-on tutorials, go to my YouTube channel, which you are on. Hi, welcome. And go to the playlist for Kajabi, and you can find all of these. And they're broken down categorically. Just look for, your coaching program on Kajabi, and you'll find a playlist with videos about it. Day 6, build your mini course. So we looked at what it takes to build a mini course. What makes a course a mini course versus a flagship course? And we looked at how a mini course is really solving one problem and solving it really well. And it's a very focused course. So then day 7, we looked at launching your mini course. And then yesterday, we looked at building your flagship course. So we looked at kind of what makes the difference between a flagship course and a mini course, what needs to be in a flagship course, how do you build it? And again, I want to point you to the playlist for the kind of details. What we're doing in these 10 days is I'm giving you the major rocks, okay, the big rocks, the kind of, you need this in place, this in place, this in place in order to have a $10,000 a month business on Kajabi. One of those is having a flagship course that is built and today is going to be launched. But if you want more information on how to build it, watch yesterday, day 8, but then also go check out the playlist that talk about launching or building a flagship course. So that brings us to day 9. We have 1 day left after today. You'll have everything you need to get going towards a $10,000 a month business on Kajabi. That's pretty exciting. Today is day 9. We're going to talk about launching that flagship course. And to do this, I want to kind of bring us back to where we were yesterday, where we were talking about, 2 days ago, when we were talking about launching your mini course. There's a few things that we talked about that I think are really helpful that lead up to today. All right. And a lot of those have to do with the pre-launch strategy. We talked about this, that a pre-launch strategy is essentially, let me go back one. So we don't want to just spring a course on our audience out of nowhere. We talked about this a couple days ago. This is true for a mini course. It's also true for a flagship course. They need to be warmed up and primed to purchase from you. You need a pre-launch strategy. A pre-launch strategy is essentially a series of content you'll release ahead of launch week. The content will relate specifically to your course and lead your audience directly to it. So the 3 options we talked about are the live webinar, the 3-part pre-recorded workshop, and the 5-day challenge. Those are all 3 great options. I would select one, just pick one, learn how to do it, and then do that for the launch of your mini course and for the launch of the flagship course. So if you want to know more about the details of the pre-launch strategy, watch day 7. Okay, go back and watch when this live is over. Go check out day 7, and that will bring you back up to speed of all that needs to happen before launch week. That is crucial. One of the things we talked about is just like you would never see a production studio spend $100 million making a movie and not tell anybody about it and just release it one day, where you show up at the theater and it's just playing and you've never seen it, you've never heard of it. There's no posters about it. There's no trailers about it. There's no marketing at all. Just here's the movie. You would never see that because they know that people need to feel a sense of anticipation about this release. They need to feel a sense of excitement. They need to know it's coming. They need to know that it's for them, and they need to kind of be ready for it. It's the same thing with your course, whether it's a mini course or especially a flagship course. So most of the work for launch week should be done before launch week. So you've already done the pre-launch strategy. Now we're talking about, what do you actually do on launch week? What do you do the 5 days or the 7 days where this course is open for enrollment? Now, one of the things that I suggest is to launch when you first build a course, what I always do is I launch it 2 times, at least 2 times, with an open cart, closed cart model. What that means is that I will build a course, I'll do the pre-launch work, okay, let people know that a course is coming, and then I will open it like on a Monday and let everybody know that it's closing on Friday. The reason why I do that is because I want to, in those 5 days, give people every opportunity they can, every opportunity they have to purchase that course within those 5 days, knowing that at the end of 5 days, it's going away. You cannot purchase it anymore for at least a few months. An indefinite time in the future, it'll reopen. There's a lot of reasons why. Most of that has to do with scarcity, creating some urgency. People might think your course is awesome. They might love it. They may think it's amazing. But if it's just available forever, indefinitely, most people will delay that decision, even if it's the right decision. So by putting an end date on the cart, you kind of help people make a decision quickly. The other reason why I do it is because it gives me an opportunity to turn off enrollment, and then let's say 40 people join the course. Well, there's 40 people, 40 brand new students in a brand new course that are going through my course material. I want to serve those people well. I want to learn what their questions are. I want to make sure that the course is perfect, that there's no major flaws in it, right? That, this link doesn't go where it's supposed to be, or this lesson doesn't make any sense. I want to fix all that. And then I want to get testimonials from those people. I want the people who really love the course to tell me, right, that they love it. And it's amazing. So that the next time I open the course a few months later, now I've got whatever bugs were in the course or dead ends, it's all fixed. And there shouldn't really be any of those, but it's always nice to turn off the nozzle, turn off the faucet a little bit, kind of like be done with new people, serve the people that are in there, find out how the course is working, make it better in any way you can, get the testimonials. And then the second time you launch it, now you've got this list of testimonials. You've got all these people who were in the course and are just raving about it. That works to your advantage. So that's why I like to have a specific set launch week. Now, I want to get into what that launch week is going to look like, because you're going to set up a series of emails to go out to your list during launch week, and the email should follow a specific path. So I'm going to get into what that path is going to look like, but let's check out a couple of comments. Content is content. The reason why I'm committing to showing up every morning is because of you, Lane. You're a good guy with a great family doing good things in the world. God bless you. Man, Zan, I love you so much, dude. I really appreciate you saying that. Everybody needs to go check out zantheman.com. He's got some amazing resources there on confidence and online business. He is a champion of your success, and he will serve you well. So go check out zantheman.com. He's a huge supporter of me, and I want to be a huge supporter of you. Also, you're the best, so y'all better get his program before it's too late. Let's go. Yeah. No, man, I appreciate you saying that. I do have something really cool coming up right now. Enrollment is open for lanesebring.com/insiders. This is Lane Sebring's online business insiders. This is my private exclusive. That was just a great segue. We didn't plan this, but since Zan said that, everything we're talking about here for 8 weeks, we go way more in depth into all those. Zan was a student in the program. He loved it, and it's content, but it's also, I limit it to 7 people. We're on video together. I teach through some content every week, but we also do hot seats. This is where you're able to talk about your business, what your challenges are as you're getting started in your online business, what you're up against, and then we as a group, I lead through a kind of coaching process to help you work through those problems. And so even if it's not your hot seat that week, you still get the benefit of hearing what all these people are talking about. Then when those 8 weeks are over, you and I have a 60-minute strategy session to put into practice all of your takeaways. It's really, really a great program. I only run it twice a year, and it's open for enrollment right now. So go to lanesebring.com/insiders to find out more about that. All right. So here's how the emails should go. All right. Now, what we're trying to do here is this is one way of doing it. This is not the only way. It's not even maybe the best way, but it's a way that works. I've seen it work for myself, and I've seen it work for other people. And this is a 5-day launch. And what you're going to do is build out this email sequence on Kajabi. And I have videos on how to do this. I sound like a broken record, but if you go onto my YouTube channel, go to the playlist, you'll find some videos on launching your course, and these emails are in there. But I'm going to give you the overview of what you should do with each email. So day 1 is when you're going to announce the product and infuse scarcity. So this is after the pre-launch stuff is over, right? People have seen the workshop you did. They saw the 3 pieces of content that you did leading up to launch week. All of that stuff is done. And so a good amount of your list knows that something's coming. And some of them know what's coming. You've told them. But for everybody, they're warmed up to the point where day 1 hits, you have an email. My dog's over here having a dream. He's freaking out. I mean, he's probably dreaming about somebody stole his bone and they're running away from him or something. But anyway, okay. So sorry, I got distracted. So you want to announce the product and infuse scarcity. So what you're going to do is the first email comes out and it says, today is the day. My XYZ course is open for enrollment. And what you're doing is you're pointing everybody to the sales page. So that email should be the one intention of that email. In fact, every intention of every email in this 5-day list that I'm showing you, every intention of these emails is one call to action, and that is to click on the link to the sales page, because the sales page on Kajabi, your landing page, is where that course is sold. That's where the checkout page is. That's where they're going to put their credit card in. They're going to purchase the course. So the email, the point of it is to get people from the email to the sales page. So you're going to announce the product. You're going to have links to find out more details about the product, and you're going to infuse scarcity. So what I do, typically the first time I launch, there are two forms of scarcity. One, this product is closing on Friday. In other words, or whatever day, Saturday, Thursday, whatever you decide, 4 days from now, 5 days from now, give the exact date and the exact time that it will be unavailable. So you're going to say something like, I want you to jump on this now because Friday at 11:59 p.m., it is done. Like you can't enroll. The other piece of scarcity that I love to do, especially when I first launch a product, is reduce the price a little bit and let people know price is going up the next time I launch it. So let's say that your normal price is going to be $497 for a course. Maybe the first time you launch it, you put it at $397 and you say, look, this is the cheapest it's ever going to be. Next time I release it, it's going to be more expensive. So there's two forms of scarcity there, but announce it and then infuse scarcity, point people to the sales page. Day 2, build tension and reveal benefits. What do I mean by tension? What I mean is you want to agitate the pain or the problem that your course solves. So as you think through this email, what is the main pain point that your course is going to solve, or your course is going to address, that you can kind of massage in the email? So let's say that I use this example a lot, but let's just say that you're a fitness coach and you have a wellness reset type course. Well, your email could be something like, building the tension could be something like, hey, have you found that you've tried every possible thing you can to lose weight only to gain it back? You've tried every diet and it doesn't work because you restrict yourself and then you give up on it and you just go back to eating whatever you want. You feel discouraged. You feel like a failure. Well, I can help you. My course is going to be the thing that it's different. And here's why it's different. Then you're going to reveal the benefits of your course. So maybe you're going to bullet out in this email, if you enroll in this course, you're going to find that there's going to be a coach who understands you. I've been where you've been. Practical information, tangible steps that you can take, on and on and on, to get from where you are. Remember that escape arrival, to get from where you are to where you want to be. All right. I'm going to show you every step of the way. Those are the benefits. So that's day 2. Day 3, highlight the bonuses. Bonuses are an amazing way to make a course more attractive. So people expect that your course is going to help them go from here to there. They expect that. And they expect, okay, these are the lessons, these are the modules. Okay, I got it. And that has a value in and of itself. But when you also say, by the way, I have these other complementary videos or modules that help make the course more valuable. In other words, they give you the result in maybe a better way, or they bolster the results of the course. That can be very, very helpful and crucial. Day 4, we're going to bust some myths. So this is a great opportunity to say, here are all the kind of things that people have told you about this thing. Like, here's the myths about fitness. Here's the lies that you've been told. Here's the misinformation out there. Here's the bad information out there. And here's why I'm going to show you something different in my course. I'm going to bust these myths. And then day 5, you can do a Q&A, testimonials, and then last chance. Now, these are actually 3 different emails. I typically email 3 times on the last day. The first time I email is going to be during launch week. People are going to be asking you questions. They're going to be emailing you questions saying, what about this? Or is it, what's the difference between this course and the last course you produced? Or why should I believe this is going to be whatever? People are going to ask questions. Do I get access to it forever? Or is there a time limit? Take those questions during the week and write an email on the last day responding to those questions. So you can say, answering your questions about XYZ Academy, right? So you'll get on there and say, as you know, today is the last day that you can enroll. You might have some questions. I want to answer some of the most common questions that I've gotten. Those answers need to be well thought out, and they need to point people to the sales page. Now, don't be dishonest. Obviously, be honest, answer the questions up front, but you want to make sure that you are answering questions in a way that highlights the benefits of your product. Testimonials is another one that you can do. Maybe later in the day, you can take people who are already in the course and you can ask them how it's going. So on Kajabi, you can see progress. You can see when somebody joins, you can see what videos they've watched, how long they watched them. So you can see who's in there and who's watching a lot of your videos. Maybe they're commenting in the comment section. You can reach out to them and say, hey, if you're enjoying this, could you give me just a brief testimonial, just a sentence or two on what you think of the course so far, and ask their permission to use it. And then later on day 5, you do a last chance email. I typically do this about 2 hours before the doors close. And it just says, hey, in a couple hours, this thing is closing and you won't be able to enroll. And that helps to infuse the scarcity. So just to review, day 1, we're going to announce the product and infuse scarcity. Day 2, we're going to build tension and reveal the benefits. Day 3, we're going to highlight the bonuses. Day 4, we're going to bust some myths. Day 5, we're going to do Q&A, testimonials, and a last chance. That's 5 days. And it's 7 emails over 5 days. Now, I want to mention that every single one of these emails really is drawing from what's going to be on your sales page. So to launch a course, you need a sales page. Again, I have a playlist about this. We talk about this at length in my group coaching program called Insiders, lanesebring.com/insiders to apply. But on your sales page, you're going to announce the product. You're going to talk about the scarcity. You're going to build the tension. You're going to reveal the benefits. You're going to highlight bonuses. You're going to bust myths. You're going to answer questions, and you're going to have testimonials. All that's on the sales page. So really, in these emails, we are intentionally pulling from the content that we've meticulously put together on our sales page and putting it in the email to point people back to the sales page. So those are the 5 days. You set all those up in a sequence and make it go to your whole list. Or if it's a second time you're launching, have it go to anybody who doesn't own that product. And you can easily set that filter on Kajabi, where it will not send the email to people who have already purchased it, because there's nothing more annoying than getting an email about a product you've already purchased. So don't do that to your people. And you can easily set up that filter when you're setting up the email sequence on Kajabi. So that's what you do to launch your flagship course. And that's also what you do to launch your mini course. So the pre-launch strategy, you do all that work ahead of time, warm them up, and then an email a day with a very intentional process, working them through, kind of hitting them from every angle, giving them every possible chance they need. If they miss day 2 and day 3 and day 4, they might get day 5's email. Or maybe they'll see the first email and the second email and the third email, ignore all of them. But for whatever reason, they open day 4 because they want to see those myths busted. Whatever the case, you're giving them a lot of chances. And at the end of it, for some people, they're going to say, why are you emailing me every day? And that's when you say, hey, you know what? What I have said to people is I say every single week I email you. And I give you content. I ask for nothing in return. And so a couple times a year, I'll do a push where the emails are a little bit more frequent. And you won't see this from me very often. If it bothers you, you can always hit unsubscribe. I'm not forcing you to be subscribed, but I am giving you the opportunity, every possible opportunity, to know that I've got something amazing for you. And if you believe in your product and you believe it's going to be awesome. And I don't make products I don't believe in. I don't make products that I don't think are awesome and will help people. So I'm confident that I'm going to send an email every day and 3 on the last day. And even if it annoys some people, it's really for the benefit of those who are going to take the course, and it's going to be awesome for them. Let's check out some comments. Zan the Man says, we love Hendrix. Yeah, that's my dog's name. I'd love to take some comments and questions from you. That is the basic idea of launching your flagship course. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about putting it all together in Evergreen. As the questions are coming in, I want to mention lanesebring.com/Kajabi. Go there. Sign up for Kajabi. Right now, you get 3 months for $99 with my link. If it's after August, you get a 30-day free trial. Depends on when you go there. But no matter whether it's right now or later, you're going to get the 45-minute call with me, Kajabi Accelerator course, and my $25,000 course launch email template. All of that is yours for free for using my link, because it is an affiliate link. So I do get a small commission when you use it. So if you appreciate what we're doing here and you feel like we've served you well with this content and information, and you're going to jump on Kajabi anyway, you might as well use my link, lanesebring.com/Kajabi. All right. So if there are comments, let them roll in. And if there's not, then we'll be done for today, and we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's day 10. Tomorrow's going to be exciting. Let me tell you why. Tomorrow is when all of these pieces begin to fit together, and you start to see, oh my gosh, when I have all of this stuff together that I've built over these 10 days, and maybe you take these 3 months when you join Kajabi, you put all these things together, you've got your content plan, your infrastructure, your website built, and then you build the coaching program, the mini course, the flagship course, and it's all launched, and you put it into Evergreen the way I'm going to show you tomorrow. That is when the magic happens. That's when you start to go, oh my gosh, I can take 6 weeks off like Lane did, which is what I recently did, all of July and half of August. And my business just goes. My business just happens. Let's see. MV says, thank you for your information. You're quite welcome. Happy to give it. John Dillon, is there a way to have people review the course before launch as a way to get some feedback and testimonials? Yeah, it's a great idea. You can totally do that. The way to do that is to build the course, and before you launch it, reach out to your list for beta testers. So you can either do that where they go through it for free, or you can drastically reduce it. I've seen both ways. I think asking people to pay a little bit is more helpful than giving it to them for free. People don't value free things. They're probably not going to take the course if it's free, even if they say they will. So what I would do is I would reach out to your kind of core audience, the most committed people you have, and say, hey, I'm about to release this course in a few months. The price on it is going to be, $297, right? It's going to be a $300 course. I want to give it to you for $100. So it's a third of the price. I'm going to honor you with that, give you a 2/3 discount. All I want in review is some feedback on it and some testimonials. If you're uncomfortable charging for it, I totally get that. You could offer it for free. Just know that you're going to have to offer it to a lot of people to get any feedback at all. Because people just don't take action on free things, unfortunately. So, but that's the way I would do it. And it's a good idea. Get some feedback and testimonials. If you want to launch before you have testimonials on a course and you don't want to do it that way, you can include testimonials of people that you have worked with in the past using the same material. Okay. And as long as you are honest about that, you could say something like, I worked with John, taught through this same material with John, and here's what he had to say. Okay. Or you could say, when I've taught this same content in the past, here's what one of my students, John, had to say. And you can use that. Then once you get testimonials of people who have been through the course, you can say, oh, here's Lisa. She's gone through the course, and here's what she has to say. So that's the way I would do that. Lisa says, I may have missed this in the mini course content creator session, but what do you get to do? But what do you do to get an audience if you are starting at 0 on your newsletter? Also, thanks for this great series. Yeah, that's a great question. So what I would definitely go back and watch day 4, your content plan. Building an audience it takes time. One of the things that I mentioned in there is the power of a platform like YouTube, where it begins to realize who you are, who your content is for, and the algorithms kind of begin to work for you to bring people to your content. That's especially true on YouTube if your content is how to. In other words, you're teaching people how to do something, how to think a certain way, how to change their mindset, whatever the case, right? If people go to YouTube and they search for help in all kinds of different ways, I need to know this, I need to overcome that, how do I fix a tire, how do I fix my life, right? That's what people go to YouTube to search for. So as long as your content on YouTube is specific enough, YouTube begins to figure out, okay, here's who you are, here's who your content is most helpful to, and over time that grows your audience. Now, you have to make sure that, and I talked about this, I believe on the infrastructure, day 3, but you always want to make sure that your content is a bridge and not a dead end. Dead end content is where you release a really helpful video, and at the end of it, you just say, all right, that's it. We'll see you in the next video, right? I did that for so long, right? Put all this work into a video, And it's just like, okay, those are the 3 ways to write a more effective sermon. See you next week. The problem with that is I didn't have a clear call to action. I didn't get those few people who are watching to take a next step with me and get onto my email list. Bridge content is way different. Bridge content is where you have a lead magnet and you are inviting people from your content to your ecosystem. You're kind of inviting them into your thing. And the way you do that is through a lead magnet. So you say, hey, if you enjoyed this, I have something even better for you. It's totally free. Go to mygreatwebsite.com/free resource. You can download it there for free. And in exchange, they have to give you their email address. Easy to set up on Kajabi. I've got playlists on it. But that ensures that your content, even if a small amount of people are watching, you're beginning to grow your email list. The other thing I would say is make sure that you're making good use of sharing your content on other social media platforms. So whether if you have a podcast and that's your long format, or YouTube and that's your long format, or both, that's great. I do the same thing, but then make sure you're sharing it to the different places. And if you have time to make Instagram Reels and TikTok videos and YouTube Shorts, that's all the better. I didn't get into all that because I don't think it's necessary at first. And if you're going to get bogged down, definitely lean towards simplicity. Don't try to get complex with being everywhere all at once while you're trying to build a business, while you're trying to get customers, while you're trying to build products. This is a long game. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So focus on building great content. And if your content is serving the right people, platforms like YouTube will begin to share it more and more. That's a great question. Any other questions? Let me know. If not, we will be wrapping up very soon. This has been fun. Tomorrow, be back for day 10. We'll dive into even more. Can't wait to see you then. And I guess we will end it there. Let's see. Lisa says, thanks. Can I go as simple as a podcast as opposed to YouTube? Absolutely. The difference is podcasts are a little less searchable. So the benefit of YouTube is that YouTube's kind of search algorithms work on your behalf, whereas a podcast, the function of search is not that great. First of all, it's a directory that goes to many different podcast players. So some people are looking for them on Apple Podcasts, some people on Spotify, but a podcast can grow very quickly. One thing that you could do is have a YouTube video where the audio goes to podcast. I do that on Preaching Donkey, and it kind of is the best of both worlds. I have a podcast for the people who prefer to just listen, and it's also a YouTube video so that I get that search juice from YouTube. Both can work just fine. But really, it just depends on what you want to do. So if you're more comfortable with a podcast and it fits your genre, your niche, and I think knowing what your niche is about, it seems like a podcast might be the best thing you could do in that niche. That totally works. Audio and video work great. John Dillon says, thanks. You're quite welcome, sir. Lisa says, thank you. You're quite welcome. All right. Love you guys. Appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow for day 10. Hey, welcome to the final day of 10 days to 10K on Kajabi. This is going to be an exciting day because we're going to talk about how to build your evergreen online business machine. Today is when we put all these pieces together, everything we've talked about for these last 9 days, and we unpack what it looks like for this to be a 24/7, 365 automatic passive income generating machine. That sounds pretty good to me. Okay. That's what I've been able to create. That's what I want you to be able to create. It's what Kajabi makes possible, which is really exciting. So today is the day that we put all those pieces together and make it happen. So as you're jumping on, let me know in the comments where you are watching from, what you want to get out of this. If you're watching after the fact, just skip ahead a couple minutes and you can be where we get started. Let's see what's happening in the comments. Zan the man says, let's go. Yes, let's go. Zan says, Lane, my man, you have done an amazing job these last 10 days. Thank you. That means a lot. In fact, thank you, Zan. Means a lot, friend. You're awesome, Zan. I really appreciate you so much. Mr. Pina's tutoring. Love this guy. Worked with him a little bit, taking the skills as a teacher and bringing them into the online business space. Awesome. Glad to finally make it. These workshops are awesome. Great. So yeah, I guess we've had a lot of people that haven't been able to watch live because, life happens. It's hard to catch everything live, especially in the middle of the morning, but lots of replays, lots of people watching after the fact. So thank you for being on today. So glad that you could join us. Lots of fun stuff happening today. This is going to be an amazing day. Zan said, I'm baffled why this show is not packed because this is moving the needle info. What's your opinion? Why? Well, first of all, I'm flattered. I appreciate that. That it's been good. Why is more people not here? Well, I don't know. That's kind of the way it is when you're getting started with something. I don't normally do live, so maybe there's a little bit of that. But I do know, I will say, this is something that I think is important as you're building your online businesses. It's always worth it to do stuff, even if the attendance to a live, for example, is not what you want, or there's not as many viewers on a video as you would like, or there's not as many people that subscribe. None of that should stop you, because if you think about it, these 10 days, there's been about 4 or 5 regulars that have been commenting every day. And the most we've ever had at one time, I think, was 15 people watching for just a minute, but it's usually been around 6, 7, 9, 10. So there's some people that would be like, oh, it's not worth it. I fully disagree, because for the people that have been on these lives all these 10 days, it's been great for them. It's been like a community that we've had together, and I've loved that. And also, these go on to YouTube. In this case, for this platform, these videos, as soon as I hit end broadcast and we're done with the live, they just become videos with thumbnails and titles, and they do the thing that videos do. They go out there and they get views for me. And if you have been tracking with us, when I get views, that is my best way to get leads, because my content attracts people to my email list. So the more content you have there, the more little worker bees you have out there doing the work for you so that you can chill. So to me, I don't care if there's 5, 50 or 500 people on a live, it's still worth it to me to do it, because it benefits the people that are on there. It builds a stronger community and connection. I feel more connected to this community after these 10 days than I did before the 10 days started, So I love it. I love doing it. And as to why, I think it just takes time. Let's see. MV, I am here. Thank you. Yes. Great that you're here. John Dillon, I think this playlist will be very popular over time. I know I'm recommending it to people. Thank you so much. That means so much to me. Love it. I want to mention that today is not only the last day of our series, but this is the last day that you can get 3 months of Kajabi for $99 with my link. This is it. After today, they go back to their normal stuff where you can use my link to get a 30-day free trial, which is still awesome. You can get that at lanesebring.com/Kajabi. But if you're watching this and you're on the fence and you're thinking, I would love to put these ideas into motion on Kajabi, you're thinking about it, this is the time to do it, because after today, you no longer get that 3 months for $99 deal. The price goes back to the normal rate. You get a 30-day free trial, then you pay the normal rate. So today is the day to do it if you're going to do it. When you use my link, you get the 45-minute call, you get the Kajabi Accelerator course, and you get my $25,000 course launch email template. The best. You get the best stuff. So check it out. John, $99 is such a good deal for this. Yes, it is. It comes out to, it's one payment of $99 for 3 months. And that comes out to, an average of $33 a month for those first 3 months. It just gives you a head start. You're getting a ton with Kajabi, and the regular price is a great deal. But to get a head start like that, to pay $99 and get a 3-month head start to put all these things into practice is a huge deal. So with that said, let's dive into today's content, which is going to be about building out your evergreen business machine. So again, we talked in day 2 about your idea. In day 3, we talked about the infrastructure around your business, website, landing pages, email sequences, that kind of thing. We talked in day 4 about your content plan. The content is the bread and butter of your online business. So when you have a good idea, that means that it's your knowledge plus your passion plus demand equals a profitable idea. And you have a good infrastructure, meaning that you've got a good system built on Kajabi, which you can build in half a day. It's very simple to do. You just have to kind of put the pieces together. And then you have a content plan where you're making weekly, so consistent, helpful, relevant content that is a bridge to your email list. If it meets those 4 criteria, it's consistent, it's helpful, it's relevant, and it's a bridge, it will grow over time. You will attract the right people, and they will go from your content to your email list. Day 5, we talked about building out your first product, which is going to be a coaching program. Coaching program sounds really fancy. All we're talking about here is finding one client to get started with you working one-on-one. One client that you can say, hey, you've been watching my content, you've benefited from it. If you want to have personalized one-on-one coaching with me, then click this link. We'll have a discovery call, and you can bring on coaching clients that way. Then we're going to build our mini course. That was day 6. Now that we have some coaching going on, we're concurrently going to be building a course. It's a mini course, helps people solve one problem, solve it really well. We're going to launch that mini course. That was day 7. Then we're going to start building our flagship course. That's day 8. So we're going to build out the total system. While we're building the flagship course, we are coaching someone, or maybe 2 people, or maybe 3 people. We also have already launched a mini course, so we start to understand what people are responding to and what they're asking for. We already have content out there. We already have an email sequence where we're getting feedback on what people are struggling with and what they're hoping to accomplish. All of this stuff is happening concurrently. So when we go to build that flagship course, we have a lot of data. We have a lot of information. So by the time you sit down to build that flagship course, you should really know how your content is landing on people, what they're doing with it, what they want more of, what they need more of, what they want less of, what they seem to ignore. All of that stuff is very helpful for you to determine what goes in that flagship course. Day 9, we looked at launching your flagship course, right? So what does the pre-launch material look like? What does that strategy look like? And then what does launch week look like, just in terms of how you put together a launch? And then today we're going to jump into the Evergreen machine. I mentioned this a couple of times as we've gone along here, but if you want to take a deeper dive into all of this, join my Insiders program. I'm taking applications right now. You can go to lanesebring.com/insiders to apply. I only accept 7 people for each round. I do 2 rounds a year. So it's coming up in September. The last day to apply is about a week from today. So go there. What we do in that is it's an 8-week group coaching program. It's kind of a combination between a mastermind and content. So it's a group of curated entrepreneurs who have all applied to be there and all are starting their online businesses. And we walk through a lot of this same material, but we go way deeper and we workshop it together with each person as we do hot seats. So if you want something that is going to kind of catapult you to the next level with starting your online business, definitely jump into Insiders, lanesebring.com/insiders. All right, let's dive into the today's content. If you're ready, say I'm ready. I would love to just see that somebody out there is ready. Somebody out there can give me an amen for my preaching days. That would make me just feel so good. You know, it'd be like an old friend, you know. Let me find where we are. Here we go. Your Evergreen machine. All right, we got some comments here. Just share this on Facebook. This man deserves, let's see. Just share this on Facebook. This man deserves it with all the value he provides. Also, welcome to Florida. Thank you. And thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, love that. I love that. Hopefully we can get more people on here, like I said, and people can catch the replay. That would be awesome. John Dillon says, ready. Brandon Kelly, great friend of mine. How you doing, Brandon? Good to see you on here. He says, ready. Amen, brother. Hallelujah. Yes, love it. I am ready. MV. Okay, cool. If we're all ready, then let's get going. Does that sound good? Let's do this. So Evergreen funnels combine. Oh, wait, where am I? Here we go. Your Evergreen machine. Let's talk about this. Your Evergreen machine will ensure that your business runs even when you don't. So if you think about all that we have covered over these last 9 days, have all been the building blocks of what we're going to make sure is put together and running smoothly today. This is the thing that sets apart an online business that runs this way from literally any other type of business. Any other type of business, when you are a solopreneur, meaning that it's you, right? You're the one. If it's a drop shipping business and you're the one kind of fulfilling orders, or if it's a plumbing business and you're the one doing the plumbing, every business that's a solopreneur functions basically like you have a business, but really what you have is a job. You just happen to own that job. So you're your own boss, you work for yourself, but you're still owning a job. And if you're not careful as a self-employed person, that job can own you. This is why a lot of people will kind of joke about how entrepreneurs will leave the 9 to 5 and stop working 40 hours a week for someone else so they can then go and work 80 hours a week for themselves. You might have heard people talk about this, right? It's kind of like, oh, this is what makes an entrepreneur, right? This kind of grind, hustle. I don't want to work for someone else, which I totally relate to that. Hate working for other people. But they'll think and they'll say and kind of wear it as a badge of honor that I won't work for someone else, but I'll work for myself way more than I should. I'll take on all kinds of hours for myself and work 80, 90, 100 hours a week because at least it's my business. What sets an online business apart is that you don't actually have to do that. I don't do that. I work 28 to 32-ish hours a week, sometimes not even that. Sometimes a little more than that. It really just depends on what's going on. But I don't work on Fridays. I don't work on Saturday. I don't work on Sunday. So I work 4 days a week and I work about 6 to 7 hours a day. So you do the math. I'm not working a ton. And yet the business is making me a great living and it continues to grow in revenue. How is that? What makes that happen? What I'm going to show you today is how that actually works. It's about disproportionality and scale. Meaning that most jobs, okay, and sometimes people who are self-employed function this way, most jobs are a fixed amount of work, fixed amount of effort and time that relates to a one-to-one corresponding, one-to-one connection of dollars. So you work 8 hours and you make $20 an hour, so you get $160, period, right? If you want $180, guess what? You got to work 9 hours, okay? It's a direct result of put in this time, get this dollar amount. The problem with that is to continue to get this dollar amount, you got to keep showing up, right? You got to keep exchanging that time for money. It's a one-to-one correlation. And by the way, even if you're on salary, you're still effectively exchanging time for money. Your salary might be $80,000 a year, but if you're not showing up, doing the job, whether virtually or at home, virtually or at work, doing the job, getting the results that you want, that money's going to dry up. If you get sick and you can't work, the money dries up eventually, right? Even if you have some leave. What sets online business apart is when that equation is disproportionate. So you still have a fixed amount of work, but the amount of money that you can make is actually scalable. So it's not like you're making $20 an hour and that's it. You're building something that makes you money over time and kind of more and more over time. It's a really, really powerful thing. It's almost like the same concept of compound interest, but it just works with the kind of work, the money you make and the work you do kind of balance. Fixed amount of work, disproportionate return on that work. What we're talking about today, your Evergreen machine, is how all that comes together. What makes this work in the context of an online business? And I can tell you this, one last thing before we dive into the nitty gritty. I just took 6 weeks off. So I'm preaching what I'm practicing. I'm practicing what I'm preaching here because in July, I took the entire month of July off. And then around the end of July, we decided to move to Florida. So I took another 2 weeks off so that we could pack up our house, sell it, move here. We did all that in 2 weeks. And so for 6 weeks, I didn't even touch my business. I didn't work on it. Still made the same amount of money I always do. Still had the same amount of leads come in that I always do. Still sold the same amount of products I always do. Still increased the amount of ongoing affiliates that I always do. All that stuff still happens. So how is that possible for me to effectively have not worked, but my business still runs without me? That's what we're going to talk about today. So hope you're ready for that. Let's check out. We got one more comment. Zan the Man says, we ready. Good. So the Evergreen machine, this will ensure that your business runs even when you don't. I'm going to give you the elements of an Evergreen machine, an Evergreen online business machine. Some of this stuff is going to be things that we've already talked about, but I want you to see how all these pieces fit together. The first element is weekly content, which pitches the lead magnet. This is the mainstay. You have to have content forever, consistent, weekly, in perpetuity. This is the one thing you cannot budge on. Now, at some point, you might hand this off to someone else. You might bring on other content creators. If you want to break from it, you can totally do that. But your brand, your business has to be producing content consistently forever for you to have for all of this to work. Everything hinges on your content. That's why I refer to it as the bread and butter. So when I took those 6 weeks off, I didn't not put out content. What I did is I recorded all of my videos ahead of time for both of my businesses, which sounds like a lot of work, but it really wasn't. I recorded about 10 weeks ahead for Preaching Donkey and about 10 weeks ahead for Lane Sebring. Uploaded those videos to YouTube, scheduled them to release, and they just came out like clockwork. You know, every Tuesday I had a video drop on this channel. Every Thursday I had a video and podcast episode drop on the other channel. And it just all came together like it's supposed to, exactly in steps. So even though I was hanging out in Oklahoma with my family, and then here at the beach where we ended up moving, and then moving my family, even though I was doing all that, not paying any attention to my business, to the outside user, I was showing up every week, just like I always do, with new helpful content, which pitches my lead magnet, which helps people go from the content to the email list. So now what we're going to talk about is the next step, which is an effective evergreen funnel. Now, when I say this, what I mean is that you want a funnel, you want an email sequence that when someone goes from your content to your email list because of your lead magnet, you want to take them on a journey, on a path. This is typically going to be a set of emails that that welcome people to your brand, delivers your lead magnet, whatever you promised, maybe over delivers and gives them something else that you didn't even mention, but you're just going to bless them with some other cool thing, adds more value, and then pitches your first product that you want to sell. Evergreen funnels combine the welcome sequence with the launch sequence. So if you go back to when we talked about your business infrastructure, that was day 3, we talked about welcome sequences. Okay. What happens when somebody gets your lead magnet? What are the emails that immediately go out to them? It's things like delivering a lead magnet, like I said, adding more value, maybe asking those 2 crucial questions. What are your challenges and what are your goals? That all happens automatically. Then we talked about yesterday, when we were talking about launching our flagship course, we talked about the email sequence to launch a course. What do you put day 1? What do you put day 5? What do you put day 3? All a evergreen funnel does is it combines those 2 things together. So now essentially for whoever opts into your lead magnet, whoever opts into your email list at any given time, they are put through their own little mini launch. So they have a couple of days where they're initiated into your brand, you're providing some value, just kind of wowing them a little bit. And then they have like a 5-day launch sequence where you're giving the exact same set of emails to them to let them know that, hey, I've got something to sell to you that's really going to help you. I've got an offer. I've got something to provide. Evergreen funnels should take people from the lead magnet to the sales page. So if you think about it, what a funnel does is it starts out really wide and then it goes down very narrow. So the widest part of the funnel is your free content. So people see you. Then there's a percentage of them that will take you up on the lead magnet and use it. And then those people will be put on your email list and they'll be added. You'll add value to their lives. You'll help them and serve them even more. You'll get feedback from them. And then you're going to offer them your product. And there's a percentage of those people that will buy. And so that's the way it works. Your content is always attracting new people who go through your email sequence, who are given more value and who buy your product. Not everybody's going to buy. That's totally fine. If they're on your email list, maybe down the road when you're launching another product, maybe they'll buy then. But so far, we've got weekly content, which pitches the lead magnet. That's a non-negotiable. You've got to make a content plan, and you cannot ever skimp on content. You can't skip 3 weeks and then come back to it and expect everybody to still be there. The algorithms are going to forget about you. Your audience is going to forget about you. You have to make sure that at least weekly, you're putting something out, a major piece of content. You got an effective evergreen funnel, which has those two elements we talked about. And then we're going to talk about the next thing. Let me answer some comments here. Let's see. I love that vacation is awesome. Let's move here. Yeah. So, we talked about getting away and doing vacation, and you can do that when your business is on autopilot. Content is still king. Yes, and the man. Maybe the industry should quit calling it knowledge commerce, instead call it content industry, because content contains your knowledge. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good way to look at it. That it's really what people are wanting is content packaged in a person, right? They want to follow you, and they want to hear what you have to say about the thing that they have. And that is, if you've done the work of building rapport, that know, like, and trust factor, people are drawn to you in that way. God is good all the time, and all the time, yeah, God is good. Amen. Let's go back to this. So we've looked at weekly content that drives people to the lead magnet, an effective evergreen funnel. Now, launch one new product a year. Okay. So here's an example of what this looks like. And you can go quicker than this. You can pace this out a lot quicker if you want. But this is like if you're building something on the side where you have a full-time job and you're just trying to build a business, here's what you can do. So here's an example year. So year one is the mini course and a one-on-one coaching program. You could do that. Year two could be when you launch the flagship course. Now, you could abbreviate this a little bit, where the first 6 months, you get the mini course out and you get a coaching program up and running. The second 6 months is when you release the flagship course. You could totally do that. But kind of season one of your business is that mini course and the coaching. Season two or year two is going to be that flagship course and maybe a group coaching. So now you've got a flagship course and you've got a group coaching program, and you do one-on-one coaching, and you have a mini course. Are you starting to see that even just 2 years in, we have a product suite with 4 different options? And then year three, we open up a membership site, and then maybe a mini course number 2. There's any number of mini courses that you can offer that are going to continue to add value in some way. And then year 4, maybe an in-person retreat. This is like maybe a weekend retreat that's like super high ticket. But even if you didn't do the in-person retreat, even if you just did some one-on-one coaching, a mini course, a flagship course, group coaching, a membership site, and a second mini course, you're looking at, that's where we're getting to that $10,000 to $20,000 a month situation in most niches. If you've got a product suite that looks like that, and you're doing what we're suggesting to do. Let me see if there's some questions here. Brandon Kelly says, my favorite thing is when I receive an email that someone has bought one of my offers from my funnel automatic evergreen machine. Yeah, it's really, really cool to be living your life, doing something, doing the things that you do in your life, going to work, hanging out with your kids, hanging out with your friends, working out at the gym, and you check your stats, you check Stripe, or you get an email and someone has bought your course. Someone has paid something. Ooh, my dog just threw up. You okay, buddy? Oh man, he's fine. He throws up a lot. He eats stuff he shouldn't eat. Okay, I hope you're okay. I just got a bunch of dog vomit in the floor. Anyway, that's how you know I'm live. I mean, here we are. Let's see. Zan, what would you say? What would you say to these two ideas? Okay, well, I'll wait for those ideas. But so let's go back to the years. So we've got a mini course, the coaching, the flagship course, the group coaching, a membership site. Those, and if you look at this, if you think like, oh, this is intimidating, remember, you only have to launch one new thing a year to make this work. And what I would say is coaching can be something that's kind of always hanging out in the background while you're launching your courses. Coaching is easy to set up. It doesn't require a whole lot of preparation. So you can have coaching happening and going for you, doing something good for you while you're building the digital courses along the way. So let's see how to create a lead machine and how to create unlimited leads. So in terms of a lead machine, I would say that it's a combination of really effective targeted content like we've talked about and a really, really compelling lead magnet. If you do that enough over time, you're going to have a lead machine, if that's what you're talking about. And then creating unlimited leads, to me, it's kind of the same. It's kind of the same vein. If you've got content that's on point, targeted, and it's reaching the right people at the right time, and it's got a lead magnet with a compelling promise that delivers a quick win, and your funnel, your email sequence is dialed in and really, really good, then you're going to get those people from the content to your offer. So where we've been so far is the weekly content, an evergreen funnel, launch one new product a year. It could be something like this, like we talked about. Now, promote something new every quarter because, hey, stop, don't eat that. So you might be asking, like, what happens at the point where you've got your product suite built out? Let's say you're 2 or 3 years down the road, you got a couple of courses, you got a membership site. How do you continue to infuse burst of income into this? Because Evergreen is amazing. Evergreen is going to be something where every month I can basically predict what I'm going to sell in courses. When I had a membership site, what I'm going to sell in the membership site. I can predict what my affiliate income is going to be, which we haven't even talked about yet. But ongoing affiliate products are an incredible way to create passive, ongoing, evergreen income. I can basically predict month to month what that's going to be. But what's really fun is once a quarter, I will promote something. Maybe if it's a new product, that makes it easy, right? If I have a new product coming out, that's my promotion for that quarter. But let's say you have your whole product suite built. You just want to focus on what am I going to promote this quarter? Here's an example of what that could look like. Let's say quarter one. So sometime in January, February, or March, you promote a flagship course. Maybe around New Year's, like in January, you say, hey, it's a new year. That's when you need to jump into my total fitness plan, academy, and you do a promotion. So you're promoting it to your whole list. And except for those people who already have it, you want to exclude people who have already bought the course, but you promote it to the whole list. Quarter two, group coaching, right? Maybe that's springtime. You're saying, hey, I got a new coaching program, or I'm opening up my coaching program. So that's your promotion for quarter two. Quarter three, maybe the flagship course again for summertime. And maybe you promote it a different way. Maybe in the new year, you promoted your flagship course in a 3-part workshop. Maybe this time you just do a live webinar, right? And you have people join right there and incentivize them to join right there. Quarter four, maybe you bundle all your courses together for Black Friday. If you're in the US and you have Thanksgiving, celebrate Thanksgiving, there's Black Friday. I don't know if other countries do Black Friday as well, whether it's directly tied to Thanksgiving or just the Christmas holiday shopping season. But if there's a time when everybody's going out and spending money, Black Friday is the day to do it. People are looking all that whole weekend from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. People are wanting a deal and they're expecting a deal. It's a great time to bundle everything you've got and release it and promote it in one day or one weekend. So that's a way that you can have all of everything kind of working together for you. And then the final way is keep your email list engaged. So when you're making content every week, don't just make the content and hope your email list finds it. Send it to your email list every week. A lot of times people will ask, like, okay, once I get all these people on my email list, what do I say to them when I'm not promoting something? Well, the answer is provide value with your content. So send them your content and say, hey, I've got this amazing video that I just put out that it's really going to help you for these reasons. Check it out at this link. It keeps you top of mind. It keeps them thinking about you. It keeps them knowing that you're going to send emails on the regular with really helpful content so that when you promote once a quarter or when you launch a new product once or twice a year, they're going to say, wow, yeah, I know who this person is. I like them because they're providing value. I trust them because their content is great and it's never let me down. So if they have something to sell, I'm actually inclined to pay attention. It's not some stranger that hasn't talked to me in a year, all of a sudden wanting me to buy something. So if you do that system, where you've got weekly content that is pitching to your lead magnet, an effective evergreen funnel that is the email sequence that brings people through the process, leads them to your sales page. You're launching a new product every year, you're promoting something every quarter, and you're keeping your list engaged. That is the path to $10,000 a month, and it's the path to a evergreen machine that works for you, because this content is working for you. The evergreen system is automatic. It's selling people your products. If you're launching, once you're getting these products launched, and at some point, you don't have to do the more active things. Like, you can get rid of the coaching at some point if you want to, or like me, I only do group coaching and I do it twice a year. So it's not something that I always have to be doing. It's an 8-week session twice a year. So it's a commitment of work, but an influx of revenue twice a year. It's really good for me. It's great for my students. So there's that. There's an active component, but it's worth it to me for what it does, and it's only twice a year. So between that, I'm free to do whatever I'm doing, and my courses are continuing to sell. Promote something every quarter, like this example, and make sure you keep your list warm. If you do those steps on the regular, what will happen is your business will continue to get leads. Your email list will continue to grow. Your funnels, as you continue to tweak them, will continue to offer people your products, your courses, your coaching, your membership site. You'll get new customers. And as you keep your list engaged, when you promote a new product, they're more apt to buy. And this is this snowball that's always happening. And along the way, you're going to add new products. You're going to do affiliate promotions where you'll get a percentage of someone else's product or software or course. All of this stuff is part of it, and that is the vision. So if you put all these 10 days together, all that we're doing in this evergreen machine is we're just making sure that all these components are working like they're supposed to, and that we're staying on schedule and on pace, building out the new products that we need, and making sure that our content is on point and consistent, helpful, relevant, and bridging people from the content to the email list. If that all happens, you're going to have an automatic evergreen online business machine that is going to print you money 24/7, and increasingly so as time goes on. Can I get an amen? Let's see what we have in the comments. Well, that's right. You could do an entire live mini course of affiliates. Yes. And Zan asked, you sent me an email the other day. I'm going to shoot you a quick video and respond to that. But Zan was asking about, when you have courses, should you allow people to be an affiliate for you? And my answer to that is yes. You can easily set up affiliates in Kajabi and allow kind of your customers to promote your course to other people, and they get a percentage of the sale. I've done this for other people. Other people have done this for me. In fact, Brandon Kelly, who was on this call, I'm not sure if he still is, but he's launched courses before that I've been an affiliate for, and I've launched courses that he's been an affiliate for because we're in the same niche. And so, it's a win-win because you get a percentage of that person's sale, and they get more sales because they're reaching a broader audience. So, yeah. Should you do a mini course before you officially start uploading your content? I would not suggest that, simply because now, if you have a mini course ready to go, that's fine. But the reason why I would suggest doing content first, at least for a few weeks or a couple of months, is content is what attracts people to your list, so that you actually have people to launch your course to. It just kind of works in that way where if you haven't done any content, then it's very hard to convince people to buy a course that they don't know the value of it, because you haven't proven the value with your content. Now, you can do these things concurrently. My suggestion is start making content, and while you're making and putting out content, build your course and then launch it pretty quickly. That's totally fine. But always be making content. Do that first thing and get feedback on that content, and that will inform you when you're building your course, what people are actually wanting and what they're responding to. I want to mention, if you haven't yet, go to lanesebring.com/Kajabi right now. This is the last day that you can get 3 months of Kajabi for $99 with my link. You get a free 45-minute one-on-one call with yours truly. That's me. I'll meet with you for 45 minutes on a Zoom call. We'll talk about your business, talk about Kajabi, talk about how to get the best possible start on that platform. We can talk about tactics, strategies, whatever you want to talk about. you can get my you're going to get my Kajabi Accelerator course for free and my course launch email template. All of that to say thanks for using my link. It is an affiliate link, so I do get a small commission when you use it. So if you appreciate what we're doing to help you be successful in your online business and you're gonna jump on Kajabi anyway, use my link, lanesebring.com/Kajabi. Again, if you're watching this after the fact, like if you're watching this tomorrow and it's no longer August and this deal's no longer there, you can still go to lanesebring.com/Kajabi, get all of what I just mentioned. But instead of the 3 months for $99, you'll get a 30-day free trial. It's totally still a great deal. But if today, if you have any inclination that this might be the right time to jump on Kajabi, today is the day. All right. So what questions do we have? We've already had some really good questions. Keep them coming and we'll talk through some questions. But that is the whole thing. That is the 10 days that I wanted to share with you, because that's it. What there's more nuance. You can go deeper. We go deeper in insiders. As you get into this, you'll realize there's any number of directions you can take this. Affiliates, you can have products, you can have types of content you can make, ways you can share your content, lead magnets you can build. There's 1,000 different ways that you can make this work for you. But these are the steps in this order that work the best. How are you putting these orange boxes with words during your live stream? Does StreamYard do that? Yes. When you're in StreamYard, you actually just give them your brand colors. So under the branding section, you tell them what, for me, my color is orange and like a kind of a royal blue color. And so I gave them that color, and then it gives you a lot of options of like what the text can look like and what the box around it can look like. So I just chose something that I thought looked pretty cool. And then I can just put in whatever text I want. Super easy to do. So like before these broadcasts, I go through and I just make the slide, just type in the words. I don't have to make anything, just type in the words that I want for each little banner. And then when it's time to do it, I click on it. And when these comments come in, I can just click on the comment like this and read it. MV, Maria, thanks for your help to understand the business. Yeah, absolutely. You're quite welcome. So yeah, that's how it's done. Jasmine Johnson, do you suggest having a membership program so my tribe can pay monthly for access to my course as well? So I would look at these things as two different things. So I always have my courses as a one-off purchase, right? So it's a course, it's an end-to-end program. It's a system that's complete and contained within itself. That's whether it's a mini course or a flagship course, and it has a price and people can purchase it. A membership site is how you get ongoing training. So let's say somebody takes your course, they really like it, but they have more questions, right? They want to go deeper with you. They want that ongoing kind of every month you're showing up with new content. That's when you set up the membership site, and what they're paying for is you're giving them, like when Brandon and I teamed up on a membership site, we did one major piece of content a month. So think of it like a lesson in a course. We called them workshops or master classes. So it was like 45 minutes or 30 minutes. That was an in-depth deep dive on a topic. And then we did a live Q&A once a month where we just, had anybody in the community that wanted to jump on, and we answered their questions live in the moment, behind the paywall, like in a private community. And then they had the community aspect of it. You can set all this up easily on Kajabi. The reason why I do it that way is because it allows you to sell. It allows you to have a more holistic product suite. Not everybody wants to pay monthly. Some people just want to pay one time and get the information they need and go put it into practice, and that's it. And you want to be able to have something for those people. You also don't want to kind of cannibalize your own sales by bringing your course into your membership site. I see a lot of people do this where they'll have a course, they'll throw it into the membership site and be like, if you join the membership site, you get the course. Well, the problem with that is now you've got less things to sell. You got less offers, because somebody could just join your membership site, take the course, and then dump the membership site. Now you've given them you've given them the course for the price of 1 month of the membership site. I just like to keep it separate so that the course stands on its own. It has value on its own. It's worth something on its own. And the membership program is also valuable and has worth on its own as its own product. And it's pretty easy to set those two distinctions up. And the way you can approach it is, especially if you set the membership site up after you have started, after you have a couple courses, you can say, hey, many of you have taken my course and it served you well. But if you want to go deeper, if you want to have some ongoing training with me so that you can follow this specific path of success in this niche, join my membership site. It's X amount a month. Here's what you get. And you'll get a lot of people that have bought from you your course that want to be a part of your community. That's my take, but there's lots of different ways to do it. So if you want to do it that way, where you include the course access as well, you can totally do that. The cool thing is it's your business. You know what I mean? That's the beauty of online business. There's no gatekeeper. You can do whatever you want as long as you're not breaking the law or being unethical or cheating people. You can serve your community however you want. It's awesome. What other questions come to mind? This is awesome. Let me tell you, this has been really rewarding. 10 days. Let's see. Yeah, sorry about Matt Chandler. Yeah, little insider baseball there, but if you know, you know. Yeah, sad deal. So yeah, I think we're wrapping up. This has been a really, really fun 10 days. It's been really rewarding for me to jump on. You know, I think about doing these things and I think, is anybody going to show up? You know, is anybody going to be there? Is anybody going to care? Are they going to like it? And there's just something in me that says, well, whether they show up or not, I'm doing it. And you guys showed up, right? And especially those of you who have been commenting, it just means so much to me. I love knowing that this has helped. I love knowing that this has served you in some way. So just really appreciate you being here. It's been a lot of fun for me. So thank you for attending. And if you got value out of this and you feel like, you know, it's worth it, share it with a friend. That would mean so much to me. I'll see you all. I'll see you next time. I'll see you in the next video or the next time we go live. Don't forget to go to lanesebring.com/Kajabi. Take it easy. Love you guys.